Good afternoon, Robert French with ABC News. Liberal MPs are expressing alarm over China's influence at Australian universities, while Labor demands federal parliamentarians be given urgent briefings on diplomatic relations with Beijing. Andrew Green reports.
Following recent pro-China protests, federal government backbenchers are warning universities may not be doing enough to combat foreign interference. Liberal MP Tim Wilson says demonstrations are not the only concern.
Confucius Institute's having any influence over things like curriculum.
Shadow Foreign Minister Penny Wong believes they're speaking out because the government is failing to lead.
It's time for the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister to lead a calm and mature discussion on China.
She's called for all parliamentarians to receive urgent intelligence briefings on the topic. Andrew Green, ABC News, Canberra.
Police in New Zealand are continuing to gather forensic evidence as they investigate the shooting death of Australian tourist Sean McKinnon on Friday. Josh Bavis reports from the town of Raglan in Waikato.
Sean McKinnon was shot dead in front of his fiancée in their camper van at a popular tourist lookout on the outskirts of Raglan, a surfing town on New Zealand's North Island. While a 23-year-old local man has been charged with murder and armed robbery, police are yet to locate the gun involved. Investigators are still gathering forensic evidence and conducting patrols to reassure the community. Mr. McKinnon's body won't be released until the coroner and police have completed an autopsy.
Investigators are examining vision from body cameras after police shot dead a man overnight on Sydney's northern beaches. Police were called to a home at Ingleside to reports of a domestic incident. They tried speaking to a 53-year-old man before he allegedly produced a weapon. Acting Assistant Commissioner Julie Boone says police opened fire, hitting the man in the thigh, and he later died in hospital.
It's my understanding the officers are wearing body-worn video, and it's my understanding at this stage of the investigation that the man was armed with a shotgun and it was pointed at the officers.
There's a warning of shortages of food, fuel and medicines if Britain leaves the EU without a deal. Peter Simpson reports.
A leaked public service document, printed by The Times on Sunday, looks at what could happen if there's no deal in place by the 31st of October deadline. It contains stark warnings of long delays at ports, airports and at the Eurotunnel. It says there's the potential for a shortage of certain fresh foods and an overall picture of some significant hardships. It also warns that the government's plan to have no new checks on the Irish border is unsustainable. The leaked document comes as Boris Johnson prepares to meet the French and German leaders during his first overseas trip as PM.
Back home, Victoria's Assistant Treasurer says the government will consider an alternative proposal for the North East Link toll road, which could save $250 million and thousands of old-growth trees. The Age is reporting a senior Melbourne traffic engineer has submitted plans for the Eastern Freeway widening that could significantly reduce the cost and environmental impact of the project. Assistant Treasurer Robin Scott says the proposal will be considered under the Environmental Effects Statement process.
We take environmental issues seriously as a government, so I'm sure it'll be treated appropriately as part of that process.
A Melbourne medical researcher is aiming to replicate her success treating peanut allergies to other foods. The Murdoch Children's Research Institute's Professor Mimi Tang has previously developed a probiotic and peanut immunotherapy treatment for peanut allergies. Professor Tang says she's now recruiting children for a trial of an egg allergy treatment.
The idea is that the adjuvant can instruct the immune system to change the way that it responds to the allergen. So over time, the immune system moves away from allergy towards tolerance.
In the AFL, 3 games will be played today to complete round 22. Richmond and West Coast will be playing for positions in the top 4 when they clash at the MCG. Hawthorn fans will farewell veteran Jared Roughhead in his last home game before he retires when the Hawks play Gold Coast at Docklands. And the Western Bulldogs could move into the top 8 if they beat GWS at Giants Stadium. To the weather now, there are gale to strong wind warnings for all coastal waters in the bays and severe weather warnings for damaging winds for alpine areas. For the state, widespread showers developing over the west during the morning and then extending over central and eastern districts during the afternoon and evening. Melbourne, cloudy with a very high chance of showers during the afternoon and evening. Tomorrow, a shower or 2 and 12 degrees. Tuesday, showers 15. Wednesday, showers easing and a top of 14. Right now in Melbourne, it is 18 degrees. ABC News.
And he's driven powerfully.
The Ashes is just a tap away on the ABC Listen app.
For 6.
Every test. All the rivalry. Live and called by the best in the game. Uninterrupted. In depth. In the palm of your hand.
And no hesitation.
Pulled in the air, caught it short mid-wicket.
And he's out.
The Ashes, streaming live on the ABC Listen app.
Shrugs the tackle, gets a snap towards goal, bounces home. Rushes a tackle, snaps towards goal. Outstanding performance.
Grandstand.
Kennedy kicks inside the attacking 50. Big leap from Haiti. Up in the air, he controls the sky.
Grandstand.
It's on its way. Is it on target? It's through.
Grandstand.
You are listening to ABC Grandstand. Limo here, and we have a massive Sunday show for you today. And it is really hard to know where to start when looking back on yesterday's football. A massive day for Carlton, Brisbane, Collingwood, the Kangas and Essendon. And really disappointing for the Crows, the Power, Freo, Geelong and the Saints. We will unpack all of that. Plus, Richie Vandenberg will join us to talk about the career of Jared Ruffhead. Waleed Ali will swing by the box. We'll chat with Daniel Rich from the Lions. Peggy O'Neill joining us in just a few seconds. Our SMS number 0437 774 774. Please join the conversation anytime. What is your standout highlight from yesterday? We'd love to get that from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. It is a beautiful day here at the MCG. Hello, Hawthorn's number one ticket holder, Emma Race.
Hello, Anthony. How are you? It's got a real feel of finals here at the MCG today. The sun is shining on us and the Tigers fans are out in force.
They are indeed. And hello, official St Kilda legend, Nathan Burke.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just to hold fire on that sunshine out there because it's going to turn very, very sourly.
This is what you get when you get a glass half empty and glass half full, Nathan and I.
We're balanced. We're even by the end. But guess what? I figured out something this week.
Yeah.
A week is a long time in football.
It really is a long time in football. So much happened yesterday. We will talk about all of it very shortly. But first up, the flag favourites, the equal flag favourites are playing each other here at the MCG today. So let's kick things off with the president of the Richmond Football Club, Peggy O'Neill. Welcome to Grandstand.
Thank you. Good to be here.
How good's footy, Peggy?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. When you get to this end of the season and you're still in it, you've got to be pretty happy about that.
Do you get a chance to watch many of the other games?
I do. I watch almost all the other games. Sometimes I don't see them through to the end, but I follow it pretty closely.
Now, Collingwood's win yesterday makes this really important for you today, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it would be Collingwood, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, well, every game's important, but you go out and you play and you see what happens, and Collingwood played well yesterday, and we played well when we played them a few weeks ago, and so it's going to be touch and go.
Peggy, we're saying that it's got a bit of a finals feel today, and there's another reason for that, and that is that these two teams, West Coast Eagles and Richmond, have not had the chance to have a look at each other out on the field for such a long time, since they've both been such powerhouses. What do you expect to see from today's game?
Well, I think it will be a bit of measuring up. I was over in the West in round 9 last year when they really put it to us and showed how strong they were going to be in that new stadium. And we have said it's strange to come to this far into the season and not play them. But next week we play Brisbane and we haven't played them either. So it's just the luck of the draw, as they say. And last year at this time we played the Bulldogs in the last round and we hadn't played them all year. So it just happens that everybody in these next couple of games are really strong and ahead of us on the ladder, and so we'll have our work cut out for us. But today I think it'll be a bit of, let's test ourselves. Let's measure up and see if we are what we're good at and what we need to work on, and we'll also get to see how good they are in the MCG, because I was here at the grand final last year and they were pretty good.
It didn't hold them back, did it? Have you got a bit of finals feeling butterflies this morning?
No, I really don't. I think that I just like to see the game unfold, and I've sort of gotten over predicting too much, because until it reveals itself as the day goes on, and it's a long game, you don't really know. I think, are we going to come out firing at the beginning? Is it going to be one of those come from behind? Are all the players going to stay sound on the ground? Are there going to be any injuries? So you just sort of don't know when you haven't seen each other in such a long time and how it's going to measure up. But I I don't think I get nerves. I just get excited about seeing us play.
We spoke with Daniel Rioli a couple of weeks ago, and we spoke about how often you play here at the MCG. There's about 15 in a row, I think it is. But,
not quite.
And he was talking about, it's just like going to training. You turn up at Punt Road, you walk across, you come to the MCG and you smash them and then you go home again.
Daniel.
Are you getting into that sort of a routine? You know, we're playing at the MCG. It's comfortable for you. Do you get a sense of comfortability within the club that we're playing here, or is it each week a bit of a test?
Well, each week's a test, but I must say it's nice to have it at the MCG. For me, I live in Richmond.
You walk from home.
I can walk from home. I don't have to drive. I don't have to get on a plane. But you need to be able to play anywhere and play your style of football. And the different shapes of ground means that you have to be adaptable and you have to be flexible. Does it feel comfortable? It feels familiar, and I know the players like playing here because you can do your recovery and just go back to Punt Road. It's convenient, but we'll have to play on a lot of grounds to end up winning a flag. But the MCG, I must say, is a great home for us to have.
Is your current feeling familiar to the feeling you had this time in 2017?
No, it's not. It's not the same. I guess in 2017. It was this round or the round before we went down to Geelong, and Geelong beat us by a couple of goals, and I thought, well, that was pretty good for Geelong. And then we went to Fremantle and we won pretty convincingly over there. And about then, I remember thinking we're going to be in a grand final, and because we had sort of played all of the teams that we needed to play, and we were gathering momentum in a way I hadn't seen before. This year it's a different team, it's a different players. We've had injuries, we found depth, we found new people, and people who, unfortunately, some of our senior players who didn't think they could play again this year are going to come back, and so we got to see Toby play last week. So it's a different feel. It's tested in a different way. It's a different group of people, but I believe we'll give it our best. I believe that to that extent.
So it feels different, but statistically, there's a lot of symmetry.
There is.
I'm sure you're across those symmetries.
Yes, George McGlagenis has sent me all of those sorts of things, and I thought, oh, George, you like statistics too much.
Yeah.
But that's a nice coincidence, but it doesn't guarantee anything's going to happen. And like I say, we're a different team. West Coast are the reigning premiers. They didn't factor so much back in 2017 just because of the way things happen. So it's a whole different season and all new things happen.
Football clubs, most important thing for them to do is win premierships, which you've luckily been at the helm of. But there's a whole lot of other reasons why football clubs are important. And this week at Richmond, you launched the Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan. There was a beautiful video, and I just want to play one tiny little part of something that you narrated.
Inclusion to us means a better club, a better business, and a better us.
The thing that I loved about that, and Brendan Gale spoke about it at the launch, he was saying that it's not just altruistic to have diversity and inclusion, it's actually better business. Can you tell us why it's better business for Richmond?
Well, because the talent pool is immediately bigger. And if you make people feel at home at Tigerland, and that's what we think, that anyone who works or plays for us should feel comfortable where they are. And I think every club wants everybody on their side, and there's a wonderful big world out there. And as soon as you start having narrow, silos about where you go to for your employees, the kind of people that are acceptable, the respect that you show one another, I think that carries over to the respect on the ground as well. It's good for business because all of the people that are out there, either purchasing or being involved in decision making, it isn't the way that it used to be. And we just want to be known for a club that's so inclusive that everybody can feel at home. And it is good for business. And I think our sponsors have shown that that's one of the things that attracts them to our club, is the fact that we make a point of including everybody in the community in what we do.
And do you notice that when people come up to you in Swan Street, Richmond, when you're trying to do your shopping? The types of people who come up to you are so varied, I imagine.
Well, they are. And yesterday I spoke a few words at our Women's Football Foundation members. So we have 1,368 foundation members to help women's football, not just AFLW, but our VFLW team as well. And the number of people who came up to me at that function, and we had about 160 people for brunch, men and women who said that made them proud that the club took that sort of stand. And I think that you find there are lots of fans out there who never felt like they were included. You know, and we have a wheelchair team, we have the Basher Hooley Foundation, we have the Corn Gamagee Institute, and all of that is very exciting to be around because it's very lively. And I've said to Brendan Gale before, wasn't it sort of boring when we were just putting one football team out there? And it gives you a platform to make a difference. And I think our sponsors have responded to that, and it makes our members very proud.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Tiger Army is a very diverse bunch. So 2017, I think the mood would have been hopeful. 2018 would have been expectant. They expect it and they probably roll on again. What's the mood this year? Is it a mix of the both, or are we still expecting?
Oh, I think it's pretty, it's positive. My mail is positive. I think that in round 3, when our sort of senior players were all out with injury, Jack and Trent and Alex, if you'd said that we would be in the top 4 until yesterday at the end of the season, we would have been very surprised. But that's when we realized how good our recruiting and our development had been and how we had so many players ready to step in. So I think that members were ready for a letdown and expecting one, just because those people were so important to our structure. But that didn't happen. And we made it to the bye, and then we started winning games, and it's another unit that's been formed. And so I think it's positive. Everybody likes to win, but I think we've understood this is a different sort of season. I don't think you would say expectant, but I think it would be hopeful.
Alex Rance, any chance of turning up? Are we going to see him reappear out of the hands of some mystery German doctor and then run out during finals?
A question written by Dr. Seuss. Alex Rance, any chance?
Yeah, that's right. Well, the plan is to drop him from the helicopter in the middle of the finals campaign, and no, unfortunately, Alex will miss any finals action that we see, but he'll be back next year.
And a final question for you, Peggy O'Neill, president of the Richmond Football Club, off the SMS. One of our listeners wants to know if someone at the club has cooked Damien Hardwick a cake for his birthday, because it is his birthday today.
That's right, it is. Yeah. I cannot say, but I suspect that those in the know and our wonderful catering staff over there have probably managed to get a cake for after the game.
Right, after the game, not before?
After the game. He's pretty focused before the game.
All right, happy birthday, Dimmer, from all of us here at ABC Grandstand. Peggy O'Neill, all the best today, all the best for the rest of the season, and thank you for joining us on Grandstand.
You're welcome.
Peggy O'Neill there, president of the Richmond Football Club, kind enough to join us on match day. Of course, a very busy day ahead for Peggy and everyone involved with the Richmond Football Club.
I'm not going to lie to you. When I see Peggy, my heart skips a beat. I really love... Peggy is an amazing icon for women who are working in the game and people who love the game.
Peggy hasn't left the box yet. You're embarrassing her.
I know I'm embarrassing her, but she knows all this anyway. And I just really enjoy spending time with her. I feel like I always learn so much from her leadership. And she's a really important and visible tiger to be leading what is a really successful period of the club. And I think it's essential for women and girls to have people that they can recognise are creating a path for them in football. And Peggy's that person for me.
And I think you bring up a really good point, and probably one we'll discuss later on, what makes a football club. It is far and away no longer just a men's team running out there. All those other aspects make up a club.
There is no doubt about that. Well, let's roll back the clock to yesterday. What an incredible day of football it was. So many talking points out of each game. We will roll through each of the games yesterday and pull them apart, and we will start with the, what I think was the absolute highlight, Brisbane-Geelong up at the Gabba, and this is how it rolled out.
Gardner snaps towards the teeth of goal, and Rising McCluggage takes the mark in the goal square directly in front, 10 out. For his 21st goal of the season, Hugh McCluggage, one of the rising stars of the competition, poked and pushed the kick a fraction, but still put it through. Brisbane's first goal, Dangerfield out of the middle, a hand pass to Selwood, off to Ablett. This usually leads to good things. Kick towards Radicale, flies, punched away by Andrews. Myers Roves fended away from Gardner. Left foot snap. Oh, that's outrageous! Straight from the top shelf of the Myers Entertainment Department, that one. Now play on to advantage Brisbane. Handsworth into the pocket. Cameron up flies, can't pull it in. And there's a free kick here for a push. Arms chopped in the end, said the umpire. Free kick, Cameron, right forward pocket. Cameron's left foot snap from the pocket. Goes through for another goal for Brisbane. Their first of this second half. Sends the Cats inside 50. Parfitt one-on-one in a wrestle. It gets to the back. Hawkins dangerous. Couldn't get boots the ball. It didn't matter. It dribbled through. It's gone through for a goal. Is that the goal that the Cats kill off Brisbane with? Dangerous at the back. The Lions again. Lyon got it. Gave to Cameron. Won't miss this time. From the goal square. He popped through goal number 5. The Gabba erupts again.
There's a minute and a half left in the game. McCarthy from 30 out directly in front to put Brisbane in front. Trust footy to tell a story like that.
Clearing ball from Witherden. Didn't get it through the 50, but McSpace will get off to McCluggage. Kicks to the wing. Bouncing ball. The foot race on. Too far from home for Geelong. Fagan's boys have pinched it. Brisbane pinches top spot and victory over Geelong by the slenderest of margins.
There it was, 1 point at the Gabba. What a game. I love the call by Al Nickerson and Quentin Hull there. Let's go back and revisit the Lincoln McCarthy mark. Let's soak it up and just listen to that crowd in the background. Here it is, the mark and goal as called by Quentin Hull.
Rush kick to full forward. Lincoln McCarthy has taken an unbelievable mark. 20 metres out, directly in front. And he can put his new mob in front of his old mob at the 32-minute mark of the final term. The Gabba members are banging the windows in front of us. What a moment for a man rejuvenated when sent north in game 50 of his career. It's not quite Ash McGrath and his 200th back in 2013. There's a minute and a half left in the game. McCarthy from 30 out directly in front to put Brisbane in front. Trust footy to tell a story like that. A minute and 25 seconds left. Lions by 2 points.
I'll tell you what, Quentin Hull has punched out some solid work in his time, but none as good as that. What a magnificent call of that match-winning goal from Lincoln McCarthy. And who would ever have thought that the Miracle on Grass would have a sequel? But we saw it there yesterday. And a man who played in the original and played in the sequel yesterday has been good enough to join us on Grandstand. Daniel Rich, hello, mate.
G'day, how you going?
Yeah, good. Daniel, how did yesterday compare to the Miracle on Grass back in 2013 when Ash McGrath kicked the winner?
Yeah, it was right up there. It was a pretty special game. Obviously, you can tell by that commentary. You can hear the crowd, and it was packed. It's good to see the Gabba back full again. But it was obviously a different game, and it wasn't after the siren. But it was still a pretty special win that we'll remember for a while.
Can you describe for us the feeling amongst the group? Because to see you all post-match, to see Chris Fagan with you, to see you all hugging each other after the song, there's clearly a pretty special feeling amongst the group at the moment.
Yeah, it's I suppose a feeling that's been building for a while now, and I suppose when you have good wins like that, it all kind of probably releases a bit more. And I hadn't seen Fags that emotional for a while. He's down on the bench now, so you live it and breathe it a bit more when you're down on the bench amongst it with the boys. And it was a fantastic feeling to be able to play against a quality opposition in a big game in front of a big I suppose, and be able to get the result. But it was one of those games that you remember for a while.
Congratulations, Daniel. You actually sound so much more subdued than we all feel after watching that game. So many people were on their feet. The thing I loved was seeing Fagan just run into the arms of Harris Andrews at the end. We know that he's not wanted to say the F word, being finals, but you've woken up on top of the ladder. What did Fagan say to you after the game?
Oh, he doesn't really change his message in terms of what we need to do and where we need to get to, but he was obviously proud of the work we did. We understand we didn't play as well as we would have liked, but we found a way to win, and that pleased him. You can't always get things on your own terms and play exactly how you want to play week in, week out. But, yeah, he was just proud of our efforts and, just excited. And just, as I said, he was probably proud more than anything. So that was the message he kind of passed on.
Daniel, your own form, well and truly in All-Australian contention in my book. You seem to have Fagan's given you a role that you're really comfortable with, and you're playing it expertly at the moment. Is that the way you feel?
I'm just enjoying footy and probably got the most confidence in terms of what I need to do week in, week out. I'm quite settled down in that backline position, and it helps being able to, I suppose, play there and train there over a number of years. And with a pretty tight bunch of guys back down there, we kind of rely on each other a fair bit and know what each other's going to do, and we kind of expect that out of one another. So there's a lot of different factors that go into playing consistent footy, and I'm just enjoying what we do at the moment. So that probably rubs off on the way that we go about it.
You seem to be in that really enviable position of, if we go out and play our brand of football the way we want to play, it doesn't really matter what the opposition bring because we'll get over the top. Is that the mindset you've got at the moment?
Yeah, it's definitely a fair part of it. You've got to respect the opposition and I suppose study them and do things that stop their way of winning games and the things they do well when they win games. But at the same time, you've got to focus a fair bit on how you guys or how we play and back that in. And I suppose we've shown that this season that if we play our way and do that for the majority of the game, then the scoreboard kind of takes care of itself. And that's been just something that we've been focusing on week in, week out, and letting the scoreboard kind of tick over.
Have you bought the paper today, Daniel?
Not yet.
I just hope you're the lead sports story because the Broncos are having a rough year. So surely the Lions are the lead sports story in the Courier Mail.
Yeah, I hope so as well. It's funny up in Queensland. We've got a loyal bunch of supporters, but I suppose it's such a big sporting state up here that there's a fair few that swing from code to code, and whoever's doing well, they jump on. But the crowds and the support that we've had this season, especially, have been enormous. And it was last night. I don't think there was many seats left. It was pretty much full capacity at the Gabba, and it's, as you can obviously hear on radio, it's a loud ground to play at. So it's good times.
And they made as much noise as a full MCG. Before we let you go, we have to quickly find out, as we do here on Grandstand, how well you know your teammates, Daniel Rich. Got 3 questions for you. Which teammate, as a schoolboy, played baseball, rugby league and rugby union at a very high level?
That's an easy one. He carries on about it all the time. That's Charlie Cameron, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that is correct. 5 goals, 2 yesterday. He's hit some very nice form. Jared Lyon's dad played 27 games for which AFL team in the 70s?
Oh, I should probably know this, shouldn't I? I'm going to go a Victorian team. I'm going to say Collingwood.
It was Melbourne. He played for Melbourne. You're 1 from 2. You should get this one, though. Which teammate danced to Barbara Streisand at a team meeting?
I don't know, we got a few characters.
I'll give you a clue. It's a young fella. Apparently Hodgie and Fags got together to fully stitch him up.
Oh, that's Alex Whelan, I think.
Yes, it is. Were you there when he danced to Barbara Streisand?
Yeah, I was. He'd do that on his own wheel. He loves that kind of stuff.
All right. Daniel Rich, congratulations on your form. Congratulations on your team's form. All the best. You've got a massive game next week against the Tigers. And all the best for September, mate.
No worries. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Daniel Rich there from Brisbane. South Australia, you are off to Richmond v West Coast here at the MCG with Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemas, Nathan Burke, Ryan O'Keefe and Jess Webster. everyone else. Hang around. Waleed Ali joining us in just a moment on Grandstand.
The ABC, celebrating the UN Year of Indigenous Languages.
Did you know the original name of the Bundaberg suburb of Wangara is Wangara in the Tarablang language, and it means burning mountain? Find more place name stories at abc.net.au/thisplace. For news, local stories, and to find out what's happening in our region, stay tuned right here on your radio, online or on the ABC Listen app.
Shuck the tackle, trying to get Boots a ball, turns, fires towards goal, and finishes.
In he comes, he'll kick from right on 50. He's got the distance and he's got the accuracy. That never looked like missing.
Grandstand.
Deep kick towards the teeth of goal and beyond, a freakish kick.
Grandstand.
You are listening to ABC Grandstand. Limo here with Hawthorn's #1 ticket holder Emma Race and official St Kilda legend Nathan Burke at the MCG. The sun is out. How does it feel today, Emma Race? It feels finalsy, doesn't it?
It feels very September in August.
Going to change though, Em.
Oh, yeah, I know. The weather's going to get really bad, isn't it, Berkey?
It is, but you keep telling everyone, oh, it's blue sky, it's a beautiful sunny day. They're all going to rush down here to the MCG. Do that, but bring an umbrella.
It's still winter football.
Bring your poncho.
Check the radar. The rains are coming as we welcome into the ABC commentary box here at the MCG. Richmond tragic, an all-round sports fan. Waleed Ali. Hello,
Hey,
mate.
guys. How are you?
Very well.
Can I commence by saying happy birthday, Limo, for Tuesday?
Tuesday. And happy birthday to you for last Thursday.
It's the only reason I remember yours, mate. Is that it's close to mine.
It's close to yours.
And it's been a hard week as well. Have you got
Today?
Is it today?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Emma races next Thursday.
Oh, God. It's just... What about you, Berkey? You're the only one who's...
I'm Feb.
I don't want to... I don't want to talk down being Leos, but Leos don't
Yep.
mind a microphone.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Because I did notice at the project that around this time of year there were a lot of birthday cakes coming into the production meeting.
Georgie Coughlin is around
today. Oh, God, I better text her.
Oh, right.
Can you just talk amongst yourselves for a sec?
I have a big, very important question for you.
Yes.
Is the lid off?
Absolutely not. We're used to this now. This is just where we belong. No, can I, at the risk of sounding a bit Eeyore about this, I can't believe that Richmond are premiership favourites. I don't think it actually makes any sense.
This is classic Richmond. Talk it down.
Hang on.
This is a defensive move.
No, this is nuts, because I keep hearing, oh, classic Richmond, talk yourselves up. And then when we don't, oh, classic Richmond, talk yourselves everything's classic Richmond, apparently. No, my reasoning is this. Even if you think Richmond's the best team in the competition, which is clearly arguable, right, it's not a fact, we've got no margin for error. So if we lose today, it's pretty much top four gone unless you want to rely on Essendon to beat Collingwood, which I wouldn't want to do.
This is a very important game for you today.
It's massively, and I don't think people have figured out that we have no margin for error. So to win the flag, we kind of end up having to win 12 in a row or something.
Limo is across it because he's been, he's an accountant by trade.
Yes.
He's been so bean countery. He has worked out how many points and goals and champion data points everyone needs.
Yep.
He's all over.
I'd expect this.
I flicked on the live ladder yesterday about 253 times.
I'm sure you did. Imagine if Hawthorn were good this year. You'd be all over.
Oh, my God, yeah, I know.
Also, you need to be pretty Eeyore to beat Nathan Burke.
Yeah.
He wears the Eeyore crown in here.
Probably does.
Hey,
I don't get it.
Before we...
Old man who yells at clouds.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
We need to talk through yesterday's games, but before we do, a quick fun fact for the room, or pop quiz. When was the last time the Lions were minor premiers?
I wonder if they have never been.
Was it when they were Fitzroy?
Yes, 1913.
Wow. Oh, hang on.
I
the
guessed
Lions.
that.
I see. Yes.
Remember when we were talking pre-show?
Yeah, year of your birth.
And I was being a smart aleck and I said 1913.
Well, Berkey, you've nailed
You're
it, mate.
right.
And they went on to win the flag that year.
Well, there you go.
So if they do win next week, I mean, tough ass, they've got the Tigers. But if they finish top, first time in 106 years. Massive result.
I do remember they never finished on top when they won those three flags.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, it was mostly Port, I think, through that period.
Yeah, and then did Hawthorn only finished on top once when they won those three? Is that right?
Yes.
Something like
Yeah,
that.
once.
They went in as underdogs in every grand final that they won, which is extraordinary.
That is, we were favourites against Freo, but we were the underdogs with the fans.
Yes.
The fans all wanted the purple haze in 2013.
That's true.
Except for Nathan Burke. Hey, let's quickly run through these games yesterday. Carlton and St Kilda. Now, Waleed, we do Hey Berkey here on a Sunday.
Sure.
Which is our equivalent of Siri. Yep. But we might include you in this as well. So it'll be Hey Berkey and Hey Waleed.
Yep.
But we'll start with Hey Berkey. Is Brett Ratton your man at St Kilda after yesterday's loss to the Blues?
It won't hurt him. Losing to the Blues, obviously it's not ideal, but as we saw with Rhys Shaw, a big loss, still got the job. Teague had losses, still got the job, so it won't hurt him, but it won't force them to rush out there and reappoint him quickly. They'll go through a process.
Hey, Waleed, will Cripps, how well will he go in the Brownlow?
He'll go very well. I don't think he will win it, though, because I suspect there'll be a lot of games where he gets 2 instead of 3, where if his team had won, he'd get 3, and that might in the end count against him.
But there's so many teams that are so even across the competition this year.
So he pops up and gets all of it.
It's possible.
Yeah, I can see that argument. Yeah, I feel like the Brownlow's very wide open this year. Like, it's not every year for the past however many. It's effectively been a coronation of a player. But this year certainly doesn't feel that way.
Could you imagine how much that would mean to Carlton if they get a Brownlow winner in this year?
I think that's all the more reason for us to wish it, doesn't it?
I'm hoping for a 5-way tie for the Brownlow this year. Would they print out 5 of them? Would they make?
You know what?
Yeah,
why don't we hope for every player to get the same number of votes and everyone gets a prize? How about that?
There we go. 500 Brownlows are handed out this year. Very quickly on the Blues as well. Hey Berkey, how important is that win? Not just for the playing group, but for the fans of the Carlton Football Club?
Not really for the fans.
No.
Have you met the fans?
The ones that are on the train, the Teague train?
Yeah. Well, they won a game. They've got a coach. They won a game. That doesn't mean anything about next week, about next year. They're just hoping that they'll win a lot more games. But
see, the glass half empty.
If they had lost that game, they wouldn't have all jumped off the train. Let me tell you that.
Yes.
But the fact that they won the game, well then, great, just cements that, but not important.
Can I ask him a prickly one?
Yeah.
Hey Berkey, who else has been looked at for the coaching job? If it's not a lock just yet for Rats, have we seen your mate Robert Harvey go through, or is Brad Scott still on the?
Both of those gentlemen will be interviewed and have
they already
a chance.
been? Do you know that?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. Don't know, but I know Harves deserves a go. He said the other week to us he's ready. He's been assistant for 10 years, and we all know Brad Scott jumped out of one job, and he'd love another job. So both those guys, it's probably a 3-way race at the moment.
Can I do a Hey Berkey follow-up? Is there any chance it could be Ken Hinkley?
There's a big one. No.
Did you speak to Koshy this morning?
No, I didn't, and perhaps I shouldn't after this. But I just wonder if that would actually be a really, really good fit. I don't think it will happen, by the way, but just hypothetically, I think it could be a really...
It's funny because when Scotty Waters got the job, Kenny Hinkley came second and Alan Richardson came third. By the time it came to replace Scotty, Kenny had got the job, so Richo jumped in.
He's the Julie Bishop
full circle.
Coaching.
Could be.
I like the illustration of there being a podium finish for the coaching job. I had no idea they gave out silver and bronze.
So Alan Richardson's the Stephen Bradbury.
Yeah.
To some degree, he was.
Would Hinkley not be a good coach for St Kilda? I think he's done it for, not because he can't coach, but just, things naturally come to an end.
Yeah.
It feels kind of that way. Although they do have a young team, you could argue that what you see now is natural fluctuation. But I reckon if he went to St Kilda, I think he's a very good coach.
But their best is outstanding.
Yeah.
Consistency is their issue. And do you lose consistency because you've had a coach for a long time, or are there other reasons you lose? Is it the young team?
I could see.
Is that why you lose
I could see at Port. By the way, I just want to make clear, I'm not advocating any of this, but I could see at Port a new voice coming in and galvanising everybody in a way that is week to week consistent. I could see that happening.
Let's talk about Port briefly then. North knocked them over yesterday at the Docklands by 86 points. Ben Brown, 10 goals, 1. That is, only 2 players have ever kicked 10 goals against Port. Tony Lockett and Ben Brown.
Is that right?
Yeah. And it's the biggest bag by a North Melbourne player since Wayne Carey. So he's had a significant night out, Ben Brown.
Yeah, and with Jeremy Cameron not playing, you got to say that Coleman medal is looking good.
But you're not factoring that Lynch will kick 40 today.
Yes. Yes.
Take care of it.
Keep your SMSs coming in, by the way, on 0437 774 774. Do you have a Hey Berkey or a Hey Waleed? We can put it to them as we're running through the games. North scored 130 more points than they did last week. That's the 11th biggest increase in the history of the AFL-VFL. The biggest increase week on week is actually Hawthorn in 1992. In round 19, they finished with a total of 55. In round 20, they finished with a total of 219.
That's really impressive. So they were coming off a high base.
It's a 164-point increase week on week.
It just goes to show you that the importance of that coach you were talking about before, about getting the team to play consistently week in and week out. There was no structural changes, no game plan changes, no tactical changes that brought about that. It's purely what he got the players thinking between their ears when they run out on the ground, and that's what makes it a great coach. Get a great tactician in the box sitting behind you, but the best person to play with the players' minds, they're the great coaches.
Do you know what else I noticed watching that that Port North game yesterday is just how different players look when they're relaxed and how differently they receive and deliver the ball, because, you know, towards the end of that game last week, they were so tense. They were so, you know, they were done. But then seeing them yesterday, it was just easy kicking.
Yep.
It was beautiful skills. They were all having a ping. They were playing with just, you know, they had nothing to lose at that point.
This may sound funny, but those teams who have had caretaker coaches have gone into finals mode early. Now, what I mean by finals mode is when you get to the end of the season, it's been a long season, towards the end of the season, coaches tend to get a bit grumpy. And what they want to do is they want to focus the players. We need to focus you at the end of the year. Come finals time, they will lighten up. They'll lighten up, they'll cracking jokes, they'll run a lap of the oval without their shirt on, hence Clarko. That wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. Lighten his players up, and then the whole club gets freed up. They enjoy being there, they play good footy, they take the game on. All the caretaker coaches did was they went into that finals mode early and got their players thinking like that. So have a look at the coaches this week. They'll all be cracking a few more jokes. They'll all be lightening up a little bit, and that's all by design.
It's like when you have a substitute teacher at school.
Yes. But see, this is why I'm always really nervous about falling in love with the caretaker coach, because when the next season starts, you're not in finals mode all of a sudden. No. It's a very different...
summer romance is over.
And I think Teague, by the way, I think that makes perfect sense as an appointment. But the Reece Shaw appointment, I can't help but conclude, and this is nothing about him personally, because from all I can tell, he's a great coach, but it just feels premature. I can't see an argument for why you would have appointed him at that point.
It's hard to make an argument for why you wouldn't have appointed him, though.
No, it's very easy to make an argument, I think.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere else. You've got until the end of the year. You can get a bigger body of work to look at, and he's very, very junior.
And I don't think
no one was poaching Reece Shaw or David Teague.
Yeah.
So
you had time.
I didn't quite
But the thing on Teague's side is that he's been in the system as a coach for, 10 years, something like that? Yeah. So he's been through a ringer that Reece Shaw hasn't. If you commit to someone in caretaker mode when there's still a whole lot of the season to go, and there's much more data that you could get when he's only been there a handful of years, I just think it's a big... It either works because he is the greatest coach of all time and that will just come out eventually, or it doesn't because it was a premature appointment.
We will find out in the fullness of time. An extraordinary day for the Crows yesterday. They lost to Collingwood by 11 goals and moved into the 8.
Has that ever happened before? 1913?
I don't have any stats on that. It's hard to imagine that ever happening before. But the Crows were terrible at home. They really disappointed their 48,000 fans who came out of the Adelaide Oval to watch them try and cement a place or try and find a place in the 8. Well, they did find a place in the 8, but they didn't really want to do it that way.
Well, the Bulldogs play today, so that might change.
That might change. And Collingwood have won 3 in a row, and they're starting to find a bit of form. Hey, Berkey, are the Pies genuine contenders along with the Cats, the Lions, the Eagles and the Tigers?
I have them on a line slightly below her. I just don't fully trust the Pies at the moment. They're capable of having that downer, that shocker. Their consistency isn't quite there. And the way that they move the ball around the ground, I'm not sure whether it's finals bound. You can't have 35 inside 50s and win a game in the finals. That's my worry with the Pies.
Hey, Berkey, I don't want to make this just about coaches, but is Don Pike a question mark? Like, is he the right fit to take Adelaide through into next year?
We know Adelaide people who are very funny with their coaches. They either jump on them or they jump off them really, really quickly, and they're jumping off at the moment, which is not a good sign. He doesn't. Who would I rather be, Don Pike or Kenny Hinkley? Maybe Don, purely for the David Koch factor. Koshy seems to me like a guy who's doesn't tolerate non-success. If you're not succeeding, well, then you make a change. Interesting over there in Adelaide.
Let's go to Perth Stadium last night. Now, if I told you, Waleed Ali, that a team had 54 fewer contested possessions than the other team, would you assume that they'd probably lose that game of football?
Yes, until I inspected post-clearance possessions. And I don't know what the stat is, but I'd assume that Essendon won it. They would have had to have won that stat.
So Freo had 54 more contested possessions than Essendon. Essendon won the game by 32 points. Berkey, please explain.
Yeah, it comes back to Alistair Clarkson a few years ago who said, you people in the media, you're obsessed with contested possessions. Hawthorn very rarely win contested possessions. So you've got to do both. You can't all be in there winning it and have no one on the outside. You need inside, you need outside, and that's what good teams do. So Freo were great on the inside, but terrible on the outside.
Can I also say, I would love... What we need is for all of these stats to be defined. Because I know they are. I know Champion Data have definitions for them. But like a contested possession, there's a difference between a contested possession and a contested possession, right? If you get a contested possession under pressure and you handball it to someone else who's under pressure and you handball it to someone else who's under pressure, these are all contested possessions and you're going nowhere. But if you get a contested possession and Diesel Williams like you or Scott West like you handball it over the ring to someone running into space, that's a contested possession that completely changes the game. So there's got to be a way to differentiate that.
We need more stats. I need more stats is what the game is.
That's
stats are like bikinis. They show something, but they don't reveal everything.
Okay.
Sometimes they show you enough.
Sometimes too much.
A wonderful analogy from Nathan.
Now I'm picturing you in a bikini.
Nathan Burtwell.
I've got a photo if you want to have a look.
One of the greats of the game is saying farewell today at the Docklands, and that, of course, is Jared Roughhead. 282 games. Berkey, you wrote a wonderful article for the New Daily this week about the contribution that he's made to the game. Well, it is a pleasure to welcome to Grandstand his first skipper at the Hawks. He debuted in round 3, 2005 against the Essendon Football Club. What do we remember about that day? Richie Vandenberg. Hello, mate.
Good afternoon, folks. Yeah, gosh, long time ago now.
Of that day?
Yeah, it's interesting. That was, I'm pretty sure that was the first game we played against Essendon after the infamous game in 2004. We'd obviously had a lot of change at the footy club, which blokes like Ruffy and Lance Franklin and Jordan Lewis who all came in at the same time would probably not be too aware of. But I think most guys that day were probably pretty focused, including myself, on how Essendon was going to respond. And Ruffy and Buddy, I think pretty sure Buddy played that day as well, took it all in their stride. So my memory was probably a little bit little hazy because it was very focused on Essendon, but they did do a good job, those lads. I think you got a few touches too.
It was probably almost your first game back from suspension after the previous game.
No, it wasn't quite that bad.
Hey, Richie, it's Emma here. It's always lovely to speak to you. I love hearing the stories of captains at Hawthorn. Obviously, being the captain of a club is a really proud moment, and you were able to do that. But to see Ruffy be the captain, what has he brought? What did he bring in that role that contributed to a kind of culture based on his method of life and football?
Yeah, I think, one of the big things that shows through at Hawthorn, especially with leadership around the group, is they really encourage people to be themselves. There's a bit of talk about it these days, but, just being the best version of whoever you are. And therefore, if you've got that authenticity, and I think Ruffy has that in spades, if you have that authenticity, then, players really do have a lot of respect for you and they want to play for you and they will listen to you. And I think Ruffy really fell into that category.
We know that you're on the board at Hawthorn and that there's been some chat that Ruffy's been having conversations with other clubs. Has there been a push by the board to try and find a role for Ruff to stay brown and gold?
Yeah, I think when players finish up at a footy club, there's always conversations around what's best for them in terms of, is it best for them to stay at the footy club for their development? Is it best for them to look elsewhere for their development? And I know Ruffy, there's been quite a bit said about, looking at other places, but I know Hawthorn is certainly in the mix for us to be considering his next move.
Now, Richie, things fall your way. You win 2 games. There's still finals on the cards. Is this Ruffy's final game? Will we see him next week? What does he need to do to stay in, or is it, this is it, mate, and farewell?
No, it's not it. The club has had a bit of a plan with Ruff coming towards the end of the year. Clarkson, it's been pretty well documented, was going to make no guarantees, but we're always very hopeful that Ruffy would be in enough form and have, his body would be in a good enough shape for him to be able to get a game towards the end of the season. If he plays well today, I can't see any reason why he wouldn't get another game next week. Especially, as you said, we've got a chance now. We could, strangely enough, if things go our way, we could be sitting inside the 8 come tonight, which is quite extraordinary considering where we were 3 or 4 weeks ago.
So if he wins the Norm Smith, does he play on next year? Richie, I'm interested in the legacy element of it. And as an opposition supporter, it was always Roughead and Franklin, particularly as a Richmond supporter, because that was the Deledio Tambling draft, and there's always a question. But so I always saw them as a pair, and then Franklin leaves. But Franklin is the star of the two when they're playing together. Given that Franklin leaves and then Roughead stays all this time, at the end, culturally, who becomes the greater Hawthorn hero? Who's the more important Hawthorn figure in history?
Wow, that is a searching question, Marlene. Be careful how I answer that one, right? There were 3. Of course, Jordan Lewis made up the trio, and the 3 of them were thick as thieves. So when you talk about culture of the footy club, those 3 played a really big part in it. In terms of legacy, I think Buddy's going to always be remembered as one of the greats of the game. But I think Ruffy is going to hold a very special place in Hawthorn people's hearts. And I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know what sort of crowd we'll get today, but there'll be a large turnout to celebrate Ruffy, which will tell us a lot about the kind of person and how well revered he is.
No, but
not only within Hawthorn,
let me ask it another way. Hawthorn has a new boutique stadium. They have a stand. They have to name it after someone. It's either Roughead or Franklin. Who does it get named after?
I think it'd be very difficult for it to be Franklin because he didn't finish his career at Hawthorn. So,
I'll answer for you, Richie Vandenberg. It's the Roughead stand.
It's the Roughead stand.
By the length of the straight, Waleed.
That really, it is not even close.
It's for mine. No, well, you
because of one club player.
One club player.
Well.
More
Ruffy's four flags compared to 2.
Yep.
282 games compared to... Did Buddy even play 200 at Hawthorn? I'm not sure of the numbers there. Plus he was a captain. Plus his extraordinary fight back from cancer twice, which is an amazing story. He played... After he came back from cancer, he spent more time on the ground than any other player in season 2017, any other Hawthorn player. Yep. It's an amazing comeback.
That's one thing that I don't think that we can overstate is people unanimously love Ruffy because of the person that he is, but so many people have been touched by cancer that when you're watching a player go through that journey and come back with the grace and the dignity and the power and just, the humanity of that man. Like, I don't think that we talk about it enough, that's where we see ourselves reflected by the game. And, I'm getting a bit choked up talking about it because there's not many people that sit around this great game that wouldn't have had that break their hearts, have cancer break their hearts. And that's not all that he is to this game, but I think we need to recognise that is an extraordinary moment and it really brought the footy community together.
Absolutely. Well said, Em. The other thing that Ruffy did was he changed the game slightly. Before he started being a key forward who just trot into the centre bounces and not only just sort of spend a bit of time in there and knock a few people over, was actually very good at it. So other teams started to think, hey, where can we play our bigger players? Are they more capable of just catching the ball inside 50? So to some degree there, around about 2010-11, he changed the way the game was played a little bit.
And I know, but on the pairing, Waleed, in the 70s, cricket fans used to say, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. If Lily don't get you, then Tomo must. And that was the same at Hawthorn. If Buddy don't get you, then Ruffy must.
Yes.
Through that period, Richie Vandenberg, thank you very much for discussing Ruffy's career with us here on Grandstand today. And we'll see you out at the Docklands, mate.
You will do. Good on you. Thanks, folks.
Richie Vandenberg there, Ruffy's first skipper at the Hawthorn Football Club. Very quick story about Ruff. I was away on my honeymoon in the Philippines with my wife, of course. That's how honeymoons work. And I heard the news that about Ruffy getting his first bout of cancer on his lip. And I texted him as soon as I heard, and I said, mate, you know, I've heard about the cancer diagnosis. I'm really sorry to hear that. Are you okay? And he replied immediately and said, all good, mate. How's the honeymoon going? Everyone happy?
Wow.
And and that's the type of bloke he is. Never wants to make it about him. It's always about other people. He is a beautiful man, and we can't wait to see him run out at the Docklands today. Now we're going to chat to Matt Clinch very shortly about to see if there are any late changes.
There's so many people that come to watch the Tigers, and the Tigers have this enormous army on the ground all the time, Waleed. There's something that happens around the celebration of this team, and the drummers are out. What's the deal with that? You've been the mascot. So you've seen it from a tiger's eye view.
Oh, I was the mascot in less well-resourced days, shall we say?
You just drew some stripes on.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Had a tail made out of a sock.
It wasn't Tiger Stripes Dyer. It was Tiggy. Back then.
Okay.
That's which sums up everything.
Everything that was wrong with the club.
The Tyco drummers, I think, have been a great addition. So this was, I reckon, how many years ago is this? Probably 4 or 5. Every home game. So this is a Japanese drumming thing, and they're really good. It's a very theatrical form of drumming as well. So I think once they latched onto the metaphor of the jungle, that's where that all came from. They do it well.
There is a very big crowd building here at the MCG. As we said, there is a finals atmosphere. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Lemo, Emma, Waleed. Lovely to see you and Berkey. Looking forward to this afternoon. It feels like we've waited a long time to get to this stage of the weekend, and there's so much on the line for both sides. There is one late change for the West Coast Eagles. Will Schofield is out, and Eagles youngster Josh Rotham comes in for just his 4th AFL game. So sort of suggests he's being managed. So maybe there's a matchup in which they feel like they want to try and give Rotham an opportunity, or you feel like with both sides having similar personnel in terms of key forwards, small forwards, the midfield. I don't really know how do we predict what will be the difference between these two sides.
And the Eagles haven't received the love in the eastern states that they perhaps deserve this year, because for mine, they've certainly been up there with Richmond for the second half of the year, in my eyes, as the flag favourites. How do you see it rolling out today, Clinchy?
Relatively evenly. I don't think there'll be a great deal between the two sides. The Eagles have got a great record here at the MCG as well. They've won their last 5. So I'd probably slightly lean towards Richmond, because I think there might be some rain this afternoon. But apart from that, there's not a great deal between the two.
Oh, so Clinchy's on the Tigers. Waleed, who are you tipping?
I'm with Clinchy. If it rains, I think Richmond. If it's dry, my analysis would be West Coast, but I could never admit that publicly.
Right, you just did. Berkey.
Good news, mate. It is going to pour down, and the Tigers will win this one.
There we go. Emma Rose?
Okay. I think this is going to be what we see in the grand final. I think Tigers will get it today.
All right. I'm with Waleed. I think West Coast will win this one. All right.
Well, mine was weather contingent.
There's the headline.
There it is. And Clinchy, GWS Bulldogs today. This replay of the 2016 prelim, the first time the two teams have met there since then.
At Giants Stadium. Massive turn of events given the results, the way they've fallen over the weekend. Kelly De Boer, Himmelberg back in for the Giants. The Bulldogs feel like they're the team coming good at the right stage of the season. I said something similar about Port Adelaide, though, so my credibility is questionable. I think the Bulldogs will win.
Yeah, Waleed?
Giants win it.
Yep, Berkey?
For the sake of the season, Western Bulldogs.
Emma Race?
I think it's the Giants.
I think it's the Giants as well. I think Kelly, De Boer, Himmelberg are enough to get them over the line. Clinchy, surely you're tipping the Hawks?
Definitely. I think they might win by a big margin as well, which could keep the last round ever so interesting.
Could push them into the 8. Waleed?
Well, you really need to ask this question?
Come on. I just want to hear it.
Is anyone in Australia tipping the Suns?
It's unlikely.
Okay.
You've got about 1 minute on the SMS if you're tipping the Suns. 0437 774 774.
Just had confirmation from Tess Armstrong out in Ballarat that's already raining there, so the rain could be here quicker than we think.
Ah.
I mean, I don't know how long does the rain take to get here.
Yeah, or which direction it's going.
Is Punt Road backed up? I don't know.
You should see the smile on Waleed's face. We, of course, Emma Race, are both tipping the Hawks. Berkey?
80 points, Hawthorn.
Hawthorn by
how many
80
will Ruffy
points.
kick?
Ruffy will kick 4.
Oh, lovely.
All right. Waleed, thank you.
No, thank you, and happy birthday again.
I was, thank you, and happy birthday to you again. I was hoping to get to the cricket today. We didn't get a chance, though. We'll have to take that offline. and talk
That's a
about
shame.
Jofra Archer, Steve Smith. What a glorious
spell
highlight
that was.
last night. Berkey, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
Emma Race,
Happy
thank
birthday,
you.
James.
I'll see you out at the Docklands a little later on. Emma Race, we are going to hand over to you, Berkey, with Ryan O'Keefe, Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemas, and of course, Jess Webster. Thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for all your SMSs. It is going to be a massive Sunday here at the G at Giant Stadium, and of course, later on at the Docklands for Jared Ruffhead's farewell.
The Ashes is back, and so is the Unbelievable Ashes podcast. I am British comedian Andy Zaltzman, and together with Australia's very own Felicity Ward, we will be watching every waking moment of Australia's attempts to keep hold of the Ashes as they play England in the correct hemisphere. Will Warner and Smith redeem themselves? No one knows, but what we do know is there will definitely be more jokes, more sketches, and more kind of interviews. The Unbelievable Ashes podcast. Hear it on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Stand by. Cue audio.
Grandstand. AFL.
You're with Grandstand. Players are ready. Here we go.
Kicks inside the attacking 50. Big lead from Haney.
It's a floater across the...
It's on its way. Is it on target? It's through.
Grandstand. AFL.
Oh, huge fly. Oh, goodness me. 45 out. Wheels. Fires. Goal. Straight to the gully. Don't do that. Never do that.
Puts on the burners, breaks a tackle, snaps from 40. Oh, yeah!
Outside of the boot, if you don't mind.
He snaps towards the teeth of goal.
Grandstand. AFL.
On a tight angle, comes in and threads the needle.
Elliott the rope. Right foot snap. You betcha.
You're with Grandstand.
He's kicked the impossible goal.
On ABC Radio and Grandstand Digital.
Some matches need very little introduction. The penultimate round of the AFL home and away season sees the two last premiers, the West Coast Eagles and Richmond, face off at the MCG. The Eagles sit in third spot on the ladder, having won their past 4. They've won their last 5 at the MCG, and out of their last 8 matches, their only loss was to Collingwood by a point. Richmond started the weekend in 4th position, having won their last 7 games on the trot. It's contrasting styles, chaos of the Tigers versus the control of the West Coast Eagles. Whatever happens this afternoon, it's going to be the measuring point for what goes forward. Hello, welcome to Grandstand AFL from the MCG, where it's overcast skies above. There is the threat of rain, but we're hoping we're going to have an entertaining contest regardless of what the weather does. Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand AFL. There is one late change for the West Coast Eagles. If you've just flicked on the radio, Will Schofield is out and Josh Rotham comes in for the Eagles. The Tigers are as named during the week. Corbin Middlemas alongside me to call the action. Corby, welcome.
Thanks, Clinchy. I've been using the roller coaster analogy all week, the nature of the AFL season, that there's so many ups and downs and twists and turns, and you fall in love with different teams, whether it was Collingwood's run or Geelong on top of the table for much of the year. The Brisbane Lions are a great story, but what often happens is you end up right back where you started, as is the nature with all roller coasters. And as it was all over summer, as it was last September, before round 1 this year, the most anticipated matchup in footy is the last 2 premiers, the minor premiers of 2018 up against the reigning defending champs in the West Coast Eagles. It's the best matchup in the game you can get right here at the MCG. Can't wait for what's ahead of us.
Does sort of make the mind boggle as to how you can wait till round 22 before you get these two sides facing off against each other. However, that is the scenario we have. Of course, we're keen to take your contributions, where you're listening, what you think will unfold, and if you've got a question for our experts, Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe, fire them through on 0437 774 774. Ryan O'Keefe, welcome.
Yes, great to be here. This is going to be a blockbuster, I hope. In my personal opinion, I think this is the grand final preview. I think these two, the Tigers, are making their run at the right time, getting some personnel back. The Eagles have been solid all year, so I'm really looking forward to this. The conditions it's quite blowy and blustery outside, so it might just suit the Tigers, and they're just get it forward, pressure, surge, that sort of mentality, not as controlled and measured as, say, the Eagles want to move the ball. So, look, I think both teams want to flex their muscles, show a bit of form, and and keep that rolling into the September action.
Alongside Rhino Keep this afternoon, Nathan Burke. Welcome once again.
Thanks, mate. I echo the sentiments. Absolutely excited about this one. You just look at the team sheet and there's matchups all over the ground that you just can't wait to see happen. And probably one of the big ones is we've got Asprey and Grimes down there for the Tigers, who play a certain style of football. They read the play really well, happy to sag off their opponents. They trust their ability to read the ball. But then you've got Kennedy and Darling. Does that actually change the way that you play? Do you have to get a little bit close? Do you have to man up, play a little bit more one-on-one than what the Tigers normally do? So the way that they handle that, you got Hickey and Nankervis in the ruck. It's going to be a fascinating game, this one.
So when you have a matchup so late in the season, do you feel like there's any tricks you sort of leave up your sleeve for an afternoon, potentially in September, or do you feel like today will give us a true gauge as to who is the premiership favourite?
You can almost double bluff them. So you go out there and you play all your tricks, and then the other team going, they're going to use those tricks next time. I think the most important thing here is winning the game. We'll do whatever you need to do to win the game, so that when you go out and play that team again, you've got to be more confident because you've actually won the game. So that winning mentality is far more important than covering up one or two tricks that you might have.
Yeah, good teams don't use tricks.
No.
Good teams just do the basics, the fundamentals over and over, better than anyone for longer. So the tricks don't work. There might be maybe a couple of matchups that they might just alter to see what might work. But as I said, I think Richmond on a good vein of form. I think they want to keep that momentum going. Momentum in this game is really important, so you don't want to drop that. And the Eagles too, I suppose, they want to see they're back at the G, big crowd, big pressure, whether they can give themselves a really good dress rehearsal for what's coming up in the coming weeks.
I don't want to take too much away from you guys. I just want to let you preview the match. You can sort of focus on the forwards, the midfields, the defence. The battle of the key heavyweight forwards, I guess, is the area I might start you on, with the Tigers pair of Lynch and Revolt having combined for 33 goals in the last 8 games they played together, while the Eagles obviously have the two twin towers in Darling and Kennedy having kicked 88 goals from their 18 games together. Where do you want to start and where you think today will be won and lost?
Yeah, I still think the game will be won and lost in the midfield. That's where most of them are these days. But down forward, I think Schofield is a big loss for the Eagles. Very important player for them. He can play in a tall, can cover a bit of a shorter play as well. So that's going to leave them one short. But you look at Yo and Gaff in the middle against Edwards and Martin. That's mouth-watering as well. You've got Prestier and Shuey in there as well. Again, another one. Where do the Riolis play? Obviously the West Coast Rioli, he'll get up and down the ground. Daniel Rioli, where's he going to play? It's just fascinating who's going to get on top, and a lot of it might come down to the dominance of Hickey, who's been in some pretty good form. Nankervis has been out for a long time, working his way back in, but again, he's another one who sets them up and gets them in that positive frame of mind at those clearances. So really, I can't find where one team is going to have an advantage that they can exploit over the other one. If any area of the ground gets an advantage over the other one, it's because the other one isn't playing as well as they can. If they both play as well as they can, forward of the footy and behind the footy, well, this is anyone's game, Rhino.
If you look through the match, it's such an evenly matched side. If you go each forward line, they've got, obviously Tigers have got Lynch and Rewalt. Then you go the other end where they've got Kennedy and Darling. So you've got these power forwards which are going to go against each other. But I think each side's defence, the defenders are in good form and good. So it's so evenly matched. It's probably the players generally in these sort of games, it's your bottom 6 players that will make the difference. We know what the big dogs are going to do. We know what they generally are going to bring. It's your bottom guys that come in that are sort of around, your Lamberts and I know Rioli's got a bit of class, but does he step up and have a really good game for the Tigers? And then on the Eagles, you look at guys, the smalls of 4. You mentioned Rioli, but Ryan, these types, Cripps, what sort of contribution he does, So you look at those sort of bottom 6 players of each team, and I think that's where the game will be won. I think the big guys, we know what they're going to bring. It's your bottom 6 that generally determines the result of this game.
Yeah, even guys like the two Riolis, which one will have the biggest effect for their team?
Yep.
And that might go a long way to see who's actually going to win the footy. Bashir Hooley, he's such an important player to Richmond, sets him up coming off that half-back line. He's playing against maybe a Liam Ryan. How much of a leg rope does he give Ryan? Because we know that he can hurt them the other way. So will we see just a little bit of that tempering of that flair that we get from the Tigers, or will they just go for it?
One of the great stories throughout the match, of course, the two Rioli boys from the Tiwi Islands, Dan Rioli taking to Twitter to say they grew up playing footy on the road. They've never played against each other. They are at the MCG on one of the biggest stages. The final member of our team in the front row of the grandstand, Jess Webster, good afternoon.
Thanks, Clincher. Yes, amazing atmosphere down here already at ground level. Just a quick update on the weather. It's currently 18 degrees and overcast, but that rain is coming. It is expected to hit us in the first half. Can't wait for this game to get underway, boys.
So the high stakes at the MCG, the two most recent premiers. Into the unknown we go on Grandstand AFL. It's the Tigers and the Eagles. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
September's come early here at the G as Hickey wins the tap for the Eagles, but it's Dusty who grabs the footy, drives it deep centre clearance to the top of the goal square. Lynch and Rewalt down there, spoiled away. And McGovern, last line of defence, collects for the Eagles. He goes short with the kick out to Hutchings, who marks in the back pocket. Richmond now home jumper with the black shorts. West Coast in the royal blue with the gold wings and the white shorts on as Hutchings goes short to Hearn, the premiership captain. He swings it from one back pocket to the other, and Shepherd marks for West Coast.
Shepherd in the right back pocket kicks to the members' wing where Waterman's made space. Centre wing marks and plays on. Asprey offers chase. Beautiful kick to Rioli, who marks just inside the boundary. Ryan it was on the break, who marks it right half forward. Ryan looks and finds a player all on his own as Sheed. No one within 5 metres of him, and he's able to take a comfortable mark on his chest, slightly right of centre, 45 metres from goal.
Richmond defenders just all sort of zoned back there to just guard grass, and as we know, West Coast are very measured in how they're going to use the ball, and you know if you can control and own the ball off Richmond and don't give them that opportunity to counter-attack, especially off that your own half-forward line, that's a beautiful kick by Ryan to find the free.
Dom Sheed, the grand final hero, shoots from right on 50. Starts at left. It won't quite have the journey. It's still alive. It's taken by Darling. He puts it through on the goal line. Terrible defence from the Tigers. And the opening goal goes the West Coast Eagles' way through 90 seconds. It's the Eagles one straight to the Tigers yet to score.
Well, that was terrible defence on the goal line, but it was terrible defence all the way from the other end of the ground to allow the West Coast Eagles to switch the ball and then quite easily find 3 targets all by themselves. And you picked it, Rhino. Richmond were just going, you know what, we're just going to go back, guard our grass. You can't do that against West Coast Eagles. And as we were talking at the start of the game, how much of a leg rope are they going to give these players, or are they going to have to get a little bit closer? Judging by what we've seen in the first 5 minutes, they're going to have to get a lot closer to the Eagles.
It's an important goal. Darling's a real confidence player, so for him to get off the mark early, he set himself up for a big game.
Can't believe it wasn't punched through.
Kick 6 the last time these two teams met, the only meeting between the two sides since round 4 of 2017, as Shuey soccers the ball out of the middle, so a centre clearance for the Eagles. Broad, clever, knocks it away in his 50th game to Vlosten, who takes on 2 tacklers. Hand pass away to Edwards, feeds it forward to Preskia, kicks down the southern wing, Hickey chops it out. Yo for the Eagles, hand pass back inboard, unkind bounce for Hawley, jumps on top of it, coughs it up, away it comes to Ryan, kicks the Eagles into the pocket. Kennedy chasing the footy, trying to turn Asprey inside out. Kennedy just concedes to the boundary line and is helped over by Asprey, and a throw-in forward pocket for the Eagles. They're attacking the city end of the ground, an overcast day at the G. The red footy out. Huge matchup, Richmond and West Coast, the last two premiers.
Toss back into play, Darling doing the ruck work. Free kick in the ruck battle, going the way of the West Coast Eagles.
Well, if these players have watched the football over the weekend so far, they would have seen a plethora of ruck free kicks and midfielder free kicks. Any slight holding on or retarding for players from running, umpires have been red hot. So to get one early in the game shows that potentially, you know, they may not be watching the footy, which you need to do.
Get your thoughts as to whether it was there or not against Ivan Soldo in a moment. Darling pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out. He'll put down 2 in the opening 3.5 minutes of the match. West Coast with the fast start. They have the opening 2 goals. Richmond yet to score. It's just 13 disposals to 4 the way of the Eagles. Ryan O'Keefe and Nathan Burke, your experts.
Well, look out. He's too early, Darling. He's going to be up and about. But that free kick was there. He had him in a sleeper hold almost, Soldo. So, to me, Eagles look up and about. They're very proactive. Darling took the ruck, got front position, got active, looks like they just got more energy and a bit more on the front foot. So Tigers just starting to look a little bit reactive.
A little worry for me was Basher Hawley, who's such a talisman for this team, picked up the ball in the middle of the ground and just handballed it really panically. And that's not a good sign.
8th consecutive game Jack Darling's kicked multiple goals. We're only 4 minutes in. He's got the first 2. And he's fast becoming the main man in the Eagles forward line. And Josh Kennedy, the champion, multiple-time Coleman medalist, playing second fiddle in his own 50 at the moment. Darling in supreme touch. As the umpire with a crooked bounce in the middle, so from the restart, tosses it in the air. Soldo whacks it down for Richmond. There's Dusty again, first possession. Hand pass out to Edwards, kicks Richmond into the forward pocket. Lynch the target, 1-on-1 with McGovern. Lynch, no mark, follows up, tries to tap it away to Rewalt, wanted a free kick, won't get it. And his hand pass ends up over the boundary line. A throw in forward pocket for the Tigers. Kicking to the punt road end in the opening term. West Coast with the first 2 goals. 5 minutes in, they lead it by 12.
Tigers supporters not happy.
Are they ever?
No, wanted a free kick.
Toss back into play. Soldo in front, wins down the tap, but straight to Gaff of the Eagles. High kick towards Darling, who takes the mark at half back.
Look out, he's on today.
Just held his body position in front of Broad. And with 2 goals already next to his name. He's starting to look like a dominant force. Chips the ball inboard to Nelson, who marks at the back edge of the centre square. Back inside the defensive 50 to Shepherd by foot. Looks at the options in the corridor. Kicks to Hearn. Half pass back to Nelson. Through the middle of the ground, the Eagles go. Works it to Hutchings. Forward by hand to Sheed. Now the kick inside the 50. It's a chaos ball. Bounce elude Grimes. Asprey got the hand pass. Grimes couldn't take it. Kennedy trying to lock the footy in. The reinforcements arrive and the umpire will throw it up just 30 metres out from the West Coast Eagles goal at the city end.
I love that ball move by West Coast. Darling takes the mark, sort of holds it up, gets Richmond to get in that real skinny down the line defence, and then they just chip their way through the other side.
Soldo wins the tap. Ellis collects, back pocket, hand pass away to Grimes, over to Graham, up against the boundary line, kicks Richmond off half back. Not a great kick. Rotham out to meet it. Ball ricochets off him to Edwards. Hand pass almost picked off. Ellis goes in, wins it again, gives it back to Edwards under pressure. Pack forms behind him with Hearn tackled, dispossessed. Umpire lets them roll. This is Redden. He's wrapped up, ball and all, by Ellis. And a ball up 60 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Look hot today, West Coast. They've kicked the first 2, 6.5 minutes in. Particularly motivated here at the G against the Tigers. As Soldo stands up, shakes the tackle. Hand pass away to Prestia, to Martin. Sweeps it further afield to Edwards. And he releases Hawley on the southern wing.
His kick towards Lynch. As Lynch was looking to lead up the ground. Jeremy McGovern read it best. He takes the mark at left half back. He's kicked to Gaff, asked him to stretch. He couldn't take the mark, and Bolton's onto it for the Tigers. High kick inside the 50. Revolt underneath it. Barras from the side. Caddy getting back there, takes the mark on his chest.
It's just come off just a turnover. Just a little outstretch for Gaff. Probably could have taken it, but that's the danger of turning over against good teams.
Unusual mark there by Caddy. He was the 3rd man into the contest. He thought Rewalt first, and he thought Barras is going to smash it. They both missed it. Landed in Caddy's arms.
Pretty much directly in front, 30 metres out. A steadier for the Tigers as Josh Caddy steers it through. His 15th goal of the season, and Richmond are on the board at the 8-minute mark of the opening term. They're 1 straight 6. The West Coast Eagles 2 straight 12. Wherever you're listening around the country on Grandstand AFL, you're with Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe.
Against the flow and momentum, that goal. So, as I said, just come off a turnover, which is probably something Gaff would gobble up, 9 times out of 10, really.
Well, marks are 11-1 in favour of the West Coast Eagles. That was their first mark in the game. Just goes to show they haven't been able to use their feet, find the free player. They've been a little bit panicked, a little bit hurried, and that was, as you called it, Clinchy, a real settler.
So Chol and Hickey in the ruck here. Of course, Nankervis, after the teams were announced, he withdrew with injury, so Soldo keeps his place in this side as Chol down to Martin, high up and under, and running back with a flight. Gaff. Tremendous mark, lays it off by hand to Rotham. Hand pass away to Shepherd. The Eagles off half back, kicks to a 1-on-1. Prestia spoils. Rotham tracking the footy, can't control it. Jetta, hand pass to Rotham, keeps it alive. Gives it to Nelson in front of the interchange gates. Kicks across his body down to half forward. Ryan goes to ground. Chol attacking the footy, can't come down with it. Here's Cripps, he's wrapped up by Chol. Gives it to Darling. It was a throw against Cripps and a free kick to come back to Chol, half back to the Tigers. West Coast by 6 points. Jack Darling kicked the first 2 goals. Cuddy with the last in the game. 2 straight to 1 straight. 9 minutes in, the Eagles by 6.
Joel back inside the defensive 50, finds Broad. Played, of course, the 10 games in 2017 plus the grand final. Goes short to Grimes. He's done such a great job in the absence of Alex Rance. Back inside the defensive 50 to Martin. He plays on. Kicks to Prestia, who marks defensive side of the broadcast wing. West Coast by 6 points. Where 2 for the Tiger midfielder. It's a worm burner to Ross. He picked it up well. Got the hand pass away to Hooley inside the 50. Kicks towards Lynch and Barras 1-on-1. Lynch flies and claims the mark. Both coming from different directions. Lynch was starting out to the right. Barras would have liked his effort from the left, but in the end, Lynch was able to clunk the mark.
That's 2 efforts now by Barras. He's missed the ball. He's giving his key forward, whether it's Lynch or Rewell, just too much separation to allow them to run and jump, rather just checking them with a bit of body work.
50 goals so far for the season for Tom Lynch. 22 goals since the bye. His first shot on goal is out to the right. And a minor score. Richmond 1-1-7 to the West Coast Eagles 2 straight 12. 10 minutes gone opening quarter at the MCG.
And without Schofield, Barras has to stand up. But they're 2 very ordinary efforts. He was in the best spot twice to spoil the ball and had complete fresh areas.
Jetta plays on short to Barras, gives it back to him by hand as Jetta kicks off half-back down the members' wing.
Ooh.
Couple of Tigers converge and in from the side. Darling, what a collision mid-air. The umpire spotted a free kick. It's a Richmond kick and Darling is very slow to get up. He's still lying out on the deck at the moment. And a couple of trainers come to him. He's in trouble, Jack Darling.
It's either a knee in the back or in the glute.
He's very stiff.
It's a knee in the glute. It's a big corky.
In the middle of the wing here. So Darling, after a hot start, is in the hands of the trainers. Richmond cutting through the corridor. Bolton kicks out towards Castagna. 1-on-1 with Nelson, who spoils. West Coast win it as Barras hand pass out to Shepherd to Hutchings off half back. He kicks outside of the defensive arc and finds Allen, who marks for the Eagles.
Jeff Webster on the boundary.
Darling's pushed away the trainers and he's running back into the forward line at the moment, guys. He's tough as nails.
Allen chips the ball over the top to Gaff.
He's hardly got a limp up. I thought there was stretcher time there for a second, the way he was laying on the ground. But good news for the game. He's up and running now without a limp.
He might need a donut for the plane trip back, though.
Gaff inboard to Shuey. He kicks back inside the defensive 50 to Jetta. And then out to McGovern at right half back, who juggles the mark. Got the job on Jack Revolt this afternoon. Such an important player in the West Coast intercepting game. Works the kick over the top to Shepherd, who marks in front of the 2 benches on the members' side.
This is about a defensive effort by the Tigers now. They're making them go backwards and sideways and slowing them down.
So Shepherd back to Jetta. Jetta to Barras, centre half back as he swings his kick out to the opposite flank. Finds Rotham. Hand pass just misses Gaff. He mops it up on the bounce. Kicks down the southern wing. Spots up Yo. Takes the mark. Just forward of halfway for the Eagles. Rolls onto the right boot. Kicks it deep into the pocket. Underneath it, Broad slips through his hands. Darling collects under pressure. Hand pass over to Cripps. High up and under it at the drop. Hickey takes the mark, standing in the corridor all alone. And he's got it 25 metres out, just right of centre.
Yeah, old Chol decided to be the goalkeeper. He went back to the goal square just in case it was a shot at goal. Came off the outside of the boot, and Hickey, very fortunate to be standing 20 metres out. For a big fella, he's quite a good shot at goal. Hopefully I don't moz him here, but he is a pretty good set shot.
One of the recruits of the season, got him for nothing. He's played 17 out of the 21 games in the premiership side. Tom Hickey moves in. Set shot goalward. He threads it. West Coast have 3 of the first 4. A hot start for the reigning premiers. 13 minutes in at the G. They lead it 3 straight. Richmond 1-1. It's West Coast by 11 points. 14 minutes played opening term. Nathan Burke, Ryan O'Keefe.
Darling, again, his contest around there. He busted through a couple of tackles and got the hands over to Cripps. A lucky kick off the side. The boot landed in Hickey's hands. But I just like the way West Coast are moving the ball. McGovern had it here on their back flank. Tigers' defence gets really skinny. What I mean by that is they get all their numbers invested down the line trying to force you to kick to that contest. Eagles say, no, we'll just go around you, and they work their way around, use the wings, and once they get over halfway, they'll go long and direct.
Ryan O'Keefe with you on Grandstand AFL. Michael's been in touch from Perth. He's spraying at the moment. Just making mention that the TV broadcast is not on free-to-air in WA. So I hope we can keep you close to the action at the moment at the MCG. That bounce sprays out to the right, so it will be recalled.
That'll be a delayed telecast, which I think in this day and age it's basically not on at all. It's great to have you with us throughout the West.
Scholl and Allen in the ruck. Comes away of Shuey, who was taken high by Scholl. And Norm Smith medalist to take the free kick in the middle of the ground. Wants to switch the hand pass out to Hearn, who runs his full measure and then unloads with a long kick inside the 50. Kennedy comes out, got hands to it, couldn't hang on to it. Asprey for the Tigers, away to Short, and now to Edwards. He clears the defensive 50 with a kick to Bolton. It was just wide of him. Coming the other way was Nelson. Bolton swatted it on, got it to Castagna. He cuts past a couple. Hand pass to Graham. Here go the Tigers. Out the back is Lynch. He marks it right half forward. Runs inside the 50. Rioli almost got him. Hand pass forward to Bolton. Back to Castagna, 30 metres out. He kicks around the body, a bouncing ball, which bounces over the head of Shepherd and goes through. We've seen some odd bounces here at the MCG in big matches. And Jason Castagna wouldn't be able to believe it that he was able to bounce it end over end and get it over the last line. The Tigers with another goal. They're second of the match. They're 2-1-13. The West Coast Eagles 3 straight 18. The Eagles by 5 points through 15 minutes on Grandstand AFL.
Look like some of the balls that come off the Lord's cricket wicket at the moment. That was plenty of bounce on that. But yeah, just they had that wave come through, and Eagles just couldn't quite just stop them getting that momentum forward.
I thought they'd overdone it a little bit. Too many handballs in the forward line, but West Coast were a little bit slow getting back, and the Tigers had the numbers there, got themselves out of trouble, and you take a bit of luck in this game. The ball bounces 5 metres in front of the players on the goal line and straight over their head.
And after 16 minutes, first time we've seen that trademark Tigers footy in the middle as they get going on the overlap. In the middle of the ground, and trying to clear is Edwards, marked on the back edge of the centre square by Jetta. He moves up and marking over the top of Prestia. Decides to cut straight through the corridor. Looks for Willie Rioli. Collects on the bounce. Hand pass away to Redden. Clipped high from Vlost, and umpire says he ducked into it. Pack forms underneath the pair of them, and the umpire now calls for a ball up. There's a bit of push and shove too, with Rioli and Edwards involved, and a ball up here, attacking edge of the centre square for the Eagles. They led it by 5 points after 16 minutes.
A lot of numbers around this contest. Allen won it down for the Eagles, but Edwards onto it. Half pass intercepted by Jetta of the Eagles. He cuts through traffic, kicks inside the 50 on the half volley for Kennedy. He dives on the footy, knocks it out to Ryan. Head down, ran into Vlosten. Umpire waves play on. The footy comes clear. Hooley onto it for the Tigers. Away to Ellis in the left back pocket. He kicks off the outside of the boot. Get it out of here. Hearn runs onto it in front of Scholl. Half pass inboard to Waterman. Works the hand pass away, and Redden picks it up for the Eagles.
Dishes it back to Rotham. The late inclusion for Schofield as he kicks a high ball down to half forward. Soldo flies, drops it. Petruccelli racing through. Whistle on the play. Free kick coming back Richmond's way as Short was taken high. It's going against Cripps. So a free kick for Short as he swings it from the left back pocket to the right half back flank. Finds Ross, the youngest player on the ground, as he kicks down the wing. And Lynch takes the mark ahead of the logo for the Tigers.
Players streaming forward inside the 50. Castagna and Martin. Up goes Rotham. Great mark. Josh Rotham in just his 4th AFL game, showing he's not intimidated by the big stage of the MCG. Short to Hearn, who works it over the top to Nelson, still inside the defensive 50 for the West Coast Eagles. Thereby leading by 5 points. 3 straight 18 to the Tigers, 2-1-13. Nelson hard up against the boundary, kicks to the middle of the members' wing. Both Darling, Nelson and Kennedy are there, spoiled away. Hooley onto it for Richmond. Hand pass to Baker, little sidestep around Kennedy. Allen got the smother, trying to knock it clear for the Eagles. Hooley back onto it, tackle by Kennedy. There's no backward steps being taken at the moment.
You can just see that both why these teams are up the top. They just do the fundamentals well. Their pressure acts, the tackling, they stick them all.
There's a free kick for a push in the back, and Allen's going to get it as Soldo just drilled into it, the numbers on his back. And so West Coast number 12 to take the kick. The crowd estimate ordinarily really good here at the G. They were predicting 48,000. I dare say there's more than that in already, as Allen sets the contest kick down to half forward. Spills down to Yo. Hand pass over his shoulder. Broad has a fumble. Picked up by Petruccelli. He's dropped it now. Through traffic, and Vlosten comes away with it for the Tigers. Hand pass to Ellis. Gives it to Prestia under pressure. Shepherd attacks it in the centre square. Wins it for the Eagles. Gives it to Hickey, to Nelson. He's wrapped up by Lambert. Tough, hard footy. 2 of the competition's heavyweights going at it. And a ball up in the centre square here, attacking side for the Eagles. West Coast by 5 points after 19 minutes.
Soldo wins down the tap for the Tigers, looking for Prestia. It's taken though by Sheed. Got the hand pass to Hickey. Great smother by Edwards. Back onto the footy. Tackle by Waterman. Prestia picks it up. Hand pass to Soldo to Lambert through traffic. Tackle by Gaff. Not sure he got a hand pass away. Footy locked underneath him as they scrap forward at ground level. And Gaff and Prestia can't be separated. The umpire will toss it up just to the Richmond way of the two centre circles. It's the Eagles by 5 points.
I love this footy. This is a sensational finals-like footy. Hard contest.
Soldo wins it down at his feet. Yo picks it up for the Eagles. Hand pass to Waterman. Surge kick to centre half forward for West Coast. Darling forced to spoil. Crumbing front and centre. Rioli racing away for the Eagles. The dribble kick goal and he bounces it through. Willie Rioli provides the first highlight by Rioli this afternoon. I dare say it won't be the last. West Coast 4 straight, Richmond 2-1-13. It's an 11-point lead for the Eagles at the 20-minute mark of the opening term.
Living die by the sword there. I thought, just run in, drop punt. He's dribbled it. It's gone through. But
not to mention he had Liam Ryan as well.
I know. Anyway, look at that. That's one of the strengths of Eagles. Their smalls seem to be a bit more active in the forward line at the moment. So obviously Darling and Kennedy are crunching the packs, bringing the ball. But you look at Petrocelli, Ryan, Rioli, they're getting busy around there. They're looking a lot more dangerous than the small forwards for Richmond.
Yeah, I think the Richmond small defenders need to just pay a little bit more attention to them.
West Coast back out by 11 points. Bounce back in the middle of the ground. It sprays out to the left, and another one that will be recalled.
Throw it up.
As a small forward, though, you hit the pack at pace and it lands in your lap. You're thinking, happy days. How good is this? Because you can do that 90 times out of 100, and not very often it lands on your lap like that.
Thrown up back in the middle. Hickey protected the space, trying to get it down. Martin couldn't take it cleanly. Quickly gathered by Redden. Hand pass to Sheed. High up and under kick, in which Caddy sits underneath and takes the mark on his chest on the Great Southern Stand wing. West Coast by 11 points. Caddy thinks about switching play. With a delicate kick into the middle of the ground, he finds Hooley, who then flares it towards the broadcast side. Ryan got back, spoiled it away from Ellis. It bounces end over end and rolls out of play.
That's great defensive work there by Ryan. Sensational courage.
West Coast 4 straight, Richmond 2-1-13, and was a late change. Schofield out listed as managed as Rotham takes his place in the team. No late change for the Tigers. From the boundary throw-in, Hickey gets rid of Soldo, grabs it out the ruck, kicks down to half forward. Darley 1-on-1 with Grimes. The ball passes them both by and slips out of play. 45 out from the Eagles goal.
Well, I just think at the moment, Tigers' rucks in Soldo and Chol, they're just a little bit of a liability at the moment. They're just getting a few mistakes and getting beaten up around the ground a little bit.
West Coast by 11, time on in the opening term. Both rucks miss it. Petrocelli waiting at the back, snaps outside right boot, bends it through. Petrocelli picking it up at the back of the boundary throw-in and just curved it beautifully on the outside of his right boot. And West Coast pushed further away. 5 straight. Richmond 2-1-13, 23 played opening term. The Eagles out by a game high 17 points. Jess Webster on the boundary.
There are concerns for Mark Hutchings on the Eagles bench at the moment. He spent a considerable amount of time on the bench having lengthy chats with the physios and the doctors. It is some sort of leg complaint. I'm still unsure exactly the extent of his injury. He's currently on the bike at the moment, just keeping his legs warm, but there are concerns about whether or not he may come back on.
Berkey, you sort of mentioned before, Tigers' small defenders, they've got to start lifting their weight and playing their role, because the Eagles' small forwards are very dangerous at the moment.
And Shane Edwards has had 8 touches, but if you're standing next to somebody in your defensive area, you've got to man them up. That was terrible.
Back in the middle of the ground. Martin comes up with it for the Tigers, tries to brush out of a tackle, lost it, Yo onto it. Hand pass to Brichicelli, away to Rioli. He kicks inside the 50. Allen on the lead, marks. Oh, that was beautiful from the Eagles out of the middle. And Oscar Allen didn't have to break stride leading out of the goal square.
Again, what Eagles are very good at, their players, is absorbing the tackle or the pressure around the contest to free their hands out and give it to their runners. So they've come to play, the Eagles.
Hard out to the right, kicking from only about 25 metres out. Oscar Allen with 3 goals last week against the Adelaide Crows. He's kicked 7 goals in the last 5 weeks. Looking to extend this West Coast Eagles lead. He comes in, strikes it well, straight through the middle. 3 on the trot for the West Coast Eagles, and they've made their break. A 23-point advantage. They're 6 straight 36 to the Tigers 2-1-13. 24 minutes gone opening quarter on Grandstand AFL with Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe.
Well, everything's going right for the Eagles, but they're making it go right. They're dominating around the play, but most importantly, they're translating that onto the scoreboard. You're taking their chances, 6 goals straight. And considering what we've seen on the weather radar, this is probably going to get a little bit ugly before it gets better. This game, to kick 6 goals straight before it turns, you can't underestimate that. This is a really important start.
It is. It's the old saying, Bergie, shot before the rush, isn't it?
Checker Hughes. It's just after 2 o'clock, showers forecast here at the G this afternoon in West Coast. With such a bright start, they've got their chest out, the reigning premiers. There's a free kick in the middle. Yo's held without it against Bolton, so another centre bounce clearance coming up for the Eagles. Looking particularly motivated here today against the premiership favourites according to most bookmakers, as the long kick from Yo deep inside the forward 50. Grimes chops it off, takes the intercept mark, hand pass to Hawley, kicks down the wing, wanted reroll. McGovern comes across and spoils out of bounds. A throw in between wing and half forward for the Eagles. Just sending out another reminder to the footy world here in the opening term. They've kicked 6 of the first 8 goals against the Tigers. West Coast by 23 points, time on opening term.
Toss back into play. Hickey, who's dominated the early stages against Shoal. Hickey once more palms it down. Shuey couldn't take it. Martin good for Richmond. Rolls the dice in the middle of the ground. It's over the head of Caddy. Leading the race is Rotham. Caddy over round the footy. Has to fight for it. Rioli gets in. That's Dan for Richmond. Hand pass to Short. Hand pass to Lambert. Dumped in a tackle by Waterman. He didn't have possession, says the umpire. And Kane Lambert to take it attacking side of the centre square. Sends the ball inside 50 towards Lynch. Shove on McGovern. No whistle. Yes, there was. The non-officiating umpire made the call from the middle of the ground. Jeremy McGovern will take it in the left back pocket. The Eagles by 23 points.
Yeah, McGovern's doing really well. He's playing in front of Lynch. Lynch likes to lead up and get on the move. So just cutting his space off by just playing in front.
McGovern kicks down the southern wing, spills to Floston. Hand pass away to Prestia. Miss Caddy by hand, and Ryan steals the footy. Hand pass along the boundary line to his own advantage. Little kick down the line. Superb work, Liam Ryan. And hits Josh Kennedy, who marks up on halfway. The oldest man on the ground, Josh Kennedy, at 31. He goes back with his kick and finds Rotham. Defensive side of the wing. He swings it all the way into the defensive arc for McGovern. He can come out the right half back. Barris collects on the bounce. Hands it to Shepherd. A little ugly. Surge kick down the wing. Underneath it, Cripps. No mark, got hands to it. Spills to Ellis. Richmond win it back. Hand pass to Grimes, and now on to Dusty.
Works it to Martin at half back. Takes a bounce, almost brought down by Cripps. The kick to Hawley, hung in the air a while, spoiled away by Kennedy. Onto a Jetta, gets the hand pass away. Redden works it back to Jetta. He kicks straight down the middle. It's over the head of Rioli. Floston ran onto it, couldn't take it. Rioli could. Willie works it forward to Kennedy. Hand pass away to Cripps, snaps off the outside of the boot and kicks another. The West Coast Eagles are making a statement here at the MCG. They're out by 29 points, 7 goals to 2 in the opening quarter. The Eagles 7 straight 42, the Tigers 2-1-13, 27 minutes gone opening quarter.
They're just clean at the moment, very clean, very precise how they want to move the ball. Their half-back line's so dangerous. When you get in the hands of Shepherd, Jetta or Hearn, they're just slicing through. The Tigers are just all camping back, and there's free Eagles everywhere, and they're just being so measured and just like a surgeon, cutting straight through the defence.
Marks at the moment, 12 to Richmond, 32 to West Coast Eagles. Even when Richmond do have time and space, they can't find a target. We've seen Martin miss a couple of targets coming through the middle. They're good ball users. Hawley sat one on top of Rewald's head, not using the footy well at all.
Just waltzing through the corridor, West Coast. And as Clinchy said, making a real impression in this opening term is Hickey with the centre clearance down towards Petruccelli. Spills the mark. Richmond away down the southern wing. This is Bolton up into the front half. Kicks down to half forward. Shepherd gets himself in front. No marked. Falls to McGovern. He's locked up by Chol. Ball held in. Umpire says ball up. 45 out from the Richmond goal at right half forward. Eagles by 29. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Hutchings has now gone down into the rooms, guys, so there is some serious concerns that over a leg injury. I think it's a soft tissue injury, but I'm just not too sure at the moment, trying to find out more information.
Hickey took it out of the ruck, kick intercepted by Ellis, gets the hand pass away to Short. We know he's a long-range kick. And from outside 50, The precision marksman strikes a much-needed goal for the Tigers. Their third. They're 3-1-19 to the West Coast Eagles, 7 straight 42. The Eagles have kicked the previous 4 goals of the match. 29 minutes gone in the opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. You're with Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe.
It's underestimation. That's a well-needed goal. A little bit lucky to get that. It just came off another shank kick off Hickey out of the ruck. But they'll set up well behind the ball. But that's something they needed. They just needed a little settler to cut this momentum.
And you look at the big flags down there in the Richmond cheer squad, they're just holding them up. And it looks to be, we know it swirls around here a fair bit, but it seems to be the wind favouring the Richmond end, which is another bad sign for the scoreboard and the Tigers.
And Shannon Hearn won the toss and kicked to the city end. So the Eagles with 7 goals against the breeze. Hickey wins the tap in the middle and will have a ball up again as Yo's locked up straight away.
Helen's been in touch and tells us it's cold and wet in Donald. Go Eagles.
Floodlights on, overcast day here at the G and rain on the way as Hickey wins the tap. Redden's kick smothered, ricochets to Gaff. Hand pass out towards Jetta. They're going forward again, the Eagles. Kick headed for Darling. Kennedy from the back. Asprey spoils at the drop. Rioli picks it up, kicks goalward, brought back as the goalkeeper takes the mark. Last line of defence, lays it off by hand to Grimes, who can kick out the half back.
The kick towards Ross, but a turn who takes the intercepting mark for the Eagles. Hard out to the left, 52 metres from goal. Here's a long raking kick, but this might be just beyond him.
This will test my wind theory here because this would be the worst spot on the ground to kick a goal from, if I'm correct.
He's taking his full 30 seconds. And now starts his approach. The West Coast Eagles captain, the All-Australian from 55, unloads with a bomb. Just misses to the left-hand side. I was turning to you, Nathan Burke.
Yep, I was incorrect.
Eagles by 24 points.
If that was into the wind that I think's out there, that would have gone about 80 metres with no wind.
7 goals to 3 in the opening term. The reigning premiers. The West Coast Eagles up by 24. Asprey from the back pocket. Kicks out to half-back Shepherd, leaping over the top, and Raywalt falls to spoil. Out of bounds it goes. 60 out from the Eagles' goal. What an opening quarter. A pick-em type game, and
Eagles are going at 81% disposal efficiency compared to 68 for the Tigers.
A bit of blood coming from the nose for Shepherd as he makes his way off the ground. For the boundary throw in, Chol wins it down. Hand pass from Redden away to Shuey at high half forward. Kicks inside 50. Darling over the top, can't complete the mark. Spills down to Asprey. Hand pass along the ground to Bashahuli. Arches the back, gets away from Kennedy. Gives it to Graham, who kicks from centre half back for the Tigers.
Dan Rioli takes the mark. He's attacking side of the centre circles inside the middle of the MCG. He's got Revolt leading short and Lynch long. He hasn't decided yet. Now he goes long. It just hangs in the air. It suits McGovern as he comes out and takes the mark.
Terrible play by Rioli. They had the fast play through the centre corridor of the ground. The Richmond players are streaming forward. He just held on. In the end, he just bombed the ball up right into McGovern's wheelhouse. Terrible play.
And the siren sounds for quarter time here at the MCG. The West Coast Eagles leading by 24 points, 7-1-43 to the Tigers, 3-1-19. Let's go down to Jess Webster.
It's actually a nasty knock for Brad Shepherd as he came to the bench. The blood's coming out of his mouth. I think he actually might have some damage to his teeth, so a couple of doctors attending to him at the moment. As for Mark Hutchings, he has re-emerged from the rooms with some tape on his thigh, and it potentially, I think it was a hamstring injury in the end. So concerns about him and concerns for Shepherd as well.
Thanks, Jess. Jess Webster down on the boundary. The West Coast Eagles at quarter time leading by 24 points. For the Eagles, 2 goals to Jack Darling. He was also cannoned into in a marking contest, but was okay to continue on. Individual goals to Allen, Cripps, Hickey, Petrocelli and Willie Rioli. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, their goals have come through Castagna, Short and Caddy. Quarter time here at the MCG. We thought this match might be the match of the weekend. So far, it hasn't disappointed. The Eagles by 24.
West Coast highest scoring opening quarter of the season, Clinchy. So 7 goals, 1 beats their previous best effort of 6-5, and it comes in their biggest game of the regular season here at the G in the penultimate round of the season.
And, of course, you can get in touch with us on the SMS 0437 774 774. One question for our experts: which is the more formidable duo at the moment, Revolt and Lynch or Kennedy and Darling? The thoughts of Ryan O'Keefe and Nathan Burke to come on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Radio Australia and Grandstand Digital.
Hi, I'm Costa Georgiadis from Gardening Australia. Everything the ABC does is for you, and you can help shape what we do with our online feedback community. ABC Your Space.
I like being able to have a say on my favourite programs.
It's good to know they're paying attention to us.
Love our programs? Help shape the ABC. Join Your Space. Join now for your chance to win an ABC event prize pack. Visit abcyourspace.net.au.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL. You're with Grandstand.
Toss back into play. Darling doing the ruck work. Free kick in the ruck battle going the way of the West Coast Eagles. Darling pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out. He'll put down 2 in the opening 3.5 minutes of the match. West Coast with the fast start. Runs inside the 50. Rioli almost got him. Half pass forward to Bolton. Back to Castagna, 30 metres out. He kicks around the body. A bouncing ball, which bounces over the head of Shepherd and goes through. We've seen some odd bounces here at the MCG in big matches. Jason Castagna wouldn't be able to believe it that he was able to bounce it end over end and get it over the last line.
Both rucks miss it. Petrocelli waiting at the back. Snaps outside. Right boot bends it through. Petrocelli picking it up at the back of the boundary throw-in and just curved it beautifully on the outside of his right boot. And West Coast pushed further away.
Boston ran onto it. Couldn't take it. Rioli could. Willie works it forward to Kennedy. Half pass away to Cripps. Snaps off the outside of the boot and kicks another. The West Coast Eagles are making a statement here at the MCG.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
7 goals to 3 from the reigning premiers in the opening quarter. They lead by 24 points at quarter time. The West Coast Eagles 7-1-43 to the Tigers 3-1-19. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Jess Webster down on the boundary. Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe for your experts.
To answer that question, it's definitely the Darling and Kennedy are the biggest impact on this game at the moment. Well, West Coast forwards, to be in particular, especially their small forwards, Ryan and Rioli, Evan Petrocelli getting in there. They're looking very busy, up and about. Not just their attacking, but some of the chase downs. Some of the chase downs from Ryan, just to run and put that perceived pressure and that real pressure on the Tigers as they're streaming through. And then what's happening with the marks is that, you know, Eagles are just clinically cutting their way through the defence, getting Richmond very skinny, and then their backs in terms of Jeddah, Shepherd, McGovern, Hearn. They're just too dangerous. They're not going to kick it back to you. They're not going to force it long what you want, Richmond. They're actually going to work their way through and around you. And once they go inside 50, they're very, very efficient. So I think Richmond really need to cut out this uncontested mark chain from the Eagles if they want to try and turn the ball over.
Putting a lot more pressure through the middle of the ground will absolutely help. The way Richmond love to play is pressure through the middle of the ground, forcing just a scruffy kick into the forward line, into their defensive area, win the footy there and then off to the races. But because they're putting no pressure around the middle of the ground, they're not winning those balls across the half-back line. The Eagles are able to pinpoint targets going inside the forward 50, and when it does hit the ground there, it's the West Coast Eagles small forwards who are getting to the ball first. You also look at the clearances, 16-8 in favour of the West Coast Eagles, so double the clearances. So when they're actually winning that clearance, they're maintaining possession, so Richmond can't get the ball back. And that's why they've like 31 uncontested marks to West Coast Eagles. You allow that again in a quarter, well, they're going to kick another 7 goals because you can't allow such a skillful team to use the ball in that manner. So for me, Richmond start to get a little bit tougher through the middle of the ground. A bit more pressure on West Coast Eagles. None of this just guarding grass, guarding space. Get closer, get tougher on your opponent, cause a couple of ball ups around the middle of the ground, try and win the clearance, get the ball going your way, because at the moment it's really ugly stuff.
It reminds me a little bit, it has similar trimming to the round 2 game between Collingwood and Richmond. I don't know if you remember that, where Collingwood had 96 more marks than Richmond that night.
That's the way to beat them.
Yep.
They want you to kick it long to the Richmond halfback, your half forward, and rebound there. Eagles are kicking long, but they're kicking it deep, so it goes over the top of that band, and that's why their forwards are getting busy. So there's the blueprint to beat Richmond. You keep the ball off them. Don't turn over in your half forward line.
Although they're playing with a deficit, as silly as it sounds, the rain might help Richmond if there's less of a marking game, despite the fact they're playing from behind.
Second quarter underway. The West Coast Eagles by 24 points. Soldo wins down the tap. But Edwards is unable to break clear. We'll do it once more. Hickey this time follows up, tries to tap it to the advantage of Yo. He's stuck on the bottom of the pack and the ball isn't coming clear. Some of the leading individual disposal getters. Lewis Jetta with 10, Shepherd with 7, McGovern with 6 for the Eagles. For the Tigers, Hooley with 9, Martin with 9, Edwards with 8. From the restart, Ellis tries to charge his way through. Martin can't rip through and find space in a congested contest. Edwards onto it, little sidestep, kicks off the outside of the boot. Tough one for Nelson, who tried to pick up the half volley. Now he's tackled by Bolton. The footy's stuck underneath him and the umpire will ball it up. Attacking side of the centre square for the Tigers.
So Eagles by 24 points. Umpire tosses it in the air. Soldo wins it down. Yo gets a little dribble kick forward. Picked off by Caddy inside the centre circles. Kicks off the side of the boot. Works out okay. Dan Rioli takes the mark. And that launch pad 70 out at half forward. He goes short to Martin. Umpire says not 15. Tough call. He's tackled by Yo. And the kick ends up straight with Ryan, who turns and pings it beyond the wing. Darling back with the flight. Takes the mark. So Darling racing back and awaits for the forward 50 to fill up. He's got it 70 out left half forward. West Coast by 24, 90 seconds into the second term. He straightens up. Back into the corridor to Yo. Two-time best and fairest winner, including in a premiership year. Was an All-Australian last year. Can you believe it? Comes out further wide to Shepherd, where Darling was moments ago. Kicks it inside 50. Kennedy from the back looked like he was going to mark it. Spills down to Waterman. Hands it to Shepherd. To Shuey's kick smothered. And Grimes with the smother comes away with the footy and hits Rewalt.
Now the Tigers are on the break. He kicks inboard to Martin. Just an inch further afield. So he holds up play for a moment or two, then kicks in the middle of the ground where the mark's taken by Lambert. Wanted to give away the hand pass, instead pushes back, kicks into the centre square. Prestier onto it, out to the left. The kick is a good one for Caddy. 55 from goal, standing start. It's across the face. Bolton going back with the fly. Can't pull it in with one arm. It's through for a minor score. The Eagles by 23 points. 2 minutes gone, second quarter.
I think that was Rewalt's first touch of the game. Yep. He's been very, very quiet.
A rain forecast after 2 p.m. local time, so that's about 10 minutes from now. It is very overcast. The floodlights are on here at the G as Hearn plays on from the kick out and drives it down the southern wing. Broad from the back, Spoils. Picked up by Sheed, back edge centre square for West Coast. Hands it to Shuey. Almost run down by Lambert. Goes to ground. Gives it to Redden. His hand pass ends up back with Lambert. Richmond win it again. Hands it out to Caddy. Kicks down to half forward. Rewald! Jacks up. And the studs up. Free kick is going to go against him. The umpire's called a studs up kick.
I hate this.
Against Rewalt.
I hate this.
The crowd is going to go berserk. It's a free kick for the Eagles, and Barris, after Rewalt took a superb flying juggled mark with his studs in the quad of Barris, gives away the kick. The Eagles go short to Sheed at half-back.
It's been a mark for 140 years of
ridiculous.
AFL football.
Absolutely ridiculous. That's Barras again. He's gone under the ball. That's the third time. He's in serious. He needs to get his eyes checked.
Over the top to Nelson, who sends it long around the Great Southern stand wing. Hickey spoils it away from Soldo. Prestia front and centre for the Tigers. Hand pass away to Martin. Kicks inside the 50, looking for Lynch. Spoiled away by McGovern. Now Hearn looking for the boundary line. Lynch onto it. Ducked by McGovern. Great tackle. Holding the ball.
It's worth backing over. The studs up free kick. There is a clause in there that it's potential to cause injury.
Yeah.
That is how the rules should be adjudicated. Berkey or Rocker, I'm not sure that was the potential to cause injury there.
You play AFL, you step out of the white line, there's potential to cause injury.
You get a scratch on his backside. That's it.
McGovern's kick towards Ryan, picked by Petrocelli. Long ball towards half forward. Kennedy locks the footy up with Grimes underneath, and the umpire will ball it up. There's the Queen's birthday one with Jeremy Howe, of course. So there has been occasions, but I don't think that impacted on the marking contest.
It wasn't even a kicking motion. It was just, I'm going to hold you back with my foot so I can actually get two hands up to mark the ball.
Hickey wins it out of the ruck, but stolen away by Edwards. Hands it to Castagna. He gives it to Martin. Can they run and go, the Tigers? Hands it off to Baker. Turns and kicks, looking for Lynch. Kick goes over his head. Barris chasing back along with Lynch, close to the boundary line. Lynch keeps it alive. Dan Rioli tries to do likewise. He runs out of room. He was taken high. Look, perhaps the indirect benefit from the free kick going against Rewalt is it's got the crowd involved. There's a massive crowd here at the G. We think somewhere around the 60,000 mark, and they're certainly hot at the moment. The general admission all the way back to the last row in the back of the Olympic stand here at the G. A really good roll-up, and more than were expected as Dan Rioli from wide out at half forward, up against the fence, kicks to the top of the goal square, off hands. It spills down in front of Bolton, picks it up for the Tigers. One way, then the other. Borks, snaps. He's got it. A highlight for Shea Bolton. And Richmond have come up with the first goal of the second term. The Tigers faithful get involved and the Eagles lead cut to 17. West Coast 7-1-43, Richmond 4-2-26. 6 played second quarter.
Well, the good news for the Tigers at quarter time was that it was actually only quarter time and they had 3 quarters to get themselves back into this game. The Eagles won't be happy with that because Bolton zigzag about 2-3 times. You can't let a player have that time and space in your forward line without getting a hand on him at all. But good finish there by Bolton. Badly needed by the Tigers.
Jess Webster on the boundary.
Hutchings has returned to the field for the Eagles with some heavy bandage on his upper left leg. He's spent nearly 30 minutes on the bench getting that left leg treated, but the good news is he's back out there.
Eagles lead cut to 17 points, thrown up in the middle of the ground. Soldo one down the tap. Sheedred at best for the Eagles. Kicks around his body to the members' wing. Ellis leads the foot race. Shuey after him. Ellis waits for it to bounce and gathers it. Centre wing. Kicks inside the 50. Lynch sets himself. Revolt in the pack as well. McGovern spoils it down. Dan Rioli couldn't take it. McGovern could. Tackled by Martin. Didn't get a hand pass away. Holding the footy. Dusty will take it at right half forward, 55 metres from goal. Moves it quickly, straight to the corridor, looking for Lynch, who rises and claims the mark in an impressive contested mark.
Smart play by Dusty then, because both McGovern, who gave away the free kick about 55 metres out, and Barras were both up there. So he realised that 2 key defenders are up the ground, kick it over their head, give my big tall players the best opportunity without their 2 best defenders down there.
Tom Lynch, no more than 15 metres out, directly in front. He had a sider in the first quarter, looking for back-to-back goals for the Tigers in a matter of minutes. He pops it through, and Richmond's belief is starting to build. The opening 2 goals of the second quarter to cut the margin back to 11 points. The Eagles 7-1-43 to the Tigers 5-2-32. 8 minutes gone, second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
If Jerry McGovern had his time again, he'd actually just fire at a handball, because he had 3 players to handball to, ignored 2 of them. By the time he went to handball to the third one, he got nabbed by Dusty Martin, and a very good kick by Dusty Martin.
Actually, Barras was back there with Lynch, but again, he's giving him too much separation. He's a liability down there at the moment, Barras. Everything else is solid for Eagles, but unfortunately for him, he's just giving Lynch too much room to run and jump.
It's one of the intriguing points coming in, of course, that the 2 key pillars in both teams' forward lines up against a tremendous team defence in the middle of the ground. The Eagles win it as Shuey gets a centre clearance down to half forward. Kind bounce for Darling. Can't get boot the ball. Knocked away towards Grimes. Hand pass out too short. His hand pass picked off. Redden gives it to Rioli. Tackled. Paddles it back to short. Richmond back with it. He's locked up by Redden and taken to ground. A ball up. 45 out from the Eagles' goal at half forward.
Great smother there by Hawley. And just limping a little bit, Darling, because when he smothered, he actually dived on his foot, and sometimes that can cause a bit of an injury.
West Coast by 11, but momentum has swung. Richmond have kicked the last 3. Allen wins the hit out, down towards Ryan. Kick comes back into the corridor. Redden just swacks it forward like Wayne Harms. Picked up here in the hot spot by Prestia as he gives it away to Martin. He takes on one tackler, shakes the would-be tackle from Gaff and kicks it deep down the wing for the Tigers.
Bouncing ball, which Lynch was able to rip it away from Hearn. Got the hand pass to Lambert. Pokes it to the run of Bolton. Bouncing ball. Barras, crucial tackle. Ball comes clear. Revolt tried to dribble it end over end. It stops in the pocket. Nelson onto it. Hand pass to McGovern. Chips the ball to Hearn. Just 25 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end. Hickey is free at half-back. He spots him on the members' side. He takes the mark and can play on. The ruckman kicks towards Allen. Up. Can't take the mark as Grimes flies over the back and claims it.
You guys have put a light on Tom Barras already. It looks like he's on a treadmill, like he's trying to run out a cork or something at the moment. He's not moving freely at all. Tom Barras in the West Coast defence as Grimes goes short to Dusty. Dusty short inside to Prestia. And Richmond take the mark, defensive side of the logo as Prestia heads down to half forward. Lynch forced to spoil, spills to Shuey. Hand pass on to Shepherd, back to Shuey. Throws his head back, taken high by Lynch. And he'll get the free kick and it's on. As Lynch goes on with it with Nelson, and now he's in a push and shove with Bolton. And Shuey just runs away with the red Sharon as he kicks it short to Gaff, who takes the mark, defensive side of the wing. The Eagles by 11, as many minutes played in the second term.
Gaff just with 5 disposals. Normally at this point of the game, he's up into double figures.
Short to the boundary line for Hearn, who hugs the line with a kick to Yo. Yo coming up to his 9th disposal of the match. Centre wing member's side was going to kick down the line, decided to switch it and can send it back inside the defensive 50 by foot. Finds Nelson, then across to Barras. He's going to switch it all the way out to right half back where Rotham takes the mark. The late inclusion for Schofield. He's going to go back to where it started, back inside the defensive 50. Barras trying to open up play now on the members' side. Out to Jeddah as he takes the mark on his chest at left half back. The Eagles are happy to play this style of tempo. He works it over the top to Shepherd and then short to Redden, forcing the Tigers to man up.
So Redden, not a heap up ahead. Kick short, turns it over. Ross takes the intercept mark. Richmond come up with it as he goes laterally inside to Prestia, spills down to Rioli. That's Willie, he taps it away towards Darling, kicks back into the corridor. Cripps needs a climb bounce, didn't get one. He's locked up as soon as he grabs it. And a ball up centre half forward for the Eagles.
It's a couple of turnovers Redden's done now with the ball in hand.
Umpire tosses it in the air. The crowd involved, over 60,000 we think in at the G, and the majority of them in black and yellow as the Eagles come away with it. Advantage applied. Sheed hits Kennedy. Lace out, takes the mark on his chest. And a mark in the left forward pocket. The Eagles to the punt road end. He's 10 metres in from the boundary line.
Well, just, Berkey, I know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. The free kicks from a stoppage, from a ball up, I don't think advantage should be able to be paid.
Hold the phone as Josh Kennedy snaps up to taking the mark. He misses. First time in his career last week, Josh Kennedy, after 239 games, didn't have one mark. He had one there, snapping and missing to the near side. So a behind for West Coast, 7-2 to 5-2. Eagles by 12 minutes into the second term.
Lawson with a long kick in. Lynch protected the space that allowed Caddy to take the mark. Hand pass inboard to Edwards. Couldn't take it cleanly. Redden's hand pass not as slick either. Petrocelli with a hand pass over the top to Kennedy. Long kick inside the 50. Darling and Ryan! Massive fly from Liam Ryan.
What a catch.
Came from the left.
He paid it.
Found his way over the back of Darling.
Paid it? That's a beauty.
Such great vertical ability to just throw himself into the air. It's not as high as he's been in matches this season, but it's no less a glamorous mark.
It's a tough decision for the Eagles as well, because ideally he shouldn't be doing that, because Darling was there pushing and shoving. He should be front and square, but he's taken the grab.
Eagles' third leading goal scorer so far this season, directly in front, 25 metres out. Ryan finishes the deed. After an excellent mark, he converts the goal, and West Coast steady back out by 18 points. 8-2-50 to the Tigers, 5-2-32 after Richmond had kicked the last 3 goals of the match.
Yeah, I know, right? You're a coach, Rhino. You've got your big key forward there, one-on-one, sort of bustling with his key defender. You'd be saying, bring the ball down the front, and little fella, you get around the front for the crumb, but he does that. Which way do you go? Do you let him keep doing that, or do you say, mate, play the percentages?
Live and die by the sword, I say, Bergie. If he's going to mark it and go back kick the goal, I'm happy with it. If it's not, then you get the message out, hey, son, maybe just stay down and crumb. That's not your role. But I'm sure Simo's not worried if it's 6 points through the big sticks.
It had similar trimmings to that mark he took against Melbourne earlier in the year, where it almost sends the telegraph through it in advance, where you can see him coming as he runs around and flies over the top of the pack. There's a free kick here in the middle of the ground. It's going Richmond's way. Martin was held.
It's just one of those little tugs that the umpires this weekend are playing.
Goes against Redden. So Dustin Martin inside the centre circles, kicks it deep, top of the goal square. Rewalt flies, no mark. Spills down to Nelson, slips out of a tackle. Hand pass to Hearn to McGovern. Short kick for West Coast to the back pocket. Jeddah told to play on. Hand pass, unkind bounce for Gaff. Gaff goes back again. Tackled by Castagna, drops the footy. Umpire a little forgiving, spills out to Edwards. Surge kick into the pocket and Chol on the end of it. Takes the mark, left forward pocket for Richmond.
That's the advantage, just getting it forward, isn't it? Get it forward and maybe something will happen with the old chaos ball.
Well, Joel's opponent Tom Hickey kicked one earlier from just an indiscriminate kick into the forward line. He got on the end of it. So this might be a chance to even up the score.
He's a left footer. He's not at all happy from there. He was looking straight back into the corridor after marking.
He's going to do a right footer.
So on the Stevie J curve to open up the angle and snap around off his non-preferred. He's hit the fat part of the footy. He's missed wildly out towards the far side. Lucky to sneak it through for a score. So a minor score for Richmond, 5-3 to 8-2. Great game of footy here. The West Coast Eagles playing from in front. They're up by 17 midway through the second quarter.
He didn't look confident at all, Corbin, did he?
No.
If you're going to have a shot, back yourself, take your time and have some conviction.
Jetta kicks into the pocket for the Eagles for Hearn, who plays on, gets away from Dan Rioli. Turned it over, though. The kick intended for Cripps was intercepted by Basher Hooley for the Tigers. He plays on, looks to load up and send it long. Revolt and Scholl, the marking target. Revolt! He pinched it from Hearn, who was in front position. And Jack came down with the footy.
Well, I think Shannon might have had a couple of fingertips on that, but certainly most of the purchase went to Jack, and I'm not okay with that one being paid. But the difference to me is Richmond turning the ball over in the middle of the ground, getting repeat entries into the forward line. The first quarter, they weren't doing that. Eagles were going from one end to the other.
Jack Revolt hasn't had a lot of the footy. A chance to make his mark. The kick is out to the left. It's trying to come back. It won't. A minor score. West Coast by 16 points. Jack Revolt didn't have a disposal in the first quarter. He's had 2 in the second.
He sort of poked at that. He didn't really have any follow-through momentum. But it was a non-customary turnover by Shannon Hearn. He usually doesn't miss.
So the guys that would probably regard as Robin of the Batman and Robin duo, Darling and Lynch, have been the two that have started, yet it's been Kennedy and Revolt who have been a little quiet as the kick to the back pocket finds McGovern, and his kick further afield smothered by Chol. Ricochets out of bounds as the Richmond fans happy with that and will have a boundary throw in here. 40 out from the Tigers goal.
Again, a little bit inefficient them getting out of their back half, West Coast, which in the first quarter they were really, really good at getting it out. Just a couple of turnovers. Looking a bit edgy now.
Boundary throw in half forward for the Tigers. Swatting it away. Hickey straight to Prestia though. He overruns it with a bit of pressure as Hearn comes up with it. Little kick down the southern boundary line. Waterman keeps it going forward, and in the end it ricochets out of bounds. And a throw in just on the defensive side of halfway for the Eagles. West Coast up by 16, 8-2 to 5-4. 17 and a half minutes played in this second quarter.
The match coming up later this afternoon is the Giants taking on the Western Bulldogs. There's a couple of late changes there. We'll bring you in a moment. Soldo one down the tap. Free kick in the ruck battle. Non-officiating umpire says it's going the way of the Tigers. In fact, it's Dion Prestia who's being held off the ball.
If you're a smart midfielder, you can milk a stack of free kicks today.
Prestia goes long towards Revolt. Scholl from a long way back. Brought it to ground. Gaff front and centre. Hand pass intercepted by Lambert, who's dumped in a tackle by McGovern. So Dawson Simpson comes in for the Giants. Shane Mumford's out with illness. Tim English is also out for the Bulldogs, and Young comes in.
All games with plenty of consequence. Just 12 left in the regular season, including this one. For the boundary throw-in, there's another whistle on the play. Free kick West Coast way for a hold. It's going to go to Gaff as it was tackled by Castagna after disposing of the footy. And so Andrew Gaff to take the kick. 14 premiership players out there for West Coast today. So Gaff, one of the 8 who didn't feature on grand final day last year, of course, out with suspension this time 12 months ago. For his whack on Andy Brayshaw as he kicks out to halfback and finds Yo. Elliot Yo. A long kick down the southern wing. To a contest as Broad comes over the back and spoils. Off hands collected by Redden for the Eagles. Turns around, kicks down to half forward. Kind bounce for Allen. Tries to get away from Broad. Hand pass inboard to Petrocelli. He's wrapped up by Baker. Dispossessed, holding the ball. Free kick for the Tigers. They want to take the advantage and they're right to do so as Hooley hands it away to Grimes. Kicks out to the members' side.
Dan Rioli takes the mark on his chest at right half back. The West Coast Eagles leading by 16 points. Dan Rioli works it over the top to Ross at right half back. He kicks towards Scholl. Rothen went back with the flight, got a hand to it, spoiled it without giving away the free kick. Scholl gathers, sidesteps around Rothen. Hand pass to Graham against the boundary over the top to Prestia. They found a way out when there didn't seem to be one. Long kick inside the 50. Revolt there, spoiled away by Hickey back towards goal. Shuey onto it for the Eagles. Kicks to the pocket, not a great kick. and turns it over as Prestia takes the mark hard up against the boundary.
I'm not sure who he was aiming for there. That was a very uncharacteristic kick.
Would have been better just putting it out on the full and getting it out of the defensive 50 if he had no options. Dion Precious had a great season, averaging 27 disposals. In his 21st game, pokes it into the pocket, looking for Revolt. Flying from behind, he almost pinched it over the top of Shuey. Off hands, it goes out of play. Right forward pocket for the Tigers. At the City end, it's West Coast leading by 16 points.
Yeah, West Coast's rebound 50 disposals just got a little bit shaky this quarter, so not as efficient as they were in the first quarter.
A shallow throw in, Hickey pushing it away from the back. Gaff went without it. Another free kick for a push into the back of Gaff, and it's going his way. He's getting a lot of possessions here in the defensive 50 for the Eagles. And Gaff got himself up to 9 touches now. The majority of them coming in this second term as Gaff kicks out towards half-back, spills down to Hooley, wins it for the Tigers. Hand pass away to Baker. He dishes it off inboard to Dusty Martin, who sells the dummy around. Allen kicks to a one-on-one, wants Rewalt. Rewalt claims the juggle mark. Away from McGovern. There was an initial fist in there. They both had a little piece of it. And the umpire forgiving to Rewalt's cause as he manages to claim it on the second attempt. And he'll have a kick here from a 45-degree angle, 20 out.
I'm not sure. I thought McGovern got the first hand on that.
I think Jack's taken 2 marks where the opposition got a little bit of a finger on it, but great effort by to push McGovern out of the way. Not many people get to do that, and Dusty Martin, he's evasive skills, first class.
To try and kickstart his day, Jack Rewalt, 45-degree angle, drop punt, 20 out, moves in, got it. Trying to lift the Tigers. Jack slots it in the margins, back to 10. 22 played second term, West Coast 8-2-50, Richmond 6-4-40, 22 gone second quarter.
Right, the big difference for me with the Tigers this quarter is that they're forcing West Coast Eagles to punt the ball. First quarter they hardly ever had to punt the ball long because they were using their feet to slice their way through. The Richmond zone defence has just really tightened up. They're a lot closer to their players. The Eagles, if they try and pinpoint it, it's not coming off. And when they kick the ball long and bomb it out, that's when the Tigers are winning that ball and repeat entries back inside 50.
Oh, spot on, Bergie. The Richmond's pressure around the balls has lifted, and West Coast's defensive exits haven't been as efficient as it was in the first quarter.
They're being tested, the Eagles' defence, 12-4. The inside 50's the Tigers' way in this term. Edwards with the clearance, almost brought down by Hickey. Got the kick away over the head of Dan Rioli on the lead. Nelson races back, gathers, happy to take it over the line. The umpire says toss it back in. Right forward pocket for Richmond. 23 minutes gone, second quarter. The Eagles by 10 points. They're led by 24. West Coast at quarter time. Ball spinning back into play. Soldo and Hickey engage. Soldo palmed it down to Prestia. Hand pass looking for Dan Rioli. Couldn't take it cleanly. Nelson over the top of him. Suplexes him onto his back with the ball not coming clear, and the umpire will toss it up just 20 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
That was a full Nelson.
Yeah, I was about to say, Berkey, right on you. Up it goes, top of the goal square. Hickey wins the tap. Richmond a chance through Graham, snapping over his shoulder. He's off target and misses everything.
The perfect stat to typify what we're talking about is West Coast's kicking efficiency, or disposal efficiency, is 68%, where it was going at 81% in the first quarter.
4 in a row this time last week, Jack Graham. Either side of quarter time. Misses the whole set here, so the margin remains at 10. The Eagles long out to half-back. Spills down to Sheed, knocks it away to Petruccelli, hand pass to Ryan. Dangerous kick, but it works out. Precision kicking, spots Willie Rioli. Marks outer edge of the centre square, and the Eagles are out through the middle. Rotham by hand, away to Jetta, kicks to Kennedy, has to go. Kick goes a little over his head, Darling chases, knocks it to the top of the goal square, Darling goes over. Richmond win the footy, Baker last line of defence, kicks out to Ellis. Goal-saving effort from Liam Baker.
Ellis takes a bounce in the left back pocket, now too as he gets to the defensive 50, over the top to Hawley. Hearn laid the tackle, got the hand pass back to Ellis, around the Great Southern Stand to Bolton, over the top to Castagna. The Tigers now in more space, the kick to Martin, who's got involved in this second quarter, swings back onto his right, long kick, Lynch and Caddy coming from the side, Barras spoils it down, Ryan tries to crash in, took out his own teammate, Lynch gathers, snaps across the face. And it bounces out of play.
That 3-on-1 inside the forward line then.
Lucky to get away with that, Eagles. Again, it's amazing the pressure come from the defensive part that they took Darling out. That was sensational the way they bodylined the ball, and then they've just gone from coast to coast.
Great work from Tom Barras. Had to go and spoil and did. Outnumbered. And the Eagles force a neutral ball from the boundary throw. And Shuey, surge kick straight onto the chest of Ellis. Takes the mark on the attacking 50-metre arc at left half forward.
Wants to have a shot. As soon as he marked it right on the 50, he pointed to the goals. Had Dusty Martin floating around the back for a handball, but said, no, I'm having a shot.
Rain's held off for the time being. It's very dark and overcast here at the G. Floodlights on. And Brandon Ellis, who is a long kick of the foot, he has to kick it all of 55. He's got it. Oh, he kicks a helicopter. Sails to the top of the goal square. Mark trying to be claimed by Soldo. Umpire says it wasn't touched by him initially. Touched off the boot, and as a result, we'll have a ball up top of the goal square for the Tigers. Momentum with them in this second term. They've kicked 4 of the last 5.
I think that was Black Hawk down there, Corbin, not a helicopter. Black Hawk down.
Hickey wins down the tap, straight to Lynchfield on the boot. It's out to the right. Out of bounds on the full, no change to the score. The Eagles by 10 points.
That was probably more of a mark than the 2 they've played to Rewalt.
Yeah, definitely.
On our weather radar, it suggests that the rain has hit Macedon and Melbourne Airport. Let us know if it's found you. 0437774774. The long kick from Shepherd out of defence. Picked by Ryan. Kicks it end over end. Broad intercepts for the Tigers. Risky kick to Ellis. Into the middle of the gown. Up went Rotham. Spoiled it down. Baker swooped onto it for the Tigers. Hand pass forward. Prestia works it by hand to Edwards. Had time to regather. Now away to Martin. He runs to half forward. Long kick inside the goal square. Lynch and Barras once more. Barras spoiled it away. Onto it Sheed. Hand pass to Nelson. Lost it. Umpire says it was a throw. Jack Rewald had turned to the umpire. He was right onto it. The Sheed swooped through. He was tackled and didn't get a hand pass away.
They just lifted the pressure now, Tigers. Again, a lot of numbers around the contest being very clean. So, look, this is finals type footy. I'm loving it.
Castagna's no more than 25 metres out. He's going to kick on an angle from about 25 metres out, directly in front. Misses to the right-hand side.
I hate that kick. I hate it. Go back, you drop punts.
He wanted to kick it while the umpire was setting the mark. It's a bad miss. West Coast by 9 points at the 27-minute mark of the second term.
It shows you're mentally fragile in front of goals to try that kick and to hurry it, and that's not a good look coming into finals when you might need to kick the winning goal.
So Hearn plays on from the kick out and stabs at the pass out towards Yo, who marks at half-back. Marks uncontested. West Coast by 9. Momentum with the Tigers. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game and have controlled this second quarter. As Yo's kick along the southern boundary line finds Shuey. Short kick along the line to Gaff. Not a mark. Hands it back in Shuey's direction, but the Tigers swarm. Ellis wins it on the outer wing. Hand pass away to Edwards. Kicks deep inside 50. And Barras goes up and takes the mark. He's got it in front of the behind post.
Just got to be careful they don't keep bombing the ball inside forward 50, the Tigers.
And Barras kicks the ball back to the umpire after the half-time siren. West Coast by 9. A sensational half of footy here at the MCG. The last 2 premiers going at it. 2 of the competition's heavyweights. And West Coast to lead by 9 at the half, having led by 24 at quarter time. 8-2-50. They lead Richmond 6-5-41. It's a 9-point lead for the reigning premiers, having led the game by as many as 29 in the latter stages of the opening quarter. Jack Darling's kicked 2 for West Coast, 1 for Liam Ryan, Oscar Allen, Jamie Cripps, Tom Hickey and Willie Rioli. While for Richmond, their goal kickers, 1 to Jack Rewalt, Castagna, Short, Lynch, Caddy and Bolton.
Half-time at the MCG in this early Sunday match of round 22. Coming up later on this afternoon, the Giants taking on the Western Bulldogs and the Hawks and the Gold Coast Suns to close out the weekend. The lights are on here at the MCG. The Little League kids will get their chance in the middle of the home of footy, but the dark clouds continue to loom above us. The thoughts of Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe, your experts on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Burke, we spoke about it in terms of Richmond just brought the pressure. They brought the pressure up around the ground, and we know they prey on turnover. They love it. They can turn you over. They'll go back hard, and they swarm, and then they just want to get it in, get field position. The difference was West Coast ball efficiency. That quarter was down to 68%. And especially out of their back half, where in the first quarter they were so efficient. They just sliced through. They were like a surgeon. They were just cutting through the defence of Richmond. But some turnovers you don't really see from players like Hearn, Shuey, and back then that last bit of play there by Yeo. They were connecting in the first quarter. In the second quarter, they weren't. Puts the players under pressure. Then they just start bombing it out, and that's what then is playing into Richmond's game style. So that's the key. I think Simo will go at half-time, boys, we just need to control the ball. We just lost our way in terms of how we want to chip the ball through the Richmond defence.
And that was evident by the inside 50s, 5-16 in favour of the Tigers, because when the Eagles did manage to get it out, it was the Tigers' excellent setup around the middle of the ground, forced them to bomb the ball long, got number. It can be a simple game, this, at times. You refuse to give the opposition an easy out. You refuse to give them that short pass to maintain possession. Force them to kick the ball long and then get numbers around the contest. And that's what they did, and bumped the ball back in. So inside 50 to 28-22 in favour of the Tigers, and could have quite easily, if Soldo gets paid that mark, and I think it was Castagna kicks that goal at the end of the game, at the end of the quarter, they could be in front at half-time. So if I'm Damien Hardwick, I'm saying, guys, this is a pretty simple game. Stop the Eagles using the ball by foot, cut down those uncontested marks, force them to kick the ball long, and then just be harder and tougher at the ball when you can. A little bit concerned that they got a little bit carried away. They had all the momentum. They started to bomb the ball long. You bomb the ball long against the Eagles, that just plays into Barras and McGovern, these type of players' hands. So they need to keep lowering their eyes, keep finding targets inside 50, make sure the West Coast Eagles defenders stay accountable for a man. They can't just sag off. Do that. That's just the way to win this game. So it's there in front of them that they have a game plan now that they can actually win this game and win it quite well. We know it's getting darker and darker by the minute. The rain is not too far away. I don't think that is going to hurt the Tigers, because that's the way that they want to play this game. Bomb the ball long, be harder and tougher, get the ball, repeat entries back inside 50. For the Eagles, I think there was quite too many players just started to think, you know what, we're getting a lot of easy touches. We're cutting our way through, and so let's keep playing that way. So when the only way you can get the footy is to get those 10, 15 metre, 20 metre passes. That's what you start to do. You start to get those all the time and want those all the time, so that when the ball does get long, you're out of position. You can't get to that crumb of the footy, and I think that's where we saw the Eagles. Far too many players wanting that easy footy like they were getting in the first quarter, and the Tigers were actually denying them of that. Dusty Martin, he stood up. He's had 20 possessions for half-time.
Yeah, he's got them going. Their midfield, like Prestier as well, Edwards, They started getting their hands on the ball. I think that pressure around that midfield, but those players getting their hands on the ball. But I don't mind them banging it in, because it's just putting under pressure. Like, I think, Lynch up against Barras, I think that's the key. I think he's at the moment in this game has been West Coast's weakest pillar in defence, and Rewalt started getting in the game. So I don't mind him just getting in there, because it's hard to rebound out of the back 50, and let alone if you're in that back 20, back 25. So look, I think it's going to be a cracking second half.
The other two controversial points, I guess, of the half has been the marks that have been paid, where perhaps defenders have had hands to it. How do you feel like that should be adjudicated, and do you feel like they've got them right?
Jack Rewalt has had 3 really strange ones. 2 where he's probably pinched it slightly out of the hands of the man in front. I'm okay with that, because it's a little bit Tiggy Touchwood. Do they touch it tonight? The guy who jumps up and clunks it will give them the ball. The one where they paid for the studs up mark, as you quite rightly pointed out, Corbin, there's a part of the rule that says it's about causing injury. Is it a dangerous thing to do? What he did then was not flying in with his foot into a guy's back. He had to keep the player in front of him out of the drop of the ball. You can't do it with your hands, because you need 2 hands to go up, mark the footy. So you stick your foot out, just got him in the backside. It wasn't dangerous.
No, what he did, Barras actually mistimed the ball and ran under it, and Jack was jumping up with the knee. And when you jump up and fly for a mark, you try to look for a bit of body contact. Barras was too far away, so Jack just was trying to reach out to find a bit of contact. So it was a mark, total mark.
Yeah, so I think it all evens out in the end. I think Soldo was probably denied a mark down the end, where he went small and ended up with his hands in the second grab. So I think it's probably a 0-0 draw at the moment.
It's a sort of rule that you feel for the umpires. It was introduced for the Toby Green studs to the face, not necessarily the boot that impacted the marking contest with the player who was most likely going to take the mark anyway.
Yeah, when we start making it difficult for players to take speckies in this game, that's not a good thing, because that's what sets this game apart from so many other in the world. You don't want to make that a rule.
Just as an overarching statement, Clenchy, if this is the footy we're going to get next month, just feed that right into my veins. This is just a great half of footy against two of the best teams in it.
I think it's going to get tougher. As I said, it's getting darker by the second. This is going to be a brutal second half, I think.
But what makes it so good, finals like footy, is both teams value the contest. They value the defensive side of the ground. They stick the tackles. They put pressure on. They make it hard. But when they do get an opportunity to hurt you, they do. That's why these two teams are up at the top of the ladder.
Your thoughts on the SMS coming up shortly as well. 0437774774, where we've been told it's raining at Essendon, so it's not too far away from the MCG. The Eagles leading by 9 points at half-time. The match has delivered on every level so far for a half. 8-2-50 to the Tigers, 6-5-41. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Jamel Wells with ABC News. The federal opposition says MPs must be given urgent briefings on Australia's relationship with China amid growing debate about Beijing's influence on students in Australia. Hundreds of Chinese students have rallied this weekend at universities around the country protesting against the Hong Kong democracy movement. Several government MPs want to know if the Chinese Communist Party was involved. Shadow Foreign Minister Penny Wong says backbenchers are speaking out because the government is not showing leadership.
Briefings about the relationship on China from the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Office of National Intelligence, because I think we are at a point where the relationship is more complex, also more consequential. It matters to us, and we should have a much more sensible and mature discussion about how we make it work for us.
And investigations continuing into an overnight fatal police shooting in Sydney. Police were called to a home at Ingleside on the Northern Beaches to reports of a domestic incident. Acting Assistant Commissioner Julie Boone says a 53-year-old man holding a gun confronted officers.
Police fired one round into the man's leg. He was treated and then conveyed to hospital by ambulance, where he was later declared deceased. A critical incident investigation has been formed, and police will be preparing a report for the coroner.
Officers are investigating an armed robbery at a hotel in Regent's Park in Sydney's west this morning. They say after three men entered the building around 11 a.m, one threatened a female employee with a gun and demanded cash from the register. A male employee was ordered to get cash from a safe. No injuries have been reported. A 76-year-old man has died in hospital after a hit run at Rockhampton in central Queensland. Police say the man was hit after leaving a hotel overnight. The car involved has been found 5 kilometres away. Police are urging the driver to come forward. Officers remain hopeful of finding a 33-year-old man lost off a yacht in rough weather south of Perth on Friday afternoon. The man was sailing in Cockburn Sound with two friends when he jumped into the water to retrieve a tender which had detached from the yacht. Inspector George McIntosh said police are continuing to search for the man while offering support to his family.
As can be expected, this is a very hard time for the family, and the situation would be very upsetting and distressing for them.
Authorities in Afghanistan say 63 people have been killed and 182 injured in an explosion at a wedding hall in Kabul. Peter Simpson reports.
Hundreds of people were believed to have been inside the hall at the time of the attack. Eyewitness reports say a suicide bomber detonated explosives during a wedding ceremony. Social media posts showed the chaotic aftermath of the attack, with people running for help along a blood-spattered pavement. No group said it carried out the attack, which happened in the west of the city. It's the latest in a series of recent bombings in the Afghan capital. It comes just 10 days after a huge bomb outside a Kabul police station killed at least 14 people and injured nearly 150.
Hundreds of far-right supporters, some wearing body armour and helmets, have held a rally in the western US city of Portland, while anti-fascist protesters demonstrated against them. The BBC's Andrew Walker reports.
Police were out in force in the state of Oregon's largest city, with a line of officers keeping the two sides well apart. Although much of the centre of Portland was brought to a standstill, no significant clashes have been reported. The police said they'd seized weapons, including metal poles, from both sides. Portland has a tradition of sometimes violent political demonstrations, and correspondents say residents had feared a repeat of the major violence between white supremacists and their opponents in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017.
Authorities are investigating a number of suspected deliberately lit fires on the New South Wales south coast. 6 fires were reported in the Culburra Beach and Orient Point areas yesterday. All were extinguished with no damage to property. Now the weather for the capital cities: Brisbane mostly sunny, 25, Sydney sunny, 23, Canberra late showers and a top of 20, Melbourne showers, 17, Hobart rain at times, also 17, Adelaide showers, 13, Perth partly cloudy with a top of 17, Darwin mostly sunny, 31. I'm Jamelle Wells, ABC News.
ABC Books is the home of great Australian stories. From Adele Ferguson comes Banking Bad, detailing the shocking revelations of the Financial Services Royal Commission, a must-read for anyone with a bank account. And from Stephen Schubert, Mandatory Murder tells the compelling true story of a young Indigenous man sentenced to 20 years jail for murder when he wasn't even at the scene of the crime. Banking Bad and Mandatory Murder, book and audiobook, available from all good retailers and online.
Grandstand AFL. Grandstand AFL. You're with Grandstand.
It spills down in front of Bolton, picks up for the Tigers. One way, then the other. Forks, snaps. He's got it. A highlight for Shea Bolton. And Richmond have come up with the first goal of the second term.
Moves it quickly. Straight to the corridor, looking for Lynch, who rises and claims the mark in an impressive contested mark. No more than 15 metres out, directly in front, looking for back-to-back goals for the Tigers in a matter of minutes. He pops it through, and Richmond's belief is starting to build. Petrocelli with a hand pass over the top to Kennedy. Long kick inside the 50. Darley and Ryan! Massive fly from Liam Ryan. Eagles' third leading goal scorer so far this season. Directly in front, 25 metres out. Ryan finishes the deed. After an excellent mark, he converts the goal. And West Coast steady.
Kicks to a one-on-one, wants Rewalt. Rewalt claims the juggle mark. To try and kickstart his day, Jack Rewalt, 45-degree angle, drop punt, 20 out, moves in, got it. Trying to lift the Tigers.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Half-time at the MCG. It's the West Coast Eagles leading Richmond by 9 points. The Eagles 8-2-50 to the Tigers 6-5-41. Matt Lynch alongside Corbin Middlemat's calling the action. Ryan O'Keefe and Nathan Burke, your experts. Jess Webster, the rain is just arriving down on the boundary for us at the MCG. She's going to have to grab the poncho at half-time. A couple of goals to Jack Darling in the first quarter. All individual goal scorers for the Tigers. West Coast leading by 9 points, and if this is a little grand final preview, you'd be pretty entertained with what we've seen so far. The match coming up in about 50 minutes' time is from Giants Stadium. It's the Giants taking on the Western Bulldogs. Dawson Simpson comes in, Shane Mumford is out with illness, and Lewis Young comes in for the Western Bulldogs, and Tim English is out for the Dogs. So Brett Sprigg, Tom Wilson, Neil Cordy, Jason Saddington and David Mark with the call there from Giants Stadium. And then the final match of the round, the Hawks taking on the Gold Coast Suns in Jared Ruffhead's last match potentially for the Hawks. In the NRL, one match taking place at the moment, round 22, the Sydney Roosters taking on the Warriors from the SCG. It's the Warriors leading 6-0 after 14 minutes. Cronulla taking on St George later on this afternoon. In the second test between Australia and England from Lords, Stumps on day 4, England 4 for 96, a lead of 104, with Stokes on 16 not out, Butler on 10. Pat Cummins 2 for 16, Peter Siddle 2 for 19 after England's first innings of 258, Australia all out in their first innings for 250. So coverage available tonight with Jim Maxwell and the team on ABC Local Radio, Grandstand Digital and via the ABC Listen app. He tried to sort of lure me to stay to the early hours of the morning, Corby, to follow Steve Smith. He was out for 92, so it meant that we could sort of get to bed at a reasonable hour, but I feel like tonight all the chips are on the table and we'll just go for as long as we can.
Yeah, I think we're going to know by lunch, I think, as to what happens in the game. So with England obviously 4 down, Australia need to pick up those 6 as quickly as they can. And then I'm sure they'll back themselves in to run down whatever they can if they need 100 a session from that point on, or any more than that, such as the modern game, that if they can get away, that they're every chance to win. I feel like I'd rather be Australia than England in the situation the game is and the way that it's unfolding to bat last on a wicket that's barely been used. Remembering this is only really a day 3 pitch. It's not a day 5 wicket. So although that'll be challenging trying to get the last 6 wickets, it'll aid them when it's time to run down whatever they need.
So, of course, the call available tonight with Jim Maxwell and the team. Your podcast will drop tomorrow
morning, nice and early. So it'll be on your way to work tomorrow. You'll be able to download it. Grandstand at Stumps. Myself and Ed Cowan, so you'll be able to get Ed's take on everything that happens in what has been an interrupted and frustrating at times second test, but particularly topical, of course, what happened last night with Steve Smith and his battle with Jofra Archer, so I'm sure that'll dominate a lot of conversation.
Yeah, wasn't that fascinating? Sleeps for the week anyway, Corby, don't worry about it.
Yep.
Corby Middlemouse, Ed Cowan and Jim Maxwell with their podcast Grandstand at Stumps once the second test is completed. Of course, there's AFL and NRL podcasts as well, as you're looking for some companionship as you make your way home from work. Winning starts on Monday, the NRL podcast with Andrew Moore and the team, and with Limo, Tess and Danny McGinlay. Of course, the AFL podcast available as well. They came to play. Halftime here at the MCG. It's the West Coast Eagles leading by 9 points. Some further thoughts from Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe.
Fascinating second half here, Ryan. As we said, the rain just started a little bit here at halftime. Who's that going to favour? Who's that going to hinder? We know the way the Tigers play is it's conducive to any sort of conditions. They can play in the heat, they can play in the wet. It doesn't really worry them that much. So the Tigers won't be fussed if it does start to get a little bit wet and slippery. I'm not sure about the Eagles. I'm not sure whether the way that they play the footy, which is sort of that maintained possession style, is going to be conducive to this second half.
Spot on there. If it gets wet and greasy and just a surge type footy, that's the Tigers. That's the Tigers all over. And then that's what we saw the difference between Eagles' first quarter and second quarter was their kicking efficiency and their ball use, especially out of their back half. So if they don't want to go long down the line and it's wet, well, they're going to have to be very, very brave, which you can do. You can do. Some people think it turns wet. You just got to keep slogging it down the line. You can change. I think what gets you caught in wet weather conditions is the over handball. You can still get kick mark chains, but if you over handball, which then you start to turn it over, and the Tigers started bringing the pressure around, which caused Eagles to probably handball a little bit more and turn the ball over around the contest.
Not a good start for the Eagles. They've got 7 players starting in the forward line. Andrew Gaffer said, hey, one of you guys needs to get on that far wing, and they're all pointing at each other going, no, you go, and finally one of them trots over there.
And Jess has been all over the Mark Hutchings story as well. So only 3 active players on the bench for the West Coast Eagles with Hutchings not there to start. Hutchings not there to start the second half of footy as light rain falls here at the G. Such is the way in our game. You can't promote blockbusters into existence. We often try to promote things in long-standing traditional rivals, and yet, as is often the case, it's the last 2 teams that are left standing that create the best blockbusters in the game. And Richmond and West Coast, having played so infrequently over the last 2 years, they've only met once since the early stages of 2017. And they've played out a sensational first half here with the Eagles leading by 9 points. The second half in the rain, and away we go on Grandstand AFL as Hickey wins the tap down towards Martin. He hands it off to Hawley, kicks out wide to the commentary wing. Lambert picks up, hand passes, he's being tackled. On to short, surge kick to half forward. Hearn chops it off. And the All-Australian marking at half-back for the Eagles.
Possession number 16 coming up for him, the second highest. In fact, he is the highest on the ground for the West Coast Eagles. Chips the ball to Jetta and then inboard to McGovern and short to Shuey, all by foot. They still have it at half-back. The lights on at the MCG. Light showers here. Shuey looks to drive a long kick around the members' wing. Darling comes charging out. Grimes with one arm, had the other arm held. He'll win a free kick. Grimes to take it at half-back, chips it into the corridor. Hooley takes the mark. Jess Webster on the boundary.
As Corby noticed, Mark Hutchings is sitting on the bench with the tracksuit on. He's done for the day.
So Short at centre half-back. Out towards the flank. And finds Broad in his 50th game. The West Aussie out of Swan Districts. A mature age pickup. Premiership player in his first year as he goes short out to Hooley. So Broad 50th game here. In just his 12th game he became a premiership player. As Hooley goes short, away to the man himself. As Jaden picks up and hands it back to Hooley. Hooley kicks longer this time down the southern wing, puts it too wide out on the full, and Cripps to get it back as the rain gets heavier. Cripps for the Eagles. Down towards half forward. Kennedy the target, can't mark overhead. It slips through the hands of Hooley and out of play. And so a throw in 50 metres out from the Eagles goal at left half forward. The Eagles off to the city end of this third quarter. They led it by 9 points, but Richmond with 4 of the last 5 goals in the game.
Thrown in 50 metres out from the Eagles' goal. Soldo up against Darling. Darling taps it down. Lambert trying to take the greasy footy. Willie Rioli onto it. Hand pass out to Shuey. Hard against the boundary line. He kicks towards the goal mouth. Oh, just misses to the left-hand side. Tough shot. Hard up against the boundary. Good effort. The West Coast Eagles leading by 10 points. 2 minutes gone, third term.
The city end has been the scoring end, but the conventional wisdom would suggest that the rain will help Richmond in the way that they play as Vlosten goes short from the kick out to Basher Hooley in front of the behind post. A long contest kick to half-back. Rotham spoils. Stays inside the field of play. McGovern under pressure. Knocks it back to Shepherd. Kick smothered. Ricochets out of bounds. Great work, Tom Lynch. And a throw in 70 metres out from the Eagles goal. Just some news from before the game. Adam Simpson saying that it was a matchups decision, and that's the reason why Schofield missed out for Rotham. And Sydney Stack in for surgery after potentially fracturing his ankle yesterday in the VFL, so his season looks done.
It's terrible news for Tigers fans and for fans of Sydney Stack. From the throw-in, Prestia seemed to be held when he didn't have possession. Shuey hacked it off the ground, gained 15 metres. It rolls out in front of Shepherd at a boundary throw-in.
Conditions like these, stoppages come really critical now. About just getting field position. So, look, Eagles are still on top of this department.
With 26-17, favour the Eagles clearances.
Thrown back in. Hickey and Soldo engage in a tangle. Hickey cleverly one down the tap. Redden tried to socker it off the ground. Caddy does socker it towards the boundary line. He's under duress with 2 Eagles in tow. Hickey and Allen, and it rolls over the boundary line for a throw-in. West Coast 8-3-51. The Tigers 6-5-41. A 10-point margin at the 3.5-minute mark of the third term as the rain is settling in here at the MCG.
Martin with 20 disposals, having missed last week. 520-odd metres gained, if that's your jam following those statistics. And here's another man who missed last week, Ivan Soldo, the late in for Nankervis. After initially being left out at selection, lays it off by hand, getting the free kick from the boundary throw-in. Short, kicks it deep down to half forward. Off hands at ricochets down to Redden at the Eagles. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Cops an unkind bounce. Hickey sits for Soldo. Richmond back with it. Members wing. Hand pass away to Martin. Shrugs out of the Petruccelli tackle. Kicks down the line. Kicks it straight to Shepherd, who marks and goes. Racing away. There's nothing up ahead. He has to stop. Kick off a step. Grimes and Darling fly. They both go the fist in the end. Vlosten runs onto it. Half back for Richmond.
Squeezes the kick around the members' wing. Revolt the target. Able to hold Rotham away with his body. Just couldn't complete the mark. They scrap for it at ground level. Rotham over the back. Oh, Caddy socketed off the ground. It was, contact below the knees.
By who?
I think he went kicking in danger in there. Yeah, it's a free kick for West Coast.
So Rotham to take it in front of the 2 benches. A high ball towards half forward. Grimes in the pack. Reaches up over the top of Darling and punches it towards the boundary line. And it goes out of play.
It could have easily gone the other way. It could have been contact below the knees.
Oh, yeah, a fair swing at it, I think. Yep. You can see the Eagles are going to go down the line now. Where early on they're looking to move the ball around. They're not going to do that anymore in these conditions.
5 minutes into the third. West Coast by 10. They led by 9 at the half. They led by as many as 29 in the opening quarter. From the throw-in, spills down to Prestia. Feints a hand pass, gets around Gaff. Kicks on the outside of the right boot, back to the corridor. Chance for Lambert. Hearn on the bounce, swats it down to Cripps for the Eagles. Short kick in the middle of the ground. Broad picks it off. Richmond back with it. Hand pass reaches Caddy. Right on halfway. Hand pass away to Martin. Kicks a little short ball, finds Dan Rioli inside the centre circles. Hand pass to Castagna. Tries to give it back to Rioli. Kennedy intercepts. His hand pass picked kicked off back with Richmond. Castagna, front edge of the centre square. Hand pass away to Rioli. Kick smothered. Kennedy again gets it for the Eagles. Away to Hickey by hand and now to Waterman.
He kicks an awkward barrel in the middle of the ground. Grimes sits underneath it. He marks on his chest. And Cripps unable to make a contest. As Grimes goes short. And the mark is taken at right half back by Ellis. He can kick wider still towards the boundary line. And Hooley takes the mark under the Great Southern stand. Back to centre half back to Asprey. So no real options down the line on the Great Southern stand side. Asprey reluctant to kick it long, and now will have to do just that. In the direction of Lynch. Morass up and spoils it down. Tackle by Castagna to ensure the footy goes no further. And Nelson is the man with the ball locked at his chest. Eagles by 10 points.
Sorry. Both teams just sort of testing each other out at the moment. They can't find a way forward, and it's going to be really interesting to see who can.
From the stoppage, Martin, hand pass away to Edwards. Quick kick forward, one bounce out of play. A throw in half forward here for
free kick
Richmond. Yeah, there's a melee on in the southern wing. A bit of push and shove, and a free kick's going to go the Eagles' way.
It's going to be tough for Forwards, Berkey, though, trying to go. It's a lot of chaos ball, just surge footy, so yeah, it's going to be hard for the key forwards, especially to pluck those marks.
And the Eagles are happy to have one less player at the stoppage because they want to set the play behind the footy.
Cripps kicks down to half forward. Broad takes the mark. He was spoiled too late by Hickey, who chopped his arms, and a free kick to Broad at half back. 15 premiership players in for Richmond from the 2017 side, 14 in for West Coast from last year's premiership team.
Broad's kick is too wide, out of bounds on the full.
How's this for a stat I learnt during the week? No premiership side has ever played another game together. It's remarkable. In the history of the game, that the same 22 or 21 or whatever we've had in the history of the game have never fronted up for a second game.
Yo,
take that one to the bank.
Just trying to think about that for a moment.
Stop this, Corby.
Yo with a nice kick that found Ryan. His pass is just a tad too far for Allen as it goes out of play. I guess you have injuries and personnel changes, but it does seem unlikely.
And generally you find if someone wins a premiership, they might retire. They're done. They've been happy with it. That just shows modern footy. The turnover of lists is always happening.
Shane Crawford style. Tap one down by Soldo. Willie Rioli trying to pick it up cleanly. Was his tackle when not in possession. No whistle. The Tigers are able to clear for the moment. Bouncing ball towards McGovern. He tries to pick up the greasy footy. Swatted it away. Martin knocks it on to Revolt for Richmond. Kicks it end over end towards Lynch. Can he pick it up? Morass was able to do enough as he picks it Tom Lynch out on the full in frustration. Trying to sock it off the ground.
Exactly, from the big fella. He had 3 goes at picking it up. He thought, no, I'll just kick it off the ground and went straight sideways, out of bounds.
Barris retreats back to Rotham, who marks at half-back and goes short along the half-back line to Shepherd. Shepherd will share it back with Rotham, so Wesco still trying to play this retention game in the wet as the rain continues to tumble down. Rotham one way then the other, retreats back in defensive 50. And Nelson marks centre half-back, switches on, out to Jetta, drops the mark, puts himself under pressure, long kick down the member's wing. Allen flies late, manages to spoil. Willie Rioli will want to keep it in, just collects inside the boundary line, hand pass along the line, and then Oscar Allen shoved over by Shane Edwards, a throw-in between wing and half forward for the Eagles. West Coast by 10 points, 10 minutes played, third quarter.
Let's have a goal through this opening 9 minutes of the third quarter. Who will blink first? Thrown back in. Hickey and Soldo. Hickey wins it down. Edwards over the footy. Hand pass intercepted by Hickey of the Eagles. Kicks around his body. It's wide of Allen. And bounces out of play in front of Loston.
Brad Shepherd seems to be the man for the West Coast Eagles. That they're happy to just sit and kick behind the play. They don't need him up around the stoppages. He can get in the way and be that extra defender.
Rain continuing to fall at the MCG. Lights on here. The Eagles by 10 points. Toss back into play. Ryan on the move as Darling one down the tap. Redden tries to swat it to the advantage of Gaff. Tackled by Caddy. Soldo picks up the footy for the Tigers. Hand pass to Martin. He dodges and weaves. Kicks back around his body towards Baker. It's over his head and Graham. Swatted away by McGovern. Morass has a challenge to try and get onto it. He can't. Bolton onto it for Richmond. Hand pass to Revolt who fumbled. Morass has another go at it. His kick is a shocker. Turn it over and Lambert takes the intercepting mark. Whether he heard the voice of Waterman or just thought he was there and the kick was misguided. It's a bad turnover and gives Kane Lambert a chance to get the first goal of the third term, which is now 10 and a half minutes old.
Well, Bruno, you called it early. He said, I think Morass has something wrong with his eyesight.
Oh,
Certainly was then.
Lambert couldn't
That was a
believe
lovely
his
short
luck.
pass to the opposition, 20 metres out from goal.
Kane Lambert, one of the hard-working midfielders for the Tigers, directly in front, 30 metres out. He strikes truly. The Tigers with the first goal of the second half, and they cut the margin to 4 points West Coast way. The Eagles 8-3-51 to the Tigers 7-5-47. 11 minutes gone, third term on Grandstand AFL. You're with Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe.
There's just a couple of little fundamental errors there by West Coast. Like McGovern knocked it backwards. In these conditions and the way Richmond play that surge footy, it just favoured them. They just kept surging, and then once Brass got ball in hand, that was interesting decision. As a defender, I thought you just get it out of your D50 as long as far as you can. So
across the face of goals to an opposition player, you get the sense that neither side is going to be able to break the other one open with great football. It's going to be who's going to make a mistake and who can capitalise on that mistake, and that was a mistake by Barras, capitalised by the Tigers.
Absolute gift, and goals are going to be at a premium, you'd think, in the second half with the rain continuing to fall. Richmond win it inside the centre square. Hawley hand pass away to Prestia, to Dusty. They're going forward again as Barras comes over the top. He spoils straight into the lap of Lambert, collects, kicks forward. McGovern chops it off top of the defensive goal square. Marks for the Eagles. Long ball out to half-back. Hickey flying from the back. Spills down in front of Ellis, who sees it over the boundary line. Outnumbered 2-on-1. Good result for the Tigers. Rain continues to tumble. Floodlights on. Grey skies here at the G. After a dry first half, West Coast have led the game by as many as 29. They now lead it by just 4. 13 played, third term.
The Tigers starting in on top in the clearances, 8-2 in this third quarter. Shoal one down the tap, Shuey onto it, almost pinched by Martin. Shuey over the foot, he swats it, only as far as Lambert. 48 metres from goal, long to the goal mouth. It's wide, and Lynch racing back, sees it roll out of play in the left forward pocket at the punt road end for the Tigers.
this is what you see from two good teams. West Coast throw the first punch. Richmond come back second quarter, throw their punch. Now they go, all right, we're both in a business here, and then now they're just sussing each other out. No one's going to give an inch.
Tigers with an extra 16 disposals so far in this third quarter. Shoal and Hickey took each other out. Neither had it. Lambert onto it, snaps across his body. It bounces, then almost got there. Another great effort. Barras able to lunge forward, got the grenade and got a hand onto it as was about to cross the goal line. The Eagles lead is 3 points at the 13-minute mark of the third.
Under siege now, the Eagles. Momentum with Richmond as Jett a long kick towards the members' wing. Chol goes the spoil, close to the boundary line. Gaff keeps it alive. Gives it to Shuey, to Sheed. The Eagles long kick down the wing, down the boundary line, close to the boundary line, out on the full. A little too wide as Kennedy and Vlosten clash in the air. The ball carries the paint, and as a result, a free kick for Richmond. 3-point game. West Coast lead it. 14 played. Third quarter. Richmond have not led at any stage this afternoon. Vlosten down to half forward. Lynch just knock on, surge on mentality. Sets up Martin against the boundary line. Kicks it straight into Chol. He literally kicks it into Chol. Ricochets off his body and out of bounds it goes in the forward pocket. A throw in at the punt road end. That wasn't his intended target.
I reckon it was a falcon. I didn't see him in the head. Dusty's having a laugh about it.
He sees the funny side of it. Shoal less so.
Just go down as a drop mark.
West Coast by 3 points. Tigers in attack. Hickey wins down the tap. Tries to follow up his right work. Yo onto it. Hand pass away to Gaff. Kicks off the outside of the boot to halfback. Bounces in front of Asprey and also Kennedy. Out of fresh air. Kicked by Allen. It bounces just inside the field of play and then rolls across for a throw-in. Just to the right of the West Coast Eagles bench on the members' side of the G. It's the Eagles by 3 points as rain continues to fall.
It just looks unnatural for Eagles how they're moving the ball now because they have to surge it. They're looking a little bit panicky. It's not their A game how they want to play. So they're looking a little bit uncomfortable.
We often talk about territory in the modern game, that just the entire half or the entire quarter has been played in Richmond's half. And the boundary throw in. Graham off the deck, gives it to Castagna. Martin through traffic, breaks the tackle, gives it to Ellis. Back to Dusty in the centre square. Kicks to half forward. Castagna drops a chest mark. Under pressure. Hand pass back into the corridor. Jack Rewalt tries to throw a boot at it. Slips to Shepherd. He just knocks it to centre half back for West Coast. First one there, Prestia. Hand pass back to Dusty. He coughs it up. And Jetta just says, get it out of there as he bangs it away down the members' wing.
Asprey going back with the flight, dropped the mark. He's got enough time to gather though, puts the arm out to gesture. He's got it under control. Chips it back inside the defensive 50 once he does win the footy. and finds Grimes. 35 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end.
Richmond have pulled West Coast's forward line apart now. The Eagles forwards are getting up higher and higher because there's pressure. And when they do clear it like that, Richmond are sitting 2 back now.
I've got no idea why other teams don't do what Richmond do and just keep Grimes. He's back inside 50 all by himself. Takes away that quick one over the top, that run in open goal completely.
Grimes back to Asprey, to Hawley long down the wing. Revolt hacks it forward. It might be too wide though. It bounces right on the boundary line.
They're just surging. Tigers, knock on, hit on, get it going. Total field possession game. It works in these conditions.
West Coast lead by 3 points. 16 minutes gone, third quarter.
All the momentum with the Tigers. West Coast kicked 7 of the first 9 goals in the game. Richmond have kicked 5 of the last 6 from the boundary throw-in. It's knocked straight back towards the boundary and a throw-in again. Still at half forward for Richmond.
Dusty Martin's up to 30. He's putting on a clinic today in this game. He's outstanding.
Is that
amazing?
8 in this quarter, 4 of them inside 50s. Rain continues to tumble here at the MCG, as it has throughout the second half. For the boundary throw-in, Joel wins the tap. Down in front of Allen, who's wrapped up straight away. The umpire calls for it. We'll have another stoppage, same spot on the ground. Half forward for Richmond.
Now Richmond's got Grimes set 50 metres behind the furthest West Coast player forward.
Allen wins the tap. Shuey volleyball spike straight up in the air. Sits up for Yo. He chucks it on the boot up towards halfway. Unkind bounce for Darling. There's the loose man back as Vlauston wins it for Richmond. And pass away to Broad against the boundary line. Chip short to Edwards in front of the bench.
They've actually got +2 back. He's the deep banker, but Vlauston's also just rolling off as well.
Edwards veers out to the right, sends it long inside the 50. Lynch will come from a long way back. Revolt there got hands to it. Socket off the ground by Revolt. He has another go to volley it. Rolls inside the left forward pocket. Scholl kept it alive. It rolls into the post. Into the left goal post. West Coast lead is 2 points at the 17-minute mark of the third term. Just the 1 goal so far in this third quarter, which went the way of Kane Lambert.
We've seen a bit this year that very few teams, Ryan and Berkey, are equipped to play wet weather footy. Richmond are one of them who have seemed like they've got this down. This is old school basics in the wet, which really suits their style as Hearn goes long towards the wing and Vlauston punches it out of bounds.
Well, they don't change their game style at all. Their game style doesn't matter, wet, dry, it's all the same. So they don't have to adjust. With the Eagles here in this case, they actually have to totally try and change how they move the ball. So it's foreign to them. To the Tigers, they're like a duck to water.
Boundary throw in, Joel reaching over the back. First touch on it, down towards Gaff, hand pass picked off, Graham, surge kick inside 50 at the drop, Lynch can't take the sprawling mark, sits up for Shepherd, centre half back, pressure hand pass away to Barras as he kicks out towards half back, wanted Rotham, trying to run onto it, knocks it to his own advantage, still going, slips over, without the footy, Richmond trying to keep it alive, great work by Baker, now a chance for Jetta off the deck, slaps it away to Hearn, gives it to Shepherd, kicks off half back.
Long kick towards Kennedy, who got rid of Grimes early, but Grimes made up ground. She tries to knock it on, gathers the footy, tackled, could have been taken high, got it to Cripps, doesn't want to take the advantage. And it will come back to Sheed at left half forward.
That was smart.
It allows them to reset. Sheed sends it long inside the 50. Ryan at the back, spoiled away by Vlauston. Shuey stayed down, he races after it, but it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket. The Eagles have been under siege in this third quarter, but they've now got it inside their forward 50. 19 minutes gone. The Eagles by 2 points.
It's a key for that ball to get out of bounds because Shuey was lurking beautifully at the foot there.
8-5 inside 50s in favour of Richmond this quarter.
From the throw-in, Darling doing the ruck work down to Yo, slips out of 2 tackles, hands it away to Cripps, he snaps, it floats goal and it floats through.
That's a great goal.
Jamie Cripps comes up with his second of the afternoon, and boy is it timely for West Coast. Just to give them a little bit of breathing space. They're back out by 8, 9-3-57. Richmond 7-7-49. They've led all day West Coast as we tick into time on in the third term.
It's about taking opportunities. That was a sensational stoppage goal by Eagles.
Yeah, Jamie Cripps, this is what he brings you. He can do this 1 or 2 goals a game. You can pretty much chalk that up, and to snap it over your left shoulder in the wet, about 20-25 metres, was a outstanding finish. But Richmond have been dominating most of this quarter, but the Eagles just doing what they needed to when they get the ball inside 50.
Jamie Cripps with 25 goals for the season. As the margin is stretched out to 8 points West Coast's way, Soldo up against Allen in the middle of the ground. Allen got the clearance of the hand pass to Gaff. Here go the Eagles once more. Kicks inside the 50. Vlosten in from the side. Marks on his chest. It did spill out late, but he was playing the mark. He sends it out to left half back by foot. Ellis takes the mark. Wants to hand pass it over the top to Baker. Ryan offers chase. He kicks around the wing to Dan Rioli, who marks on his chest, just short of half forward.
So Rioli in front of the interchange gates as he goes back to take the kick. Kicks in the Chol direction, out into the pocket. Flies to the footy, no mark, slips out of play. And a throw in half forward for the Tigers. Dry first half, overcast day in Melbourne, floodlights on. It has rained from about half-time onwards. It's continuing to fall steadily here at the G. Big crowd in. Are expecting around 48,000. It's well over that from the throw-in. Falls down to Graham. He chucks it on the boot back into the corridor. Dangerous ball for the Eagles. Castagna picks it up, tries to give it to Dusty. They turn it over. Has Nelson away to Sheed. Back to Nelson. He just chucks it on the boot. Kicks in the middle of the ground and Grimes back. Here he is, the goalkeeper for Richmond. Marks on his knees.
Like a kid on the slip and slide, he slides a good 15 metres, takes the mark and spreads the ball out to short on the Great Southern Stand win. The kick towards Lynch. He's got two to beat. It's spoiled out of play through McGovern. And Barras working well in defence, and the ball across the 50 from the Tigers' goal.
Staggers me why West Coast have Darling and Kennedy all up around the wing. They've got Allen up there as well. Just get one forward, make Grimes accountable.
Yeah, keep a forward anchor.
Yeah.
Thrown back in, Soldo, one down the tap to Dan Rioli. Swatted it to Lambert, who got it on to Caddy, who cuts through traffic. Wobbly kick inside the 50. Rotham got a hand to it. Scholl fights for it. Lynch picks it up. Hand pass to Ross. No time to think. Duck the Shuey tackle. Squeezes a kick. No, he was taken high.
Terrible by Shuey. Terrible.
So even though he probably did duck, it was high contact.
But he started the tackle high. He had the player completely cold. There was a loopy handball. He was standing there waiting for it. Shuey was bearing down on him. He should have just nailed him around the waist and driven him into the ground. So he deserves to have this one against him.
He's ducked into it. The rule, if you duck in, that should be play on.
I reckon he shrugged under the tackle. The tackle started far too high.
Jack Ross in just his 7th game of footy. Here on the MCG, directly in front, 35 metres out. Oh, he missed to the right-hand side. A great ball drop. It was right all the way. West Coast lead is 7 points at the 23-minute mark of the third term.
So it's 12 scoring shots to 15. Richmond have had 3 more and yet trail by 7 points. West Coast have taken almost all of their opportunities. As Nelson goes, or Hearn short to Nelson, back to Hearn, kicks long down the wing. Darling flying, pushing the back, going against Darling to be taken by Vlosten right on halfway. In front of the benches, as Vlosten loads up and kicks it deep. Barras gets a hand on it, falls down in front of Rotham, hand pass away towards Sheed, off half-back, floats a kick down the line. Spoil comes over the top by Vlosten, still alive for Baker, who snaps back down to half-forward. McGovern trying to take it on his chest, unsuccessful. Scholl, hand pass, misses Ellis, out of bounds it goes.
He did all the good work there, Scholl. Beautiful ground ball, spin out, just couldn't execute the handball. I tell you what, I've really liked Rotham's game. He's a very good player. I'm very impressed with what he's brought to the game.
So boundary throw in, half forward for the Tigers. Eagles by 7, 25 played, third quarter.
Josh Rossland, the late inclusion for Will Schofield. Thrown back in, Shuey tried to sock it off the ground, couldn't clear the congestion. Lambert knocked it on, Waterman over the footy. Hearn has a go, his kick ricochets off Yo, who gathers the footy. High kick out of defence, towards the members' wing. Kennedy underneath it, spoils it away from Asprey, and it rolls over the boundary line in front of the 2 benches.
All these stoppages are playing into Richmond's hands. It's 14-6 clearances just this quarter.
The Eagles need that to go out of bounds, because if they do win it and they kick it, there's Asprey sitting back there.
Staggers me.
West Coast by 7. As Hickey tries to swat it forward. Oh, head over the ball. Skidding through Ellis. Couldn't collect. Comes to West Coast through Cripps. He chucks it on the boot to centre half forward. In front, Grimes. No mark. Slips away to Broad. And Broad with a hurried kick inside the centre square for Richmond. Underneath it, Nelson. No mark. Dan Rioli spoils. Caddy at the drop for Richmond. Hand pass away to Prestia. He's tackled. Dispossessed. Yo trying to pick it up off the bottom of the pack. Just whacks it out off the deck. Away to Sheed. Shuey kicks it straight into Hearn's bounce as the ball ball ricochets out to Bolton. Richmond back with it at half forward. Now Prestia stepping around one, shakes the Shepherd tackle, kicks inside 50. Dusty on the end of it, snapping and kicks the goal. We got a 1-point game at the G. And Dusty Martin on the end of it. The Eagles never saw it again after it ricocheted off the head of their premiership captain, Shannon Hearn. West Coast by a point. 26 played in the third term. And Dusty's day out continues. He's got 29 and a goal.
Well, it's amazing that Richmond players just kept running forward. Prestia, the Eagles invested all their numbers at Prestia, and he just weaved his way out of traffic. If you're going to invest numbers at the tackle, you've got to land the tackle. But that's the second Falcon we've seen in this quarter, so obviously it's becoming a bit of a Tigers momentum wave at the moment.
91-64 are the possessions this quarter in favour of the Tigers, 42-29 inside 50s.
The West Coast Eagles got out by as much as 23 points in the first quarter. It's back to a 1-point ball game. Hickey following up his ruck work, gets the clearance. Out to the Great Southern stand side, racing back Ellis and Hooley. Ellis tries to swat it to Hooley's advantage. Ryan got a touch in there. Waterman as well. Ryan taken high. As Bolton went for the tackle. He was losing his footing. Ryan wastes no time, sends it to half forward. Willie Rioli the target, spoiled away, charging forward. Caddy onto it. Edwards just got his kick away as he was tackled by Sheed. To space at half back, running onto it Broad. He hack kicks it towards half forward wide. If Revolt, it'll be too wide as it rolls out of play, but the Tigers will be happy to take it from defence to half forward. West Coast by a point. 27 minutes gone, third term.
Willie Rioli, you've got a lot of talent in that body, but you need to work harder when the ball's on the ground inside your forward 50.
Barris having a spell on the bench for West Coast along with Allen and Petrocelli. Hutchings tapped out at half-time with a soft tissue injury, so he's out of the game for the Eagles. And the boundary throw-in, a fumble from Shuey, a wet greasy footy, slips its way to Yo, half past to Redden. A kick along the ground looking to make some territory, and in the end, I think Darling's pretty happy to see it out. A throw-in right on halfway. Members wing.
Eagles have adjusted and put Kennedy in. Just said, mate, just stay about 10 metres in front of Grimes. At least we've got some representation down there.
It's still they're minus behind the ball.
Still 2-on-1.
West Coast by a point. Richmond haven't led all afternoon. 28 minutes into the third term from the throw-in. Prestia spun around. Hand pass straight up and down. Falls with Hickey. Taps it down to Cripps. Quick hand pass to Redden. Kicks the Eagles to half forward. Darling in front. And Jack Darling takes the mark 60 metres out on the attacking edge of the centre square. Kicks it deep, floating over the top. Grimes can't complete the mark. Goes to ground, just whacks it out along the deck. Hooley soccers down. Rioli collects. Richmond off half back. Work it out as his hand pass ends up with Ellis.
Ellis hasn't quite picked it up cleanly now. Works the hand pass forward towards Dan Rioli. Charging in Willie Rioli. Socketed off the ground. Got it to Allen. Hand pass inboard to Cripps. Knocked on by Waterman. Brought down by Ellis. Not sure he had the footy. Play on's the call. They dive on top of it. And the umpire will come in and ball it up.
Which Richmond player is that?
Is that Grimes?
Just getting up off the ground. It could be Grimes after that.
Dylan Grimes.
Contest. He looks in a world of hurt with that right leg.
A trainer standing alongside him just 5 metres from when this ball's being thrown up. Darling one down the tap, got it to Cripps, couldn't get boot to ball. Yo trying to paddle it towards goal. Kennedy onto it, tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball.
Well, Grimes is hobbling off now. He cannot put any weight on that right leg.
Ross to take the free kick in the pouring rain here at the MCG. It's the Eagles by a point.
If there was one player Richmond couldn't afford to lose, trying to hold it down in the back line after Alex Rance, of course, hurting his ACL and having surgery after that incident in round one on the opening night. Now Dylan Grimes in the hands of the trainers as he limps off towards the interchange. The ball's out of play on the other wing, southern side of the ground. You can hear the applause from the Richmond fans. Did you see a replay, Berkey?
Yeah, he went up to the mark, came down, landed on that right leg. It was a bit of a jolt, whether it's a lateral side of the knee or an ankle.
West Coast by 1, so can Kennedy and Darling capitalise in the driving rain. Quick kick forward from Yo. Kennedy gives it away to Willie Rioli. As a throw, it's going against the Eagles. Kick to come back to Richmond at half-back. Jess Webster on the boundary.
Grimes straight down to the race and into the rooms. He does look very distressed and quite ginger at the moment. Can hardly, watching him walk down the stairs, he can hardly put any weight on that leg. So big concern for him indeed.
So pivotal to the way the Tigers play. Asprey long out of defence towards Scholl. Centre wing, Great Southern stand side. McGovern in the pack, swatted forward by Hickey. Only as far as Ellis of the Tigers. Kicks around his body. Rotham underneath it. Couldn't complete the mark for the Eagles. Now he needs to try and knock it out. Revolt over the top. Turns to the umpire. He's going to be pinged. He who hesitates is forced to pay. And sometimes just a skiller in this circumstance. Revolt long towards Martin. Shepherd spoils it away. Dusty trying to get back onto it. Tackled by Shepherd. Gets the hand pass to Graham. 45 from goal. Long towards Scholl. 2-on-1. Gaff got back there. Provided good support for Nelson. And takes the mark on his chest just 2 metres out from his defensive goal.
Smart move by Hardwick. He's not taking Dusty off the ground. He's saying, mate, go and stand in the goal square. Kick a couple of goals for us.
Oh, Gaff kicks it straight onto the chest of Rewalt. Pumps it back inside 50. And McGovern chops it off. So turnover footy in the wet. Hand pass away towards Gaff. Long kick out wide. Wanted Sheed. Hooley clever. Taps it back to Broad's advantage. Chucks it on the boot down to half forward. Out past Graham. A fumble from Gaff and out of bounds it goes. That wasn't his intention, and a throw in half forward for the Tigers.
With Grimes off, Loston becomes that man who's the goalkeeper for the Tigers.
So West Coast by a point. They did lead the game by 29 when the weather was dry in the opening quarter. Richmond have controlled the match from that point on. And West Coast lead it by 1 at three-quarter time. As I said, the Eagles had it out by 29 points, having kicked 7 of the first 9 goals. And from that point on, it's been 6 goals to 2 Richmond's way. West Coast by 24 at quarter time, by 9 at the half, and at three-quarter time they lead it by just 1. Concerns on the injury front for both teams. Mark Hutchings out of the game at half-time with what looks like a leg injury, and Dylan Grimes with an ankle complaint limping off in the latter stages of that third term. The goal kickers, first of all, for West Coast, who have led all afternoon. 2 for Cripps, 2 for Darling, 1 for Ryan, Allen, Hickey, Petrocelli and Willie Rioli. While for Richmond, they've had 8 individual goal kickers. So 1 for Dusty Martin, Rewalt, Castagna, Short, Lynch, Caddy, Lambert and Bolton.
If you want to add your thoughts to ours on the SMS or let us know where you're tuning in, 0437 774 774. About 10 minutes away from the match getting underway at Giants Stadium. GWS taking on the Western Bulldogs. Dawson Simpson comes in for Shane Mumford for the Giants, and Lewis Young in for the Dogs with Tim English out. It's a 1-point ball game with a quarter to go here at the MCG. The West Coast Eagles 9-3-57, the Tigers 8-8-56. Wherever you're listening around the country or around the world via the AFL app, it's all unfolding on Grandstand AFL, on ABC Radio, Radio Australia and Grandstand Digital.
In a cracking new drama from the ABC comes a character larger than life.
Be a massive misunderstanding.
Bloody oath there, huh?
Rebel Wilson, David Wenham, and introducing Alexander Bertrand.
I'm Les Norton.
Block hurting blokes to you, Les Norton.
Not especially.
Could have fooled me.
Les Norton.
Part of the team now.
Continues Sunday night, 8:40 on ABC TV and iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
AFL.
You're with Grandstand.
Barras has another go at it. His kick is a shocker. Turn it over and Lambert takes the intercepting mark. It's a bad turnover and gives Kane Lambert a chance to get the first goal of the third term. Kane Lambert, one of the hard-working midfielders for the Tigers, directly in front, 30 metres out. He strikes truly. The Tigers with the first goal of the second half.
Under siege now, the Eagles, momentum with Richmond. From the throw-in, Darling doing the ruck work down to Yo, slips out of 2 tackles, hands it away to Cripps, he snaps, it floats goal and it floats through. Jamie Cripps comes up with his second of the afternoon, and boy is it timely for West Coast. Just to give them a little bit of breathing space as the ball ricochets out to Bolton. Richmond back with it at half forward. Now Prestia stepping around 1, shakes the Shepherd tackle, kicks inside 50. Dusty on the end of it, snapping and kicks the goal. We got a 1-point game at the G.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and on Grandstand Digital.
Three-quarter time at the MCG. It's the West Coast Eagles leading by a point, 9-3-57 of the Tigers, 8-8-56. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Jess Webster down on the boundary. Nathan Burke and Ryan O'Keefe for your experts. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Jane has been in touch. Geez, what's the free kick tally? The Tiki Touchwoods seem to be in the favour of the Richmond team. It's 18-15 the way of the Tigers, Jane, so not a great deal between it, but Been a couple that could have gone either way. And Rob says, seems like the Tigers may be dictating the pace of mayhem. So some of your thoughts on 0437 774 774. Now we're experts. Ryan O'Keefe and Nathan Burke.
Well, the Tigers did dictate that game, that quarter, absolutely. It was 106-77 in terms of possessions. Clearances, they won 15-12, inside 50, 16-11, and contested possession 45-34. So if that continues in this last quarter, the Tigers will absolutely win this game. And even structurally around the ground, they just set up in a way that the Eagles, when they did win the footy, they couldn't get it through. The only goal for the quarter that they got was a snap out of a ball up inside their forward 50 by Cripps. Grimes was playing that goalkeeper role to perfection. And just such a smart play. So in these conditions, what is the big danger to the Tigers? It's Riola, it's Petruccelli, it's Ryan getting open space inside the forward 50 and sprinting forward. Play the goalkeeper, takes that completely out of play with Grimes off now with, we're not sure whether it's an ankle or a knee injury. Looked fairly significant, whatever it was. So Vlosten's going to play that role now. And the Eagles, they need to find a way to break that down. Keeping a player at home, making Vlosten accountable is the obvious way. Whether they're going to do that, I'm not too sure. But Ryan, to me, the way this game's being played, I'm tipping a Tigers win.
Yeah, look, don't discount Eagles' competitiveness and toughness around it. They are a good contested side. They're big bodies. They can do it. I suppose Richmond they've shown they're going to keep an anchor. So if I was West Coast, I'll just reset, put Kennedy deep back, anchor, and let there be space. Because Eagles did have the opportunities to get it in. They did get it in. But the Tigers were just mopping up and cleaning up in their back half just because they had that goalkeeper. So I think if Eagles can sort of equalise ahead of the ball, they get enough ball around stoppage and clearance and contested possessions as well. So, look, I don't think this is a done deal on Richmond's behalf. But this is two top teams having a crack, and they'll grind away right to the final siren.
Third versus fourth. In a lot of people's eyes, these might be the last two teams to decide the AFL season. It's a one-point ball game the Eagles' way as we head into the final quarter on Grandstand AFL. Hickey and Soldo with the ball tossed up in the air. They both take out each other, but Hickey knocks it forward. Socket forward by Yo. Got good purchase. A good 35 metres to the top of the 50. Charging out Broad. Couldn't pick it up cleanly. Petruccelli knocked it to his own advantage. He was taken out by Broad as the ball rolls out of play. 55 metres out from the Eagles' goal, who are heading to the punt road end in this final term. West Coast by a point.
You can see the Eagles just wanted a surge knock on the ball too, so it looks like Kennedy's staying a lot deeper.
Rain continues to fall down. Neither Ruckman a decisive tap. Shuey couldn't take it. Edwards soccers it forward to the wing where it's picked up by Lynch. Great Southern stand side. High ball into the middle. One direction. Dan Riola the other way. Shepherd sported down. Ryan just knocks it forward. Hooley had it, lost it, tackled by Shuey. It comes out to the advantage of Yo. A couple of key involvements early. High ball to half forward. Vlosten underneath it, spoils it away from Sheed. Onto it, Caddy at left half back. Hand pass inboard to Short.
So Short kicks down the southern wing, out to half forward for Richmond. Rewalt the target. Barras comes over the top, spoils close to the boundary line. Little soccer from Rewalt, ricochets off McGovern and out of bounds. A throw in 35 metres out from the Tigers' goal. It's just set the scene, the floodlights on, the rain falling. It's been chucking it down since half time, so the entirety of this second half has been played in the rain after we had a dry first half. We had 10 goals in the first quarter. And there's only been 17 kicked in a match, so you can do the math from that point on. For the boundary throw-in, Hickey wins it down. McGovern, surge kick out of defensive 50. Hawley picks it up in the launch pad. Hand pass away to Barton. Just bangs it as long as he can. Getting back, Barras flies to the footy. It bounces off his chest and through for a -4. And so we're all locked up after 3 quarters and 2 minutes of footy. Early stages, final term, 9-3-57 West Coast. Richmond 8-9-57. 57 points each of 2. Scores level at the G.
Justin Martin with 30 disposals, the leading possession getter by 5 as Hearn brings the Eagles back into play towards Ryan, who flies against Hooley. Footy taken by Broad, lost it. Should have been holding the ball, it is. And Shuey quickly kicked it away. It'll come back to the Eagles at right half back.
Eagles still are persisting with that forwards come out and squeezing the ground, especially when the ball's in their back half. So they keep surging. They're just playing the goalkeeper again, Richmond.
So the free kick taken by Darling, who sends it long towards half forward. Kennedy in the pack, couldn't take the mark. Did he give a shove? Yes, the umpire said he did. And the free kick to go the way of the Tigers with Asprey to take it at half back. So this stage...
He struggled today, Kennedy, didn't he? Sorry. Huh?
He has. As Asprey kicks a long ball around the Great Southern Stand side. Revolt the target, it bounces in front of him, gathers the footy. Tackled by McGovern and Shuey. And the ball isn't coming clear. So West Coast with Mark Hutchings out of the game. I'm going to Jess shortly to see if there's an update on Dylan Grimes off that awkward land in the third quarter.
Tom Barris standing. Lynch deep inside the forward 50 for Richmond from the boundary throwing. The Tigers win it at the coalface. Prestia hand pass away to Edwards. Kicks to centre half forward. Not a great kick. Turns it over. Shepherd bangs it back into the middle of the ground for West Coast. Straight to Baker of the Tigers. Chucks it on the boot. They got numbers out. Castagna takes the mark. He can chip it short. Bolton's all alone and marks. Just right of centre. Bolton unmarked. Catches it about 30 metres out just right of centre.
They took a punt there, the Richmond players. They just backed their teammate to win the contest and they ran ahead of the ball. So it's one of those things, if you don't win that contest, you don't help your team in defence, but they'll just back in their own team to win the contest and get it forward.
Grimes coming back on the ground as you can hear the roar. It's about to double as Richmond will hit the front for the first time today, not with the score they wanted. Shea Bolton sprays it up the side of his boot. It sneaks through from behind. We have our first lead change 4 minutes into the final term. Richmond by 1.
Well, that's amazing effort. Dylan Grimes back on the ground. Doesn't seem to be hampered at all the way that he came off. I was thinking that's multiple weeks.
Hearn long kick in towards Yo. Couldn't complete the mark with Prestia there. Swatted forward by Shuey. Vlosten onto its centre wing. He tries to push off Gaff. And in the process steps over the boundary line. So Claire was in touch on the SMS saying that she didn't see what happened to Dylan Grimes. He landed awkwardly in a marking contest. It was hard to work out whether it was knee or ankle. Assume it was probably ankle given his return to the match. From the throw-in, Prestia onto it. Hand pass for the Tigers to Edwards. High kick inside the 50. Shepherd back with the flight. Dropped it. Socketed it away. Got it to the advantage of Hearn. It's tight moments out here. The kick towards Red and it bounces through his legs. Onto it, Dusty. He kicks it into the corridor. The ball bounces. Tough one. Bolton onto it. Lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up. Orderman was the player who had to wait for the tackle to come. He couldn't gather it cleanly. And the umpire will toss it up.
So much at stake. Top 2 for the Eagles. Top 4 for Richmond. As Shuey, lucky not to be pinged for kicking in danger. Not so. The non-controlling umpire didn't forgive him. And a free kick to come back to Soldo. Bend him down to pick up the footy. Shuey sockers it away. And Big Ivan Soldo will have a set shot right in the corridor, 40 out in front.
Yeah, sometimes they can be a little bit contentious, those kicking off the ground, but I don't think you have an issue with that one. Soldo virtually had his hands on the footy and the big indiscriminate kick.
Every little mistake when it gets pressure like this just gets magnified, doesn't it? As you get towards the end of the game, everything just builds up. The crowd gets involved. A lot of pressure on the umpires to make the right decision.
He's kicked a goal in each of his past 3 games, Ivan Soldo. None of those goals as important as this. Momentum with Richmond. They need to capitalise on the scoreboard early in the final term. Soldo slots it. Richmond out by 7. More than 60,000 in at the G, but predominantly most of them wearing yellow and black. And they're roaring for the Tigers here. Out by 7 points, 6.5 played in the final term.
And you might be excused if Richmond go on and win this game. You might be thinking, oh, the weather really played into it and made a big difference. But signs of this win by Richmond, if they do go on and win, started about 1 minute into that second term. The first term, they just did not play the way Richmond wanted to play. Their defensive structures around the ground were terrible. As soon as they got that underway, it's just made it extremely difficult for the West Coast Eagles to try and break through.
Ivan Soldo with his 5th goal of the season in his 10th match. Back in the middle of the ground, Edwards trying to get the clearance to the Tigers. Hand pass to Prestia. Here goes Soldo once more. Kicks to the run of Caddy at half forward. Waterman offers chase. Caddy knocks it on at 50. Little toe poke into the 50 towards the boundary line. And it rolls out of play. The Tigers will take it. Left forward pocket, City end. Richmond lead by 7 points. The match at Giant Stadium has just got underway between GWS and the Western Bulldogs. No score after 2 minutes. Dawson Simpson coming in for Shane Mumford. Lewis Young in for Tim English. Ball tossed back into play. Hickey tries to knock it down. To the advantage of Gaff, who gets it out to Petruccelli by foot at half-back. Shuey onto it. Awkward kick centre wing, which Kennedy's able to take an excellent mark in the conditions.
He's in the back half, though. He kicks up into the front half. Between wing and half forward in the Darling direction. The spoil comes from Vlosten and out of the bounds it goes.
Yeah, on the half-back line is not where you want Kennedy getting the footy.
Well, that's the fact from a defensive stoppage, their forwards come up so high. That's the reason he was there.
It's been a really good game of footy. Can West Coast come again? Momentum, as Berkey touched on, really swung the early stages of that second quarter. And Richmond now in front, having trailed most of the day. They lead by 7 from the stoppage. Prestia races away with it, kicks into open space at half-back. The umpire, forgiving in the wet conditions, says spin it in. The Eagles can't believe it. They wanted a free kick for a deliberate out-of-bounds call. And there'll be a boundary throw-in, 60 out from the Tigers' goal.
Yeah, good common sense umpiring that one. There was no doubt that was just a shank of a kick.
Richmond by 7 points after West Coast have led for most of the day. Hickey from behind, flanks, tries to slap it to the back. Edwards couldn't take it cleanly. Yo could. A hand pass to Redden of the Eagles. He kicks around the boundary line. Bouncing ball for Darling. Swatted away by Broad. Onto it, Hooley for Richmond. Kicks inside the 50. Coming out, Revolt. Got a nudge from McGovern. Umpire says it was in the back.
No.
Oh, that does seem a little ticky Touchwood.
That was a good dive there by Revolt.
He'll take it 50 from goal, hard out to the left.
It's always a concern when the umpire, who is probably 8 metres away, doesn't pay it, and the one who's 50 comes flying in.
They're trying to get their finals contention into place, the umpires, are they?
9 individual goal kickers for the Tigers so far. Jack has 1. This would be an incredible effort in the wet. Hard out to the left. He sets himself. Revolt from just inside the 50. It's to the top of the goal square. They fly for it. No one able to claim the mark. Barris's hand pass to Shepherd. Graham fights for it. Jetta emerges. Where will he go? He just throws it on the boot. A spiralling ball to half-back. Kennedy underneath it. Asprey takes the mark for the Tigers at half-back.
Asprey laterally finds Baker. The boy from down at Lake Grace. But in the same footy club Nat Fyfe did growing up. Of course, Fyfe's hometown as he goes across the ground of Vlosten. And Vlosten to Grimes. He's getting cheered for every touch. Grimes kicks deep, top of the goal square, in front. Barris flies for the footy, no mark. Socket away. Picked up by Rotham under pressure. He's dispossessed. Umpire lets them all roll. Richmond are swarming on them 20 metres out from their attacking goal. There's a pack which develops. And the umpire says, I'll have it. A ball up, 20 out from the Richmond goal at the city end. Tigers by 7 points, having trailed all afternoon. Just the one lead change which came earlier in this final term.
Soldo deep in attack, swats it down, got it to the advantage of Graham, couldn't clear the congestion. Revolt onto it for Richmond. Hand pass to Edwards, a set kicker, fires on goal and puts it through. And the Tigers come from everywhere to celebrate. It was hard earned, but Shane Edwards was the man who was in position waiting for the hand pass. And the Tigers are out by 13 points. 10-10-70 to the West Coast Eagles. 9-3-57. 11 minutes gone, final term. Meanwhile at Giants Stadium, the opening 2 goals the way of the Western Bulldogs through Dixon and Norton. They're 2 straight 12 to the Giants, yet to score through 5 minutes.
This is just great contest. Both teams aren't giving an inch. And they have to work really hard to kick their goals. So this is just a great contested brand of footy. Both teams are going full ball at it. So just the Tigers are just playing the game in their half, which gives them more opportunity to have goals.
I'm not sure why you let Shane Edwards stand 5 metres off the back of the pack at the stoppage, because if he gets the footy, he's going to put it through the goals.
West Coast kicked 7 of the first 9 goals in the game. They led by 29 points, a game high. And from that point on, Richmond have kicked 8 of the last 10 goals. West Coast with a rare centre clearance. Redden down to centre half forward. Off the spoil, it spills to the Tigers again. Hooley hand pass away to Baker to short. And they're running in numbers now. Gives it back to Hooley. Kicks down to half forward. Castagna flies. Shepherd with the spoil. Finds the safety of the boundary line and a throw in between wing and half forward for Richmond.
I tell you what, Dom Sheet doesn't look well. He's hobbling around. It doesn't look quite right.
No, he's been hobbling a little bit all day. I noticed he's come to the bench a couple of times and really struggled to get there. And The Eagles have made the change with Redden tagging Dusty Martin now a little bit too late.
From the throw-in, Hickey one down the tap to Gaff, gives the hand pass to the run of Yo, who kicks towards half-forward. Darling with 2 to beat, and in front is Broad. Darling has to become the defender and spoil the ball out of play. So West Coast have only kicked 2 goals since the first quarter. They're now down by 13. I feel like one more Richmond's way would almost start to push it out of reach. The Eagles have it on half-forward here. Ball tossed back into play. Scholl up against Hickey. Hickey wins down the tap. Petrocelli can't take it. Ball bounces through the legs of Caddy. Ross tries to swat it towards the boundary line. That should be deliberate. Yes. Umpire says it is. The West Coast Eagles will take it at left half forward. 65 from goal. Shuey to take it.
He's going to go one place, top of the square.
So Shuey does just that. Lays it up. Scholl comes in from the side, spoils, and out of bounds it goes. A throw in. Forward pocket for West Coast. They kicked 7 goals in the first half hour, West Coast, or in the first 27 minutes, in fact. And really, if you even mark it from half-time onwards, they've kicked 1 goal since it started raining. They're going to have to kick 3 to win it. Down by 13 points. 14 minutes into the final quarter. They've kept coming and coming, the Tigers, having given away a head start in the opening term. 1 down by Darling, picked up by Willie Rioli, dumped in a heavy tackle from Caddy, and drilled into his back, says the umpire. Caddy penalised for the rough tackle, and Willie Rioli will have a set shot at centre half forward. Not a popular decision.
You can hear what the Tigers supporters think of that one.
Well, he's been a bit quiet, Willie Rioli, since that first quarter, so...
Did fall in his back a little bit.
So Rioli moves in the wet, shooting towards the goal of the punt right end. That'll silence the crowd. Rioli kicks it, and West Coast keep themselves in it. 15 minutes played in the final term. The Tigers lead Cup to 7. 10-10 to 10-3. Willie Rioli kicks his second.
I think the Richmond supporters are complaining, thinking that it was a dangerous tackle. The umpire didn't actually pay a dangerous tackle. He paid for the landing in his back at the end of it, which is probably not too bad a call. But well done by Willie Rioli. Badly needed goal. Keeps the West Coast in this.
This is where they say the Eagles' small forwards of Rioli and Ryan, when the game's not going, they'll just still be able to impact the game and put pressure on. And he did a beautiful crumb off the throw-in. So they've got to keep busy. They just can't rely on when the ball's dry and moving fast for them.
Back in the middle, Scholl, 1 down the tap, got it to Martin. He couldn't clear the congestion, bouncing ball to Waterman. He brushed off the tackle of Castagna and got a kick out to the Great Southern Stand wing. Broad leads the foot race with Willie Rioli. He soccers it forward to the advantage of Ellis, and it rolls out of play. The Eagles did come from behind here at the MCG in round 15 against the Hawks. It was wet conditions there. Hawthorn led by 5 points at three-quarter time. The Eagles kicked 4 goals to 2 in the final term, but I feel like with Richmond leading by 7 points, they need to strike soon.
So from the boundary throw in, Martin tries to soccer it forward, misses the kick. Now Allen, hand pass along the line, picked off though by Baker, who turns and kicks it inside forward 50 for Richmond. Lynch tries to get rid of McGovern, no free kick forthcoming. Falls down to Nelson, high up and under out of defensive 50. Chol just punches it back down to half forward for Richmond. Greasy footy, no one able to really get a clean possession. Gaff soccers it away to Cripps' advantage. Hand pass over to Shuey. Are the Eagles out here? Gets an untidy kick down the wing. Kennedy can't control it. Asprey picks it up, dispossessed. Here's Cripps, hand pass away to Darling, pushed off it. Grimes sweeping hand pass away for Richmond.
Got it to Graham, who kicks to half forward. Out comes Revolt. Barras right there with him, and it goes over the back and out of play.
Great tackle by Hooley then. If he didn't lay that one, the West Coast Eagles are out. And they had Willie Rioli, I think, against Broad in that forward line, so you back him when it's on the ground.
Richmond by 7 points, 16 minutes gone, final term. At Giants Stadium, it's the Western Bulldogs, 4 straight 24 to the Giants, 1-1-7. Thrown back in. Ross can't take it cleanly for the Tigers. Shuey onto it. Kicks around his body, but only as far as Hooley, who marks on his chest at left half forward for the Tigers.
So Basher Hawley to put it back inside 50 for Richmond, where it's lived most of this second half. Lynch flies from the back. Revolt just spoils towards the top of the goal square. Picked up on the last line by Barris. His hand pass is a shocker. Goes straight to Lynch. He's dispossessed.
And free.
On a free kick's going to come back to Lynch.
Oh, Barris.
He's had a mare. Absolute mare.
His hand pass set up Tom Lynch, who tried to grab it at the top of the behind line. And then as Barris comes flying through, he's taken Lynch high and given away the free kick.
Is it short for embarrassed? Because that's what he'd be when he looks at his tape of this game.
He's one of those players you love in your team. He's those dour defender, like intense defenders. But when he has to make a decision, all of a sudden he gets a bit of foggy brain and the head explodes and he makes a fundamental one.
The highest profile free agent over the summer. Now at Tigerland, and what a year he's had, playing every game. Tom Lynch kicks it. The newest Tiger, and right now the most loved. Richmond back out by 13 points. A second for Tom Lynch at the 19-minute mark of the final term. Richmond by 13 points.
For goodness me, one thing you don't want to do as a defender is back up a mistake with another one. He panicked, he handballed the ball to the Richmond player, he handballed the ball to Lynch, who fumbled the ball, and then he went and chased him, jumped on his head and got him around the neck. No doubt it was a free kick, so complete and utter brain fade there twice by Barras. So gives that Tigers a very handy lead. Coming into it 9 minutes to go.
He just needed to, once he got ball in hand, he just sink the slipper and get out his front. Even if he put it out of bounds or on the full 4 rows back or so, you can get your defence to come back, but he just panicked.
These big games are all about moments, and that's one Tom Barras would like to have back in the middle of the ground. Yo tries to knock it forward, got it to half forward. Cripps couldn't pick it up cleanly. Waterman could. High up and under kick inside the 50. Nelson underneath it. Couldn't take the chest mark. He's on the bottom of the pack as Broad comes over the top and locks the footy up in the right forward pocket for the West Coast Eagles. Richmond by 13 points. 11-10, 76. The Eagles 10-3, 63. Tossed up. Soldo one down the tap. Baker couldn't take it cleanly. Yo got it forward to Cripps off the left boot to keep them alive. He snaps his third, which in a low-scoring contest says a little bit about his influence on the match. The Eagles are still in it. Richmond's lead cut back to 7. The immediate response, Richmond 11-10, 70 to the West Coast Eagles 11-3, 69.
Oh, he's just dangerous around 4 stoppages, isn't he?
And it was Basher Hawley on that occasion. He was Cripps' opponent. Basher got drawn into the contest, got called ball watching. Ball went past him, straight to Cripps. So it's great to be attacking forward, but you're 13 points up, 9 minutes to go. You can't let the opposition have a goal. You need to go defensive then. That's when the dangerous space is you stand behind your opponent. Basher, bad decision, and a goal to the West Coast Eagles.
Well, it just shows a bit of a blueprint for Eagles in these conditions. If they can get forward 50 stoppages, that's their most dangerous to score.
Soldo in the middle wins the tap. A centre bounce clearance for Richmond as Prestia kicks it high and long down to half forward. Dan Rioli can't mark. A number of players gather around the footy as it lands at his feet. Hearn ushers it out the back door. Worked out okay. Gaff chucks it on the boot. Kicks down the members' wing. In from the side, Allen forced to spoil. Richmond with numbers at the drop as Liam Baker lays it back by hand to Hawley. And Hawley's switching as he retreats all the way inside defensive 50 and finds Grimes.
And Richmond fans happy to see him back out there as he takes a bounce on the last line of defence. Works the hand pass away to his teammate in Asprey and kicks to half back where the mark is taken by Ross. He turns it over. Kicks it straight to Cripps of the Eagles. Hand pass quickly away to Sheet. Here they go inside the 50. Pulls his kick. There's 2 Eagles free. Waterman takes the mark. He plays on. Gets to 40. Steadies. Gets it. Back to a 1-point ball game. We're not done with yet. A classy finish from Jake Waterman. His first goal of the match. Richmond 11-10, 76. The West Coast Eagles 12-3, 75. The Eagles with the last 2 goals of the match, and we're back to a 1-point ball game.
Well, that's 2 fundamental turnovers by both ends, which is that's why these teams are good. They will hurt you if you make a mistake on the turnover. I think that's Ross there. Just kicked it straight down Cripps' throat. And Richmond's players were all offside because they thought they assumed that they were going to win the ball.
And right on my Waterman too. He got the kick, he didn't panic, he turned around, had a couple of handballs to give, but he thought, no, I'll take the responsibility here, and snagged it through. I thought the Eagles were gone, but credit to them, they're fighting back.
The most appropriately named man in the conditions as the rain continues to chuck it down. It's a 1-point margin. Richmond lead it in the middle of the ground. Here's Dusty, gets the clearance, kicks down towards the southern wing. Castagna was there. It spills to Soldo, the ruckman. Hand pass to Prescia. Away to Dan Rioli at centre half forward. Short kick to Lynch. Marks lays it over the top. Dan Rioli fumbles. Jetta knocks it away towards Barras. He's pushed off it. Loses the footy. Little soccer comes out from Gaff towards the half-back line. Ross picks it up though for Richmond. Snaps back to the top of the goal square. McGovern flying, juggled mark. A free kick for a push. It's going West Coast way. McGovern told to play on as he kicks out the premiership skipper, and Hearn marks at half-back. Richmond by 1 point, 23 played, final turn.
Hearn's kick is over the head though of Waterman. Richmond take it back through Baker. Hand pass to Bolton. He runs inside the 50. Petrocelli off his chase. Long to the goal square. Revo swats it on to Lynch. Top of the goal square. Kicks it through. Tom Lynch with his third. And the Tigers answer back to stretch out the lead to 7 points. It was sloppy. They were able to get the ball forward, and eventually they got the desired result. Richmond 12-10, 82 to the Eagles 12-3, 75. 23 minutes gone. Final quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Well, I'm not sure what Shannon Hearn was doing there. He got the ball coming out of the Eagles' defensive area. He put up his hand to slow down the play. He had a player to kick it to. By the time he turned around, saw that player, he was covered. The ball goes back inside the forward 50, and as you said, a scrambling goal.
I reckon he stepped off his line and he was called to play on and he panicked.
Well, that's the scores are coming off these pretty uncharacteristic turnovers from some players out there.
Tigers by 7. Yo in the middle of the ground. Hand pass picked off, trying to feed Sheed. Edwards races away with it, puts Richmond deep back inside 50. Rewalt flies, no mark. Spoil comes at the back. Gaff, a little fumble. Regathers, chucks it on the boot, kicks wide, finds Shuey. Centre half back, straight up the corridor they come. There's the premiership hero Sheed. Takes the mark. Hand pass away to Allen, who kicks inside the forward 50.
Downfield.
On a mark. There's a free kick downfield. He was collected by Vlost and Allen after disposing of the footy. And there's going to be a downfield free kick for the Eagles. Inside forward 50, 30 out, right in front to Willie Rioli.
The twists and turns of this last quarter in these conditions. It's an amazing game.
Shepherd comes limping off the ground. Fingers crossed he's okay. One of the most unluckiest players in the game. He's played 116 of the last 118 games for the Eagles, and the only 2 he's missed is the prelim in the grand final last year. Here's Willie Rioli. Game on the line. Richmond up by 7. Rioli hits the post. There's one straight kick in it. Tigers by a goal. Still 6 minutes on the game clock. 25 minutes played as the clock ticks up in this final turn.
Bully brings the Tigers back into play. Long kick towards Lynch. Hearn spoils it away and sees it out of play. Left half forward for the West Coast Eagles.
Well, Willie had a harder shot than that just about 10 minutes earlier and nailed it. And that one was dead in front. Just tried to nurse it through and hit the post.
Just for what it's worth, 2016, the last time we went through a season without a draw.
Okay, I like you putting it out there.
We haven't had one. Of course, there's 12 games to go in the year, including this.
Thrown back in. Hickey one down the tap. Best read, though, by Prestia of the Tigers. Kicks towards Lynch. Spoiled away by McGovern. Rotham came charging in. Couldn't pick up the footy. Dan Rioli good for Richmond. Lambert a fumble. Now he's under the pump. Good tackle by McGovern. Ball comes clear. Dusty just shovels it over his shoulder. Unable to pick it up. Bolton onto it. Gaff for the Eagles. Hand pass to Yo. Retreats back to Rotham. He throws it onto the boot. Finds Sheed with a fortunate kick in the middle of the ground.
Lays it off by hand to Gaff as the lefty kicks it deep. Top of the goal square. Kennedy! Mr. Kennedy takes the mark. Top of the goal square. And he's had a quiet day, Josh, but this is his moment to lock it all up.
Huge ball in the middle of the ground there. It was bumbling around. It was a fumble by the Tigers player. Without that fumble, no shot for Kennedy.
Waste no time, moves in, bangs it through, scores level again. The Eagles keep coming and this game keeps delivering. Scores level, 27 minutes played in the final term, 82 points each of 2.
What a big game this is. This is awesome. But that was Gaff. Gaff was the only one that ball was bubbling out. He was clean, gave it off, kicked it, then he ran on and then got it deep. And, yeah, Kennedy's had a quiet day, but this is where the big men, big moments, he's just too strong, and that's what you want from your key forward, just in these clutch times to take a powerful mark.
And Dom Sheed as well, he's not moving that well, but those last two forward entries, he's been the man by himself in the middle of the ground. It's taken the mark, handballed the ball off to that inside 50. Really important plays.
He's just playing in front. That's what you're doing these conditions for. Just play in front. The ball's always going to drop short.
Brad Shepherd doing run-throughs down on the boundary. Scores level at 82 apiece. Hickey wins down the tap for the Eagles, pushing the back. Shuey will take it.
Silly play by Edwards.
Shuey in the two circles in the middle of the MCG. Plays on, darts to his left, kicks straight down the pipe. Where's Kennedy? Gets to the back, worked to the front, couldn't complete the mark. Onto it, Asprey. He's tackled by Darling and Petrocelli. And the footy is locked up 40 metres out from the West Coast Eagles goal at the punt road end.
He nearly pulled that down, Kennedy.
Scores level, final 5 minutes. Edwards from the stoppage just sockers it back into the middle of the ground. It'll sit for Rewalt. He turns and kicks it deep. Barris is down there along with Lynch. The ball lands in front of Barris. He tries to pick it up off the deck. He overruns it. Socket coming through by Dan Rioli. Barris back on the goal line. Collects for West Coast. Hand pass to Nelson. Tackled as he kicked. Ricochets out to Bolton. Richmond with it back. Hands it to Rewalt. He's kicked the goal. Jack's kicked the goal. Richmond back in front. 29-minute mark of the final term. The Tigers by a goal. This game keeps getting better and better and better. Richmond by 6. Rewalt with his second.
Well, it was a foot race back inside 50. Rewalt got the ball in the middle of the ground, banged it forward. It was a foot race back. Initially, the Eagles won that one, but it was the second line of the Richmond players that got down there, which Rewalt was part of that second line getting back down there. And that is why they end up getting that goal. Looking back, there's too many West Coast Eagles players still in the middle of the ground.
9 goals in this final term. Richmond have kicked 5, West Coast have kicked 4. As the rain continues to fall at the MCG. What a great preview to September we've had. Back in the middle of the ground. Hickey swats it forward. Sheed, little toe poke. Dusty over the footy. Slides it out for Richmond. Caddy couldn't get a kick away. Yo's in there. He can't pick it up cleanly. Edwards just sockers it off the turf. Rolls into the middle of the ground. Bolton couldn't take it cleanly. Shepherd could. Kicks to half forward. Soldo threw a boot at it. Got in the middle of the ground. Shepherd with a hand pass to Gaff. Kicks to half forward. Sheed couldn't take the mark. Boston punches it inside the middle of the ground. Gained 30 metres. Prestia onto it. He kicks to half forward. Lynch lumbers after it. McGovern lumbers after him. It comes to a stop just in front of the boundary. And Lynch just taps it over the line in exhaustion. 30 minutes gone. Final term. Richmond by 6 points. 3 minutes and change to go.
We had the perfect preview to September this weekend. 1v2 yesterday, decided by a point. And here Richmond by a goal. 31 minutes into the final term. What a glimpse into what's to come next month from the boundary throw-in. Shepherd tackled by Bolton. Ball squirts out of bounds. Another throw-in. Half forward for Richmond. There's still a heap of time on the game clock. 3 minutes and change left. Crowd posted at 57,415. That's about 19,000 or 9,000 more than they bargained for. A huge roll-up here at the MCG this afternoon from the boundary throw-in. Falls down to Yo. He's tackled. Ball spits out towards Martin, gets a hand pass in the direction of Sheed. Bolton clever, taps at Edwards' advantage, kick smothered by the head of Shuey as it ricochets back into congestion. Edwards has another go, hands it away to Lambert, tackled as he kicked by Jetta and did enough to affect the kick. It floats out of bounds. Hearn, or Redden in fact, to take it. Left half back for West Coast. Richmond lead the game by 6 points. 32 played, final quarter.
They've got to go quick now. Eagles can't muck around.
Redden kicks around the members' wing. It's a wobbly kick. Edwards sliding in, couldn't get it. Ellis onto it for the Tigers, trying to knock it clear. Gaff's there for West Coast, picks it up, hacks it forward. Sheed, the one Eagle forward. 3 Tigers come charging. Bloston in there. Rioli, that's Willie trying to get a toe poke to it. Bloston knocks it out. Ellis, a crucial little toe poke out to Soldo. Hand pass to Prestia. Shrunk the tackle of Yo. Works it forward to Lambert. The Tigers have the numbers. Hand pass away to Edwards. He kicks towards Rebold, who flies on the back of Moraes. Gave away the free kick.
Oh, no way.
And Jetta wanted to take the advantage. It's going to come back.
That's ridiculous. How the hell is a forward meant to go for the mark? He nearly took it.
Barris kicks it straight down the pipe. There's 33 minutes played on the game clock, so I imagine the players think there's a lot less time to go than what there is. Hawley wins it at the drop, hands it back towards Lynch, who's been thrown behind the ball. Kicks out to the wing. Martin brings it to ground in front of Short. Richmond with the numbers advantage. Falls to Lambert. Hand pass away towards Ellis. Centering kick to Dusty. Not 15. Wrapped up by Shepherd. Taken the ground. And a ball up 45 out from the Richmond goal. Inside the final 2 minutes on the game clock. The clock at the ground, which is counting up, shows 33 minutes played in this final term. Richmond by a goal.
At Giants Stadium, the Western Bulldogs 6 straight 36 to the Giants 4-2 26. Yo deep in defence for the Eagles, squeezes the kick out. Short paddles it towards the boundary line. Moves it across, paid deliberate. Here's the Eagles' chance. Redden pops it over the top to Gaff.
Oh, that went 5 metres.
90 seconds to go. Richmond by 6 points.
Eagles have sent McGovern forward too.
Gaff sends it long towards McGovern. Lynch in the pack. Up went Ellis. Free kick shepherding Richmond's way. And Tom Lynch to take it for the Tigers at half-back. He chips it towards the boundary line to Hawley. You can hear the benches barking out instructions.
They've got a man up here, the Eagles.
Hawley short to Ellis.
Players out there.
So the Eagles will get one more crack at this when they have to kick long. Ellis sends it long towards half forward. Hickey sets himself, Revolt as well. Rass worked his way there, spoiled it down. Shuey hit it with space, couldn't get it. Redden swats it clear. Prestia over the footy. Yo with the bump. Shuey onto it. Hand pass to Cripps. Here go the Eagles. He kicks towards Darling. One-on-one with Grimes. Grimes spoils it down. Kennedy onto it. Laid the bump. Grimes knocks it towards the boundary line. Over the footy. Tied up against the boundary line. Broad takes it across. Through the tackle of Josh Kennedy.
Is there enough time for a forward 50 stoppage?
Big
Get on, Cripps. Someone better mark Cripps.
42 seconds left on the game clock. Richmond by 6 points. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Eagles.
Eagles all on the defensive side. They're going to charge through the stoppage.
Broad. Match it up, Dom Sheed. Darling takes it straight out of the ruck. He's dispossessed. Richmond player throws his head back, taken high. Free kick going to go to Vlosten. The high sloppy tackle against McGovern. And a free kick for the Tigers with the seconds ticking down inside the final 30.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous there, McGovern.
Richmond by a goal with the footy. Waning moments here at the MCG as Vlosten loads up and kicks it straight down the members' wing. Over the top comes Barras as he punches it away. Straight to Hawley, picks it up. James is kicked inside the centre square for Richmond. Dan Rioli down there with Nelson. Bouncing footy towards centre half forward for the Tigers. Seconds tick away. That'll just about be it. Richmond win the prelude before the finals. But these are two teams September ready. Richmond by a goal in one of the best regular season games you'll see. The Tigers 13-10-88 beat the reigning premiers at the G 13-4-82. 2 weeks out from the finals. We never weak until the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland. We saw the Eagles in that opening quarter. They kicked 7 of the first 9 goals, and you got the feeling watching it that there's no team in the competition that can go on that level. Hold the phone. Richmond then came with a rush. The heavens opened at half-time. The Tigers were right at home. After trailing by 29 points early, they trailed by 24 at quarter-time, 9 at the half, 1 at three-quarter time. They hit the front in the last quarter. They had it out to a 13-point buffer on 2 different occasions. And then, like all good teams, the Eagles came again and again and again. They locked it up before Jack Rewalt kicked the winner in the 29th minute. The Tigers hold on in front of 57,000 to win by 6 points.
See us with the grin, risking head and shit. If we're behind, then never mind. We'll fight and win. We're from Tigerland. We never weak until the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
Richmond by 6 points at the MCG, 13-10-88 to the Eagles, 13-4-82 in front of 57,415 fans. The Tigers win today, but if that's what's to come in September, both sides will welcome that, and most footy fans will look forward to September. For the winners, 3 goals to Tom Lynch, 2 goals to Jack Revolt, individuals to Martin, Edwards, Castagna, Short, Caddy, Lambert, Bolton and Soldo. Meanwhile, for the West Coast Eagles, 3 goals to Jamie Cripps, 2 to Darling, 2 to Willie Rioli, individuals to Ryan, Waterman, Allen, Hickey, Kennedy and Petrocelli. The Tigers winners by 6 points here at the MCG. We're off to Giants Stadium in about 7 minutes' time, where it's the Western Bulldogs holding an 11-point lead, 7-1-43 to the Giants 5-2-32. But first, let's get the thoughts of our experts, Ryan O'Keefe and Nathan Burke.
Well, I think both teams just put on an amazing contest. This is what we expected coming to this game, and they have not failed to deliver. It was a fantastic. They just showed what top 4 teams are about. They just went at it, and even though Eagles got out of the blocks early, the Richmond just backed their game style, backed their fundamentals, got back into it. But what it has shown to me is there's a blueprint on how to play both these teams. Now, West Coast showed how to dismantle Richmond's defence early, got a kick, mark and work around, and that's what Richmond didn't put any pressure on, was zoning defence, so it just gave Eagles all this time to be able to cut through them. Once Richmond brought the pressure to the Eagles and stopped that mark chain, just showed how you can dismantle West Coast. And then in the end, with the conditions, I think both teams had a slog both ways. It was just a couple of heavyweights going blow for blow in that second half. But I think the first half showed both teams, if they face each other again in finals, how they can match. And we spoke a little bit about how Richmond just held the anchor. I just question where there was a few games getting played by Simo at the Eagles. Did they just allow Richmond to have that back, saying, we'll let you do this, we know we want to do that. If we face you in this situation again, we won't allow that. Then how are you going to work out when we man up, you're free in Grimes? I don't know. That's a bit of conspiracy theory on my behalf.
Yeah, because it was hurting the Eagles, really struggling to get the ball forward, especially in that third quarter. And they adjusted a little bit in the last, but at the end of the day here, this wasn't a game won by one team's got an outstanding game plan that the other one can't counter. It was just 2 teams having a real hard crack, and there's no substitute for hard work. And in the end, that very last goal, the Riewoldt kick, it was Riewoldt kicking the ball out of the middle of the ground, a race inside 50, but it was that second wave of the Tigers, the midfielders, forwards, all pushing down, getting numbers there. He gets the footy, kicks the goal, wins the game. There's no substitute for hard work, and coming the finals, I think both teams, that's the lesson they learn out of this game. You need to work from opening siren to final siren as hard as you possibly can.
If you're a team sitting outside the 8 or even outside the top 4, you should watch this game. That is finals footy. That if you want to be up there with the big boys when the season really matters at the pointy end, that's how you got to play. Even though you might be thinking, Eagles are blowing the game apart, Tigers persisted, kept grinding away. That's what good teams do. And then when it looks like Richmond had all the run, the Eagles persisted, and then they just became a slogfest, which is what finals footy is. And if we see footy like this from these teams in the finals, it's going to be a fantastic final series.
So Brisbane on top of the ladder, Geelong, West Coast and Richmond all equal on points. The Tigers prevailing by 6 points here at the MCG. Nathan Broad in game 50 leads the Tigers off the MCG. Great to have so many of your thoughts on the SMS as well, 0437 774 774. Great to have David listening from New York City. What a thriller. Fantastic calling. It was like a Hitchcock job. And fantastic call to the team. Love listening. Well done, even though I don't barrack for either club. And Johnny, a Tigers fan from Hobart, dear footy gods, please make it rain until October. It sort of felt like it was going that way, the narrative, but full credit to West Coast. They found a way to answer back in the last quarter, and really you felt like it was anyone's game for a large portion of the last 5 minutes. Yeah, well, I was probably guilty early in that last quarter of, I think the Tigers might have kicked the first 3. Probably writing them off a little bit, and I was just thinking, how far the Tigers, but it wasn't flash. You get the ball forward, you get numbers there, you work really hard, and you make things happen, and that's what the Eagles did. Well, I think that Eagles show when they get forward 50 stoppages, they're very dangerous around there. So they obviously kicked a few goals from that, especially from Cripps, but and Rioli got a free kick off
direct result of a forward 50 stoppage. So, as I said, Eagles are a good team. They'll slog it out as good as anyone. So the rain, I don't think the rain determined the factor of this game.
We might come back to that in a moment's time. Down to the Tigers' rooms with Jess Webster.
Just incredible scenes down here after what was an incredible match. Let's have a listen to the song.
Richmond winners by 6 points in front of 57,415 fans here at the MCG. 13-10-88 to the Eagles, 13-4-82. We're on air for another 90 seconds or so, so we've got time for the 3-2-1 for the ABC Footballer of the Year, and we'll record an interview and send it to halftime at Giants Stadium, where the Bulldogs are 7-1-43, leading the Giants 5-3-33 by 10 points at quarter time. Ryan O'Keefe has the job of the votes for this afternoon's match.
Oh, look, there were so many great players across the board, but just quickly, one to Shane Edwards. I thought he really worked into the game, became really critical in the second half especially. 2 to Yo, 15 clearances. Like, he just worked hard. You can see at the end, he just worked himself into the ground to exhaustion. And then 3 votes to Martin. He was just solid the whole game.
3 votes to Dustin Martin, who appeared to be September Dusty today with 35 disposals, a goal, 6 clearances and 13 inside 50s. The votes from Ryan O'Keefe in the ABC Football of the Year. We'll try and get an update on Mark Hutchings from Jess. She'll head to the West Coast rooms after the thoughts of the Tigers, and also an update on Dylan Grimes, who was able to finish the match, but whether it was an ankle or a knee concern, we'll bring an update of that as soon as we have it. Of course, the final match of the round is Hawthorn taking on the Gold Coast Suns from Docklands. Al Nicholson, Quentin Hull, Brent Harvey, David Parkin and Tim Morgan, your team there. But firstly, we're off to Giants Stadium, where it's the Western Bulldogs and the Giants. Quarter time there, the Dogs leading by 10 points. 7-1-43 to the Giants, 5-3-33. Your commentators are Brett Sprigg and Tom Wilson, Neil Cordy and Jason Saddington, with David Mark down on the boundary. We've had an enthralling preview to September here at the MCG. It didn't fail to not live up to the expectations, and the Tigers in the end emerged from the pack, prevailing by 6 points here at the MCG. Don't forget, of course, the cricket tonight from Lords. You can tune in via the ABC Listen app and via local radio, with Australia trying to take the second test.